Chapter 4259. Bloodthirsty Shadow Saber. Tu Hu was not surprised that Ling Xiao dodged the first attack. The moment he missed Ling Xiao's body, the Tang saber in his hand moved to his left hand at a strange angle. Then, he grabbed the handle of the saber and stabbed at Ling Xiao. It was the same move that Tu Hu had used before. However, the power of this move was much stronger than before. Several saber chi shadows were released. They whistled sharply and shot toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's back was facing Tu Hu. He could feel the sharpness of the saber chi behind him. He frowned slightly. This Tiger Slayer was really something. Especially after he returned to his original form, his combat power and speed had increased significantly. At such a close distance, Ling Xiao wanted to avoid the attack completely. That was simply impossible. At that moment, he made his choice. He continued to dash forward. At the same time, he stabbed the heavenly sword of the East Victory behind him. The sword chi touched the saber chi. It was directly shattered. It was also the first move of the 23 dragon subduing swords. However, this time, it was not able to defeat his opponent. Tu Hu's saber chi was greatly weakened. But in the end, some saber chi still hit Ling Xiao's back. However, this severely weakened saber chi could not cause any serious damage to Ling Xiao. His skin was not even scratched. However, this was also the first time that Tu Hu's attack hit Ling Xiao. The situation seemed to have changed. Tu Hu began to gain the upper hand. That was what everyone thought. However, Ling Xiao did not think so. The moment he was hit, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared from where he stood, falling plumb shadow steps. The next moment, a black shadow charged at Tu Hu from the front. Tu Hu did not stop moving. He just happened to be heading toward the black shadow. I don't know how you got to the front. However, I am not the same as before. 9 Luminaries Black Sun Slash. Tiger Slayer snorted coldly and attacked with his Tang saber again. He did not retreat at all. Humans always lose a part of their intelligence when they become stronger. No matter who it is, they can't change this habit. At this moment, Ling Xiao's strange voice sounded. A terrifying sword chi slashed towards Tu Hu's neck. It turned out that what had appeared in front of him was only a clone of Luo Mei. If Tu Hu had been more attentive, he would have noticed it. Unfortunately, his strength had skyrocketed. He had actually forgotten to think. He felt that everything could be solved with strength. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy with his sword. He used the second move of the 23 dragon subduing swords. Its power was naturally stronger than the first move. He could feel the rapidly approaching sword blade. Tu Hu's expression suddenly turned ugly. Right now, he had to make a choice. He gritted his teeth. He simply leaped forward. In Tiger Slayer's opinion, Ling Xiao's main body was definitely stronger than Falling Plum's doppelganger. There was nothing wrong with his judgment. The 9 Heavens Imperial Wind technique allowed him to successfully dodge Ling Xiao's attack. However, he was stabbed in the abdomen by Luo Mei's shadow clone. However, this sword only left a very small wound on his abdomen. Although he was bleeding, it did not affect Tu Hu much at all. However, this was not Ling Xiao's final attack. He took advantage of Tu Hu's weakness of fighting with his back. Ling Xiao activated his vital essence again. The third move of the dragon subduing swords stabbed out again. He attacked Tu Hu's back like a ghost. He did not give Tu Hu a chance to turn around. Tu Hu could only continue to charge forward. The sword of Luo Mei's shadow clone kept stabbing there, and the wound became deeper and deeper. Although the 23 dragon subduing swords could use sword chi for mid-range and long-range attacks. However, in the end, close combat was still the most powerful. Moreover, once he got close, Ling Xiao could not only use his sword. He could use his arms, feet, legs, and even his knees and teeth. His fleshly body was so strong. And he could also use strange fire, immortal fire, and divine fire. This was the reason why most warriors who fought with him did not want to get close to him. Once he got close, even warriors in the core fragmentation realm would have a headache. The continuous attacks left Tu Hu with no choice but to block them in a sorry state. However, Tu Hu's 9 Heavens Imperial Wind technique was really powerful. Even in such a passive situation, he could still turn the situation around. He dodged Ling Xiao's attacks again and again. Ling Xiao used the third sword all the way to the 7th sword. However, he did not manage to hit Tu Hu once. It's really a good movement technique. It's almost on par with my Luo Mei clear shadow step. Ling Xiao was also very impressed as he watched. On the battlefield, the battle between the two had entered a white-hot stage. Terrifying vital essence was constantly shooting in all directions. The battle between the two was like a comet hitting the earth. Every time they collided, it would cause a wave of exclamations, because both of them were extremely fast. In the end, what many people could only see was a black light and a red light. They were fighting in the sky and on the ground. After a short collision, the next thing they did was to show off their abilities again. Watching the battle, many people's expressions were dull, especially those who knew Tu Hu well. They knew very well what kind of existence Tu Hu was. Ling Xiao could actually fight to this extent against Tu Hu. It was really surprising. Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. He thought that his strength was close to Tu Hu's. But from the looks of it, compared to Ling Xiao and Tu Hu, he was a far cry from them. Fortunately, he did not join forces with Tu Hu. Otherwise, he would be a burden to Tu Hu. This kid is really admirable. Fire Emperor sighed. I thought that he would definitely pay a price for his arrogance this time. This would be beneficial for his future development. But I didn't expect that he could actually do this. But then again, he has already used the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon subduing swords. He also failed to defeat Tu Hu. It will be difficult next. The bluestone floor and the walls were full of sword and saber marks. From time to time, the lake water would even surge, splashing more than 10 meters high. Everyone stopped talking. They just stared at the battle between the two and moved along with their figures. As the battle became more and more intense, the hearts of those who supported and opposed Ling Xiao were in their throats. Yu Qilian's expression was not very good. He originally thought that the moment Tu Hu revealed his true form, Ling Xiao should be easily defeated. But the reality in front of him made it difficult for him to breathe. Not only did Ling Xiao not collapse, he even suppressed Tu Hu again. What exactly did he rely on? His strength did not increase at all. Was this the so-called fighting genius? Boom. Under everyone's attention, Tiger Slayer and Ling Xiao finally clashed on a large scale. Then, the two of them started to stagger. After retreating more than 10 steps, they became clear. Both of them were panting. But Tu Hu was obviously more serious. And there were wounds on both of their bodies. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4260. The wounds on Ling Xiao's body were very obvious. However, they were all superficial wounds. They couldn't hurt his core at all. Moreover, these wounds had already formed scabs. It wouldn't take long for them to completely recover. As for Tu Hu, he wasn't in a good condition either. There was a serious sword wound on his abdomen. It had already torn his stomach open. Fortunately, his body was strong enough to quickly heal the wound. As for the other parts of his body, they were intact. Seeing such a situation, many people made their own judgments. It seemed that Ling Xiao had suppressed Tu Hu, but in fact, it seemed that Tu Hu had the upper hand. A gust of wind blew past. It was as if the horn of battle had been blown. Both of them were highly focused again. They instantly tensed up. Tu Hu took a deep breath and then exhaled. Finally, a black smoke began to faintly appear behind him. It's coming. Tu Hu is finally going to use his most terrifying trump card. Seeing this, many people knew that Tu Hu was going to use his martial soul. Tu Hu hadn't used his martial soul up until now. It was because he felt that it wasn't satisfying enough. He was also a battle maniac. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao without using his martial soul. But it seemed that he couldn't do it now. Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He had no choice but to use his martial soul. He actually forced Tu Hu to use that uncontrollable martial soul. Is this Ling Xiao really that strong? But this time, it's really going to end. Yu Qilian was a little surprised. He thought that he had overestimated Ling Xiao, but now he realized that he had underestimated him. Boom. The black smoke behind Tu Hu finally took shape. Just like the Yu family's demon shadow, this guy's martial soul was also a demon shadow. However, his demon shadow was a little strange. It seemed that it couldn't transform. It only had one form. and this form was more like a black sun. Around his body, there was constantly energy spreading out like ripples in a lake. Everyone who came into contact with this energy felt their scalp go numb. Suddenly, the image of a scorched earth flashed in their minds. Obsidian martial soul. This is the highest level of the phantom martial spirit. Yu Dingtian cried out in alarm. In the Yu family, only the patriarch was qualified to awaken such a martial soul. In other words, if he awakened the obsidian martial soul, he might become the patriarch. Could it be? Yu Dingtian looked at Yu Qiren. Yu Qirun sighed. That's right, his surname is Yu, and he's my younger brother. His biological brother. Because that year, he went crazy for some reason and actually killed his mother and escaped from the Yu family. That's why he's wanted. So it's like this. Yu Dingtian was astonished. I always thought that sister-in-law was secretly harmed by the Qi family. This is a secret, so I'll have to trouble you all to keep it a secret. Don't easily leak it out. It's bad for our Yu family's reputation. Yu Qiren said. Of course we know that. On the other side, Tu whose eyes were also burning with black flames. His body gradually floated up. He looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly and said, Since you've made me happy today, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a straightforward answer. Ling Xiao looked at Tu who in the sky. The strange obsidian martial soul was condensing a terrifying power that was enough to make him tremble with fear. So this is your trump card, huh? Then I'll show you what my trump card is. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He finally took out the Dongxing demonic sword. 2 swords? So what if you have 2 swords? You call that a trump card? Tu who said with disdain. 2 swords? Do you really think they're just 2 swords? Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Your vision is still too narrow. Fuse. The Dongxing demonic sword and Dongxing heavenly sword were originally one sword. Their sword souls came from the same bloodfang heaven-splitting rat. After they were separated, their power naturally weakened. When they fused, their power was unimaginable. The moment the Dongxing demonic sword and heavenly sword fused, leaping on the sword was an ancient ferocious beast. It released a ferocious aura. It was as if it wanted to swallow the entire human world into its stomach. The violent power was extremely shocking. What? Tu whose expression changed. He could feel that his martial soul was trembling in front of the terrifying beast. The obsidian martial soul was afraid. This was impossible. Emperor Yin, obsidian, Tu whose heart was trembling because of fear. Therefore, he released his most powerful attack at that moment. Emperor Yin, obsidian. The black flames formed a huge human figure. It pressed down on Ling Xiao. The surrounding air also started to heat up at that moment. 9 dragon subduing swords, fuse. The 9 swords attacked continuously and naturally became more and more powerful. The power of the 9 swords fused was the most terrifying. Ling Xiao stood there. He performed all 9 moves. The 9 divine dragons fused into the bloodfang heaven-splitting rat. The bloodfang heaven-splitting rat became even more ferocious. Its body also became bigger. It let out a terrifying roar. It pounced on Tu Hu. Everyone knew that the 2 of them had finally used their final trump card. The outcome would be decided in this attack. Boom! The bloodfang heaven-splitting rat and the obsidian flame emperor collided. The black flames and the blood-red sword aura merged together. It formed an unprecedented terrifying storm. It swept towards the surroundings. Run for your life! Someone shouted. They ran towards the distance. Yu Dingtian, Yu Qiren, and the others hurriedly flew over. They blocked the crazy storm. If they didn't block it, everything here would be razed to the ground. This was the Yu family's territory. They couldn't let that happen. Who won? Everyone was asking the same question, but no one could answer. This time, the duel lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually disappeared into nothingness. There was only one person standing there. Ling Xiao. Puff. Suddenly, Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, he was also seriously injured. This was the most serious injury he had suffered since he came to Fengdu City. But he didn't regret it. Because he won. Tu who was still inferior to him. He was completely crushed by him. Moreover, This battle had directly increased the energy in his cultivation seed of 50%. At this stage, it was really not easy to increase it by 50%. Not only that, the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon subduing swords had been completed. As long as he could cultivate to the perfection stage, he could start to cultivate the next 14 moves. In the end, the incomplete 23 dragon subduing swords still couldn't display its true power. It was said to be a 9th level Emperor martial skill, but in fact, except for the last move that reached the power of a 9th level Emperor martial skill, the first attack was only slightly stronger than a peak Emperor level martial skill. It was not complete. It seemed that he had to cultivate the first 9 moves to the perfection stage as soon as possible. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4261. Young Master, are you all right? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked. I'm fine. Ling Xiao sat on the ground. He was panting heavily. His face was a little pale, but his expression was very happy. Only then did Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman breathe a sigh of relief. It's over. This guy is too strong. Even Tiger Slayer is not his opponent. Who can beat him? Among the crowd, there was a voice of despair. Yeah, a strong person like Tiger Slayer was actually killed by him. It's too terrifying. Many people were full of confidence in Tiger Slayer. They felt that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, it was impossible for him to be Tiger Slayer's opponent. But the current outcome was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. It made them a little confused. I'll challenge you. Yang Zhan suddenly walked out. Looking at Ling Xiao, he said, your challenge time shouldn't be over yet, right? Shameless. Can't you see that our young master is already injured? Ancestor Scarlet Flame said angrily. Yang Zhan's action of taking advantage of others' difficulties made him very unhappy. The crowd was also whispering, feeling that Yang Zhan was a little embarrassed. But Yang Zhan smiled and said, the rules were set by Ling Xiao himself. No one forced him. If he doesn't dare to fight, then say it. I'm not forcing him. That's right. Senior brother Yang Zhan didn't violate the rules. That's right. If you're afraid, then you're afraid. Don't find excuses. The crowd also followed suit. After all, most of the spectators here were from the Yu family. They didn't care whether Yang Zhan's actions were moral or not, as long as they could defeat Ling Xiao, just like how they supported Tiger Slayer before. Who said I don't dare to fight? Ling Xiao sneered and stood up. I naturally won't violate the rules I set myself. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, will be afraid of trash like you? Young master, don't be impulsive. Green Lotus Swordswoman hurriedly said, it doesn't matter if you don't fight with him. Anyway, everyone knows that you're injured and consumed a lot of energy. It's only interesting to defeat him when I'm injured. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, all right, Yang Zhan, enough nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. But I'm warning you, I'm not in a good mood right now, so if I hit you too hard, I'll kill you. Don't blame me. Hee, the phrase tough on the outside but cowardly on the inside describes you right now. Yang Zhan said disdainfully, whatever you say. Attack. Ling Xiao waved at Yang Zhan. To be honest, he was indeed very tired now, and his injuries were not light. In this state, he was definitely not Yang Zhan's match. However, he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. Life Reversal. This move could allow him to recover to his peak state in an instant. The cooldown time was only 3 hours. It was meant for times like this. Yang Zhan naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao had such a divine skill. He didn't waste his breath and directly attacked. He wanted to eliminate Ling Xiao while Ling Xiao was exhausted. Pooh! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly half-squatted on the ground. No one realized that he was faking it. Ling Xiao only had one purpose in doing this, and that was to kill Yang Zhan in an instant with lightning speed. To do this, he had to make Yang Zhan let down his guard. Otherwise, even if he was in peak condition, it would take a lot of time to defeat Yang Zhan. His deterrence would also be reduced. He didn't like that. Only by defeating Yang Zhan in one move could he intimidate everyone. Chance. Yang Zhan didn't consider anything else at all. When he saw Ling Xiao spit out blood and his condition worsened, He naturally thought that it was because Ling Xiao was seriously injured in the battle with Tu Hu. At this moment, he put all his energy into attacking. As for defense, he completely ignored it. Seeing Yang Zhan charge at Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao's weak appearance, the Yu family's martial artists all shouted excitedly, "Kill him! Kill Ling Xiao! Well done, Yang Zhan!" The heated shouts came to an abrupt end in the next instant. Yang Zhan's attack landed in the air. Ling Xiao avoided his attack at the last moment. At the same time, he pierced Yang Zhan's dantian with lightning speed. There was no suspense. Yang Zhan died on the spot. Before he died, he kept muttering the word impossible, because he couldn't understand why he was defeated. Why did he die? Ling Xiao gently shook the blood on his sword, and his originally dispirited appearance was swept away. "Idiot, do you really think I was provoked by you on impulse?" At this moment, the crowd also burst into puzzled shouts. "He's not injured. How is it possible? How did he do it? He was so weak after the battle with Tu Hu just now. Damn it, this guy is too cunning. He's too powerful. How did he do it?" In fact, it wasn't just these people who didn't know. Even Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were dumbfounded. In that instant just now, they had almost attacked. Who knew that Ling Xiao's movements were even faster than theirs? Is this the other trump card of the young master? Is it an elixir? Or a divine ability? This kid, the Fire Emperor, was also stunned. Ling Xiao's performance today was really beyond his expectations. If he had to use a word to describe this performance, it would be awesome. Who else? Ling Xiao kicked Yang Zhan's corpse into the crowd. Then, he roared domineeringly. "Ling Xiao, you're finished. How dare you kill the eldest disciple of the Yang family? The patriarch will definitely not let you off." A group of Yang family warriors carried Yang Zhan's corpse away. Ling Xiao knew that what he would face next was the thunderous rage of the Yang family patriarch. Perhaps because of his identity, the Yang family patriarch would not openly deal with him. However, it was absolutely possible for him to act in secret. If it weren't for the Fire Emperor, he might have spared Yang Zhan's life to avoid angering the Yang family patriarch. However, with the Fire Emperor around, what was there to be afraid of? If the Yang family patriarch insisted on killing him, then he could weaken the strength of the Yu family alliance. Losing a divine physique realm martial artist was a huge loss to the Yu family. Where is senior disciple Yu Qiong going? While Ling Xiao was thinking about the Yang family, he suddenly heard a voice. He looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw Yu Qiong walking out from the crowd. Senior disciple Yu Qiong is already an early-stage extreme core realm warrior. This doesn't conform to Ling Xiao's rules. Even if he wants to avenge senior disciple Yang Zhan, I'm afraid it's impossible. Ling Xiao won't agree to it, and the two warriors behind him won't agree to it either. Sigh, this is so annoying. I really want to see senior disciple Yu Qiong teach Ling Xiao a lesson. It would be best if he could beat up that Ling Xiao so badly that even his own father can't recognize him. Amidst the discussions, Yu Qiong had already arrived at the battlefield. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiong with a faint smile on his face. Knowing that a heavenly core warrior was no match for him, this extreme core realm warrior couldn't sit still any longer. But this was good too. After the fight with Tu Hu, he had learned a lot. He was looking for an even stronger martial artist to hone his martial skills and cultivation. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4262. Not to mention, Ling Xiao's body had broken through to the peak of 8th Order Emperor realm. He had cultivated the demonic black martial body, but the demonic lightning jade had been completely consumed. The next step was to absorb the energy from the demonic heart. Without a stronger opponent, he couldn't do it. His body had to continue to improve. As for Yu Qiong, she had wanted to kill him when they were in the Fengdu Devil Forest. He wanted to kill Yu Qiong as well. Unfortunately, there wasn't a suitable battlefield for him. If Yu Qiong really wanted to fight him, he wouldn't mind accepting the challenge. Standing there, Yu Qiong stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiong with a faint smile on his face. Yu Qiong was the number 1 man under the age of 50. At least, that was the case in the Yu family. In the past, He was a monster genius in everyone's eyes. But ever since Ling Xiao appeared, the situation seemed to have changed. Ling Xiao was in the limelight right now. The alchemy conference and the arena had caused Ling Xiao's limelight to overshadow Yu Qiong's. Yu Qiong was very unhappy. Ling Xiao, have you had enough fun? You're invincible under the heavenly core realm. I admit it, and I believe everyone here has admitted it. If that's the case, there's no need for you to prove your strength by using warriors under the heavenly core realm, right? Fight me, do you dare? Yu Qiong's voice sounded out. Sure enough, she was here to challenge him. Hee, are you an idiot? I'm only at the late Earth core realm, and you're at the early extreme core realm. You want me to fight you? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Ling Xiao mocked. When he said this, many people lowered their heads, including those from the Yu family. This was so damn embarrassing. So many heavenly core warriors couldn't even defeat a late Earth core warrior, and they had to rely on a peak core warrior to regain their face. How shameful. Ling Xiao is right. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Ghost Sword walked out from the crowd. Hugging the long sword in his hand, he said coldly, You and I are both ultimate Dan realm martial artists. I can play with you until you're satisfied. Yu Qiong's face darkened. You want me to fight Ghost Sword? That was simply asking him to go and embarrass himself. He knew his own situation best. He was definitely no match for Ghost Sword. You don't dare? If that's the case, how can you still have the face to challenge Ling Xiao? Yu Qiong gritted her teeth. Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, don't stand behind Ghost Sword. How could he rely on others? You are just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Who told you I was going to hide behind him? You trash. You even lost to me in the battle for the demonic epiphyllum. I really don't know what a loser like you has to show off in front of me. Your Yu family just wants you to teach me a lesson so that you can regain your face. How could I not know what you guys are thinking? However, I want compensation for this unfair battle. If you don't agree, then forget it. I'm just a late Earth core realm martial artist. No one will laugh at me if I don't want to fight an ultimate Dan realm martial artist. Ling Xiao smiled lightly. What compensation? Yu Qiong hurriedly asked. It seemed like there was a way. Simple. Give me 10 sets of broken core divine water. Ling Xiao said lightly. 10 sets? Why don't you go rob a bank? Our Yu family only has 10 sets in total. How are we going to use them if we give them all to you? Yu Qiong said angrily. Then 5 sets. Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that Yu Qiong wouldn't give him 10 sets. He was just testing Yu Qiong's bottom line. No. Yu Qiong shook her head firmly. Then go away. You don't have the right to participate in this battle. Ling Xiao waved his hand. You don't want compensation, and you want to bully the weak? How can there be such a good thing in this world? 3 sets. 3 sets at most. If you don't agree, then forget it. Yu Qiong gritted her teeth and looked at Yu Qiren in the distance. Fine. Give me the items first, and I'll agree to fight you. Ling Xiao smiled. Are you afraid that our Yu family will go back on their word? Yu Qiong's face was gloomy. I'm not afraid that your Yu family will go back on their word, but I know that you will. So, give me the items first. Ling Xiao smiled. Yu Qiong gritted her teeth. In the distance, Yu Qilian nodded. Soon, the 3 sets of herbs were brought over. Ling Xiao checked carefully and confirmed that there were no problems. Then, he said to Yu Qiong, Let's go back. Tomorrow morning, we'll fight here. Then, he took the herbs and went back to his room. He had made a killing this time. 3 sets of broken core divine water was not enough even if he had 300 million upper spiritual stones. The problem was, even if you had the money, others might not have the herbs. Although Ling Xiao knew how to concoct the broken core divine water, without the herbs, he couldn't make anything out of it. Now, all he had to do was agree to fight Yu Qiong, and he got all these herbs for free. This was amazing. That guy must be crazy. How dare he accept senior disciple Yu Qiong's challenge? Who cares? He's going to die soon. That's right. He can be invincible under the heavenly core realm. But he won't be able to defeat those at the extreme core realm. That's right. This time, let's see if that guy can still be so arrogant. The warriors from the Yu family didn't expect Ling Xiao to accept the challenge. It was an unreasonable challenge. They all thought that Ling Xiao had lost his mind. Otherwise, he must be crazy. They followed Yu Qiong and left like stars surrounding the moon. They were waiting to see how Yu Qiong would deal with Ling Xiao tomorrow. Tonight, many of them wouldn't be able to sleep well. Ling Xiao, your decision is too impulsive. Right after they entered the room, Ghost Sword said, you were able to take down the heavenly devil epiphyllum because you relied on your intelligence and luck. But in a one-on-one fight, there aren't that many variables. The power of the extreme core realm is not something you can imagine. Thank you for your concern, Brother Ghost Sword, but it's too late for you to say anything now. I've already agreed to Yu Qiong's challenge in front of so many people, and you want me to back out now? That would be so embarrassing. Besides, I've already gotten all these good things. Even if you want me to give them back, I won't do it. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent expression, actually, I know that extreme core realm warrior isn't easy to deal with, but don't worry, all of you don't have to worry. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have made such a decision. He had so many trump cards, he wasn't afraid of Yu Qiong at all. The martial soul of Tyrant and the extreme core realm giant devil. Yu Qiong alone wasn't enough to deal with him. Therefore, although this fight seemed dangerous, the result had already been decided before it even started. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't use his trump cards so quickly. If he won too easily, he wouldn't be able to train himself anymore. It was better for him to fight with Yu Qiong with his own strength. Hopefully, he could use this opportunity to break through again and reach the perfect Earth Core realm. Then, he could temper his body to the 9th level Emperor realm. Chapter 42-63. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Yu Kaiden and the others also turned and left. Xiong Er's challenge. Are you the one who arranged it? Yu Dingtian suddenly looked at Yu Kaiden and asked. That's right. That brat Ling Xiao is too outrageous. If he had stayed in the Yu family obediently, I wouldn't have said anything. But he dared to challenge the dignity of the Yu family. He used the geniuses of the Yu family as his stepping stones. I was the one who sent Tu Hu to kill him, but unfortunately, that guy was useless. Now, I can only place my hope on Yu Qiong. Yu Kaiden clenched his teeth and said, but I didn't expect this guy to agree so easily. Could it be that he still has some trump cards? Bullshit trump cards. Xiong is a peak core warrior. The gap between their cultivation levels is too big. Ling Xiao can't do anything. Yu Wentian said in disdain. That's right. Although Ling Xiao is a genius, with his late Earth Core cultivation level, he can't possibly win against Xiong, who is at the peak core realm. Yu Lianhua shook her head and said, he had basically revealed all his strength in the fight with Tu Hu. It took him so much effort to kill Tu Hu, it's impossible for him to win against Xiong. That's true. Looks like I'm worrying too much. Yu Kaiden shook his head and smiled. No matter how he thought about it, there was no way Ling Xiao could win against Yu Qiong. At the same time, at Ling Xiao's place. Fine. Since you've made your decision, I won't say anything else. I hope you can win tomorrow. I'll definitely come and watch the fight. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Ling Xiao, Ghost Sword helplessly shook his head and left. After he left, the Fire Emperor came again. Good kid, you're brave, but can you really win against Yu Qiong? Why are you asking me the same question? Ling Xiao said helplessly, let me put it this way. I'm at the critical stage of my breakthrough. Among all the warriors below the heavenly core realm, unless it's someone like Tu Hu, they can barely help me. Therefore, I need a stronger opponent to stimulate me and help me break through. Although Yu Qiong was already at the early stage of the extreme stage of the Dan realm, she was still a martial artist. However, he was probably the weakest person in this realm. Previously in the Fengdu demonic forest, I saw him make a move. His mastery of various combat skills was not bad, but it was obvious that he lacked actual combat experience. This was especially true when facing a powerful opponent. I guess that he would only bully those weaker than him in the past. If he couldn't even defeat this Yu Qiong, then he would encounter other warriors in the early stage of the extreme stage of the Dan realm. There's even less chance for me to win. Everyone thought that he had set up the arena to trample on the Yu family's martial artists and the Fengdu Devil Kingdom's martial artists. Actually, he wasn't that bored. The most fundamental goal was, of course, to increase his strength as quickly as possible. The battle with Yu Qiong was very crucial. If he did well, he might be able to break through to the complete Earth Core realm. His physical body could also evolve to the Ninth Order Emperor realm. He could also use the 23 dragon-subduing swords and the heaven-covering palm print more skillfully. This was definitely a good thing with no downsides. Even if it was dangerous, there was nothing to be afraid of. Good. You're really different. Fire Emperor nodded and said, but isn't the speed of your cultivation breakthrough a bit too fast? Others can only break through once in a few years or decades, but you can break through in a few days? What kind of monster are you? He knew that Ling Xiao had just broken through to the late stage of the Earth Core realm not long ago. How could he break through so quickly? He was simply a monster among monsters. Even those monsters in the Golden City would become ordinary people in front of Ling Xiao. They weren't on the same level at all. That's right. Don't you know whose young master this is? Ancestor Scarlet Flame said proudly, and the young master is not only talented, he is simply desperate for cultivation. Look at this time. In order to break through, he actually challenged Yu Qiong. If it was someone else, who would dare? Yu Qiong wouldn't stop there. At the very least, she would destroy the young master's physical body. That's right. Not only is he talented, but he is also fighting crazily in order to increase his cultivation. This is indeed his biggest advantage. Fire Emperor nodded and said, all right, I won't leave tonight. I guess there will definitely be uninvited guests tonight. He wasn't worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to defeat Yu Qiong. Instead, he was worried that someone would sneak an attack on Ling Xiao at night. Thank you, Senior Fire Emperor. Although Fire Emperor lost the bet, Ling Xiao knew very well that he shouldn't be too pretentious in front of such an expert. It was better to be more respectful. Otherwise, if he angered the other party, he wouldn't protect you and wouldn't fulfill the bet. After that, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Fire Emperor went to chat at the side. As for what they were talking about, Ling Xiao didn't know. He had benefited a lot from the battle with Tu Hu today, so he had to digest it well. Tu Hu's adaptability and ferocity in the battle. It wasn't something that an ordinary warrior could have. Even if he lost in one move, he wouldn't be depressed at all. Instead, he would quickly counterattack. If Tu Hu's opponent wasn't Ling Xiao, if Ling Xiao didn't have the Tai Chi Eye, the outcome of today's battle was probably unknown. Late at night, a black shadow arrived outside Ling Xiao's residence. His entire body was wrapped in black clothes. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. These eyes were filled with ferocity and anger. Tonight, I must kill you, he muttered to himself and leaped into the courtyard. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end as he looked at the figure in the courtyard in horror. The same black clothes, the same mask. However, the expression in his eyes was filled with disdain and contempt. Get lost. This is my only warning. This masked man was naturally the Fire Emperor. He wanted to protect Ling Xiao, but he couldn't be recognized. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Who exactly are you? The person who came to assassinate Ling Xiao was the head of the Yang family, a divine body realm expert. How could he leave so easily? Who I am is not important. What's important is that you can get lost now. The Fire Emperor said indifferently. Pretentious. The head of the Yang family snorted and attacked. Although his opponent made him feel an eerie chill and fear, he was still a divine body realm expert. How could he be so cowardly? You're really courting death. The Fire Emperor sighed softly. The moment the head of the Yang family approached, he suddenly attacked. He hit his opponent's abdomen with his palm. The pitiful head of the Yang family was clearly a divine body realm expert, but his bones were shattered by this attack. His dantian exploded, and he died. The Fire Emperor didn't look at the corpse. Instead, he returned to his room. Early the next morning, many people gathered outside the residence. There was a sea of people, several times more than usual. At this moment, everyone was surrounding the corpse on the ground and discussing. The abdomen of the corpse had already festered, but the face was intact. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4264. Someone reported the matter of the corpse to Yu Qiren. Yu Qiren personally came to the scene. The moment he removed the black cloth, His face instantly turned pale. The Yang family patriarch. Many people in the crowd recognized this person. The Yang family patriarch and the Yu family patriarch had appeared in front of these cultivators before. A divine physique realm cultivator was killed? Could it be Ling Zhao's subordinates? Yu Dingtian frowned. Impossible. Although the Yang family patriarch was weaker than my father, he was still a divine physique realm cultivator. After all, he was a divine physique realm cultivator. A mere core fragmentation realm cultivator couldn't have killed him. Yu Qiren shook his head. I'm afraid it was a divine physique realm cultivator. Just who is this Ling Xiao? Damn it, could it be an expert from the City of Gold? Yu Wentian frowned. Perhaps. What a pity. The Yang family patriarch was originally a loyal and powerful dog of our Yu family. Now, only a corpse is left. Sigh. Yu Qiren sighed. His fear of Ling Xiao deepened. Tell someone to deal with the corpse and hand it over to the Yang family for a proper burial. It seems like we can't deal with Ling Xiao behind his back. He must have a powerful divine physique realm cultivator behind him. Stronger than the patriarch? Yu Dingtian frowned. I'm not sure, but from the way the Yang family patriarch died, he was killed in one move. At the very least, this person is at my father's level. We can't afford to offend him. Yu Qiren suddenly felt a little afraid. He began to regret the Yu family constantly provoking Ling Xiao. Would this be the beginning of the Yu family's destruction? Young master? What happened? Yu Qiong arrived at the battlefield surrounded by a group of people. It's fine. Just focus on fighting. Remember, if you have the chance, kill Ling Xiao. Yu Qiren didn't tell Yu Qiong about the Yang family patriarch's death. His goal was simple, to not distract Yu Qiong. Perhaps this was the only way to kill Ling Xiao. The person behind Ling Xiao couldn't possibly interfere with a fair duel. Yo, you're all early. The door opened and Ling Xiao stretched. He seemed to be in good spirits. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were still behind him. The Flame King had already left secretly. The fewer people who knew about the existence of the Fire Emperor, the better. Yo, your sister. This guy doesn't look nervous at all? That's right. He's going to face our senior brother Yu Qiong of the extreme stage of Pill. You're too calm, bastard. Shh. Keep your voice down and don't anger the person behind him. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. The discussion gradually died down. This was because many people suddenly recalled the miserable state of the patriarch of the Yang family. The head of the Yang family was a divine physique echelon expert. The strongest among them was only at the core fragmentation realm. If he really angered the person behind Ling Xiao, he would not be far from death. A bunch of cowards. Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the crowd in disdain, then pointed at Yu Qiong and said, Speak. What are the rules of today's duel? Is it just a little? Or is it fine as long as you don't kill? Or is it a life-and-death duel? A life-and-death duel. Do you dare? Yu Qiong said coldly. Do you want to die so badly? Ling Xiao smiled, then nodded and said, Forget it. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. It's a life-and-death duel. In the eyes of the Yu family, Ling Zhao's every move was practically a provocation and disdain to them. He was clearly facing an early-stage extreme stage of Pill powerhouse, Yu Qiong, but he appeared so relaxed. Wasn't this clearly looking down on them? You should be afraid. You should be afraid. You should be trembling. You're really not afraid at all? Yu Qiong frowned. He could not understand Ling Zhao's confidence. Where did this confidence come from? Don't talk nonsense. Whether I'm afraid or not, the final result will be the same. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. In that instant, a somber aura surged toward the crowd. Among the group of people standing in the front row, many of them were so scared that they took a step back and fell to the ground. They were battered and exhausted. Ha 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 ha. So this is the Yu family? You talk big, but you don't have much guts. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Humph. You can only put on airs like this. Yu Qiong coldly snorted and said, In a moment, I will make you kneel in our Yu family's territory. Apologize to everyone in the Yu family. I'll prove that you're a piece of trash. Ha ha. If you can beat me, then an apology is nothing. Ling Xiao was still smiling calmly. He did not take Yu Qiong's words seriously at all. This Ling Xiao's attitude is always so good. Yu Qiong can't compare to him in this aspect. He was too emotional. After being slightly angered by someone, he lost his composure. That's not good. Yu Qilian frowned. That's nothing. That Ling Xiao will only use this kind of trick. When he uses this kind of trick, it proves that he has no real means to deal with Yu Qiong. Yu Wentian laughed. That's true. Only a weakling would use such a despicable move. Yu Dingtian nodded. No matter what, as long as Yu Qiong is serious, he should be able to win. Don't be swayed by him, Yu Lianhua said. Yu Qiong also overheard their conversation. He was very unconvinced in his heart. He was clearly at the pinnacle of the core realm. Why were the higher-ups of the Yu family worried about his failure? Hateful. Ling Xiao, I'll definitely kill you. He lifted his foot and walked out of the crowd. Then, a sharp sword in tint bloomed. A pitch-black longsword appeared behind his back. That was the transformed state of the specter martial soul. Yu Qiong was good at the sword Dao. Therefore, his specter martial soul also developed in the form of the sword Dao. When we were in the Fengdu Demon Forest, we didn't have a chance to fight, so you underestimated me. But today, I'll let you know the consequences of underestimating a pinnacle of the core realm. Boom. The terrifying aura continued to rise. Yu Qiong's battle-intent sword crazily. The black long sword behind him exuded a sinister and terrifying aura, as if it had a life of its own. It seems that you've also cultivated some kind of body refinement martial technique, Ling Xiao said with a frown. Haha, you're not blind. Do you think you're the only one who knows body refinement martial techniques? I know it too. And what I've cultivated is the sharpest and most terrifying specter sword body in the world. Yu Qiong smiled coldly. Specter sword body? Ling Xiao frowned and opened his Tai Chi eye. He found that Yu Qiong's physical body was not the original. Instead, it was a postnatal physical body that was forcefully refined with some kind of special metal or weapon. It was estimated that the original physical body had already been destroyed. This physical body was more powerful than Ling Xiao had imagined. Not only was the defensive power astonishing, but any part of the body could also turn into a sharp edge. It had an extremely powerful attack power. In other words, when fighting with this guy, one couldn't just look at the sword in the opponent's hand, because any part of the opponent could be a sword. Chapter 4265. Do you regret it now? I've investigated you carefully before. The reason why you can challenge those of a higher level is nothing more than your physical body. Without the advantage of your physical body, you're not worth mentioning at all. Yu Qiong seemed very excited. It was probably the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time that finally erupted. He had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time, but he had never exposed his trump card. Until today, as he spoke, his body actually released a sharp light that was like a sword blade. A terrifying sword in tint filled his entire body. It was as if every cell and every inch of consciousness was an unsheathed, peerless blade. So strong, but I like it. What many people didn't understand was that Ling Xiao, who should be afraid, revealed an excited expression at this time. For Ling Xiao, the stronger Yu Qiong was, the more advantageous it was for him. This would help him achieve his goal. Anyway, he had the two divine skills, rebirth from ashes and life backtrack. He was not afraid. After all, he had 3 lives. What was there to be afraid of if he died once? You like it? Ha 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 ha. Interesting. It's really interesting. I, Yu Qiong, have seen a lot of arrogant people, but it's really the first time I've seen a guy like you who doesn't know what's good for him. Yu Qiong laughed wildly, and in the next moment, his entire body released a bright sword light. He himself was a sword. Others relied on cultivation to achieve the unity of man and sword. This guy had directly tempered his body into a sword. It could be considered to be a different path. After saying that, he suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Originally, Yu Qiong, who was in the extreme realm of core, was not much slower than Ling Xiao in terms of speed. In addition, this phantom sword body and all the treasures on his body. In addition to the advantage in cultivation, against Ling Xiao, he would absolutely crush him. According to common sense, Ling Xiao was definitely not Yu Qiong's opponent. No one could see the possibility of Ling Xiao winning. So everyone was very curious. How was Ling Xiao going to win? At that moment, Yu Qiong turned into a sword light and shot towards Ling Xiao like a silver-white dragon. It was full of sharpness and killing intent. Crack! The sword light tore through the void and the air was sliced apart like a piece of paper. There was also a long sword mark on the ground. The ground here had been flattened yesterday, but today, it was rotten once again. 23 dragon-subduing swords, piercing the eye of the dragon, facing Yu Qiong's attack. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. The Dongsheng Fiend God Sword had already fused into one. Wrapped in the dragon-subduing sword energy, he struck out. A dragon shadow roared and collided with the terrifying sword chi. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if he had crashed into a 10,000-ton ship. His small body was unable to withstand the impact and was easily sent flying. Yu Qiong wanted to give chase, but she found a giant hand descending from the sky. He frowned and had no choice but to stop. He waved his arm and unleashed a terrifying sword chi, which collided with Ling Xiao's heaven-covering palm. The giant palm that covered the sky shattered. But at this time, it was already too late to chase after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao crashed into the building behind him. The entire building collapsed instantly. Damn, she's really strong. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ultimate stage of the alchemy realm was indeed extraordinary, although there was no difference between the two of them in terms of physical strength. But Yu Qiong relied on her cultivation to suppress Ling Xiao. This was something that could not be helped. The moment Ling Xiao fell into the ruins, the crowd erupted into cheers. The spectators of the Yu family were originally a little nervous, because they were very worried that if Yu Qiong also lost to Ling Xiao, it would be a big loss of face. But now, the facts told them that Yu Qiong's advantage was too great. There was no need for them to worry at all. Ha ha ha, well done, senior brother Yu Qiong. Let's see how this Ling Xiao can still be so arrogant. That's right. Although you're a genius of the City of Gold, you can't humiliate a martial artist of the Yu family. That's right. Look at his smug look just now. Those who don't know would think that he's very powerful, but in the end, he was beaten so badly in one move. He can't be dead, right? Trash is trash, only knowing how to bully the weak. When faced with a real expert, he becomes a coward. The martial artists of the Yu family hoped that Yu Qiong could vent their anger for them. So although they knew that the scene at the beginning did not represent the final victory or defeat, but they still couldn't wait to shout out. Because they had been sullen for the past few days, it was not easy to vent. So how could they not be impulsive? Bah! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, looked at the group of people and sneered, "You bunch of trash. Other than your mouth being more ruthless than anyone else, you're useless. Simply useless. Don't forget that I'm now challenging an extreme core realm expert with a late earth core realm cultivation. Yu Qiong can't kill me in one move, so he's useless. Who are you laughing at? Laughing at Yu Qiong's incompetence? What a joke." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiong again. Indeed, he had suffered a great loss in their first encounter. But so what? What he needed was this kind of pressure. Only the opponent could give him enough pressure. Only then could his cultivation improve, his physical body become stronger, and his martial skills continue to improve. He had just suffered a blow, and although he looked very miserable, he was still in a very bad state. But the injury was not serious. The last bit of the Tianma Thunder Jade had been completely devoured, and the energy poured into his body. It repaired his injured body. At the same time, even the Tianma's heart was ready to move. He provoked Yu Qiong because he wanted Yu Qiong to show more power and mobilize the Tianma's heart. Otherwise, his progress would be a bit slow. You said my attack power is not strong enough? Yu Qiong had obviously fallen for his trick. This kind of person was too easy to understand. He could not stand a little sarcasm. It was simply too easy. That's right. Although your attack power can hurt me, it's just that. Don't you think that as an extreme core realm expert, isn't this a bit embarrassing? Ling Xiao mocked. Good. Very good. Then I'll let you see what fear is. Yu Qiong did not use his full strength in his first attack, because he knew that Ling Xiao was very cunning, so he had to be careful. I'll be waiting. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He did not plan to release the bloodthirsty plague. If he released it now, it would weaken Yu Qiong's combat power, and it would not improve him that much. At the very least, after he got some gains, it would not be too late to do that. Once again, the two of them collided. But this time, Ling Xiao did not foolishly meet force with force. He had the Tai Chi Eye and the Heart of Gold, so there was no need to do that. As long as the opponent's attack pressure existed, it was exactly the same as hitting his body. At the moment of collision, Ling Xiao changed the way he held the sword. He held the sword in a reverse hand and turned his body to the side. He avoided the most ferocious release point of Yu Qiong's power. Then he slashed at Yu Qiong's arm. Ling Xiao had learned this move from Tiger Slayer. However, he was better at using it because he had the Tai Chi Eye. Please remember the domain name of the book. Read the mobile version of the book. Chapter 4266. Zeng. Yu Qiong was indeed not too hu. His reaction was too slow. He was hit by the sword directly. However, Yu Qiong's physical body was indeed terrifying. When the sword slashed his arm, it was as if it had slashed a treasured sword. There was no effect at all. However, even so, it still angered Yu Qiong. Yu Qiong attacked crazily. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, learned from Tu Hu's fighting style. He was calm and insidious. Every time he released the 23 dragon-subduing swords, Yu Qiong would feel very uncomfortable. He always stabbed at places that Yu Qiong could not understand. So for the next 10 minutes or so, Yu Qiong did not touch Ling Xiao again. Instead, he was constantly stabbed or slashed by Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Yu Qiong's physical body was extremely strong. Even if he was stabbed or slashed so many times, he was not injured at all. This was the huge gap between their cultivation levels. Ling Xiao's current cultivation level was not enough to kill Yu Qiong. Even so, the group of people from the Yu family had already stopped talking. The situation suddenly changed strangely, which made them a little depressed. Previously, Ling Xiao was sent flying with one move. But now, Ling Xiao seemed to be suppressing Yu Qiong. Although Yu Qiong was not injured for the time being, who knew what would happen next? Yu Qiong's face became more and more ugly. This was completely different from the battle he had expected. He felt that he was the one who was being played. Loser, your cultivation level is only higher than Tu Hu's. In terms of actual combat experience, you really can't catch up to Tu Hu's. If Tu Hu had your cultivation level, I'm afraid I would be in trouble. But you can't. Ling Xiao even had time to mock Yu Qiong. Even if you're right, you can't break my defense, so you can't hurt me. In the end, you'll still lose. Yu Qiong snorted coldly. Although he was very unhappy, he really did not have the right words to refute. Originally, he was defending, but this time, he did not even bother to defend. Anyway, Ling Xiao could not hurt him. Why should he care? He focused all his vital essence on attacking. They charged towards Ling Xiao. Do you think your body is perfect? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. His figure suddenly flashed, but he still chose to dodge. Then, as he retreated, he suddenly turned around. The 9th style of the 23 dragon-subduing swords, slaying the dragon descendant. At this moment, Yu Qiong only had eyes for Ling Xiao. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would turn around and run away like before. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would suddenly turn around and launch an attack? By the time he reacted, his body had already hit the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. Qi. Blood splattered everywhere. Yu Qiong jumped in shock and hurriedly reached out to grab Ling Xiao's Dongsheng Fiend God Sword. By this time, Ling Xiao had already drawn his sword and retreated. Everyone saw that there was a bloody wound on Yu Qiong's abdomen. Even though the wound was very shallow and did not pose much of a threat to Yu Qiong. But if he was hurt, then he was hurt. If he could make a bloody wound, then he could make a fatal wound. This scene not only frightened Yu Qiong, it also enraged Yu Qiong to the point of burning with rage. Don't be so angry. You haven't demonized yet, right? Ling Xiao stopped and did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at Yu Qiong indifferently and said calmly, in these 10 minutes of battle, he had really benefited a lot. Not only had the energy in his cultivation C increased to 70%, but the heavenly demon's heart had also finally begun to integrate into Ling Xiao's body. This made Ling Xiao's heavenly demon's black tortoise body even more tenacious. He was not far away from leveling up again. But after getting used to the pressure, this kind of improvement would quickly slow down. That was why Ling Xiao hoped that Yu Qiong could demonize. Only a demonized Yu Qiong had the qualifications to continue to improve his strength. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Qiong gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Xiao. Although it was a little degrading for a late Earth Core Realm warrior to use the devil transformation when fighting against a late Earth Core Realm warrior. But if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then it would be even more degrading. So at this moment, he had no other choice. He could only fight. It was good to lose face. It was good to be scolded. As long as he won, these voices would naturally disappear. Boom. A black aura began to erupt from Yu Qiong's body. His body gradually floated up. The black energy actually formed a gale, blowing the surrounding energy until it fluctuated. At that moment, a black devil god seemed to be born. Yu Qiong's aura was completely different from before. If the previous Yu Qiong was just a proud expert, then at this moment, he was more like a devil god that had fallen into the mortal world. Many people couldn't even stand that terrifying aura and actually knelt on the ground. It was rumored that the higher the cultivation of a demonic cultivator, the higher the benefits of demonization. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. As an expert of the extreme core realm, the energy obtained after demonization, it was really more terrifying than Yu Feng, Yu Wan, and Yu Chen. Facing this terrifying pressure, blood-red lightning naturally appeared in Ling Xiao's body, accompanied by the appearance of a demonic figure. Although he wasn't a demonic cultivator, he had the demonic black tortoise body. The demonic black tortoise body absorbed the black tortoise divine body, the demonic heart, the demonic thunder jade, the demonic bone, and the golden dragon bloodline to form. Incomparably powerful. Even if the opponent was a devil god, he could still stand there without falling. He really demonized. This Ling Xiao is actually so strong that he forced senior brother Yu Qiong to demonize. Is his cultivation really only at the late Earth Core realm? This is too unbelievable. It is unbelievable, but this is the truth. Otherwise, senior brother Yu Qiong wouldn't do this. After demonizing, senior brother Yu Qiong should be able to easily defeat that Ling Xiao, right? No one dared to answer this question, because they had already been slapped in the face by Ling Xiao many times. Was this the aura of the extreme core realm? Ling Xiao hadn't even broken through to the heavenly core realm, so he had no idea what the extreme core realm was. But Yu Qiong's aura had given him some insight. This was why there was a saying that fighting with your enemy once was better than sparring with your own people 10,000 times. When fighting with your own people, you would always show mercy. You wouldn't use your true strength. But enemies were different. The enemy's goal was to kill you. That's why he would do anything to achieve his goal. You can also learn a lot from him. Yu Qiong's eyes were filled with a terrifying demonic look, but Ling Xiao just laughed. Do you think you can scare me with your ferocious eyes? But I do like the demonized version of you. Strong enough. Hearing this, many people furrowed their brows. They really couldn't understand Ling Xiao's crazy words. Why does he seem so happy? Is he crazy? Yu Wentian said with a laugh. I think we should remind Yu Qiong to be careful. This Ling Xiao is purposely trying to demonize Yu Qiong. He must be up to something. Yu Qiren furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao's behavior was too strange, and this strange behavior made him feel uneasy. Qiong-er, don't be impulsive. That guy must be up to something. Yu Dingtian quickly reminded her. Chapter 4267. At this moment, although Ling Xiao looked relaxed on the surface, but his heart was not relaxed. Facing the demonized Yu Qiong, he felt that he was like a small boat in the vast ocean. Oppression, fear. Everything around him was hostile and fearful. He felt that every cell in his body seemed to be trembling violently. This was the power of an ultimate core realm expert. In front of this power, Ling Xiao felt that he was still very small. A person, facing the vast ocean, was so powerless and helpless. Yu Qiong looked coldly at Ling Xiao below. After demonization, he would no longer doubt his own strength. A mere warrior with a late-stage Earth Core realm cultivation. It was not worth mentioning at all in front of him. Kneel! He shouted sternly. His voice was dignified and solemn. Below, many warriors knelt down at that moment. They could not bear the pressure brought by Yu Qiong. These people were just intimidated by the overflowing pressure and directly knelt on the ground. How much pressure would Ling Xiao, who was bearing the brunt of the attack, be facing? Everyone saw that Ling Xiao's knees had bent. It seemed that he was going to kneel on the ground. Kneel! Yu Qiong continued to roar. Once again, the excited roar of the Yu family's warriors came from the crowd. This was Yu Qiong's true strength. This was Yu Qiong's terror. In front of the demonized Yu Qiong, Ling Xiao did not even have a chance to resist. How could he win? Young master! Ancestor Scarlet Flame gritted his teeth and wanted to go over to help, but he was stopped by Green Lotus Swordswoman. Bear with it. Young master hasn't lost yet. Haven't you noticed? Even under such circumstances, there is still no confusion in young master's eyes. And in his body, some kind of power is rapidly rising. She was still calm. Ancestor Scarlet Flame's vision was not bad, but he was too impulsive, so he did not notice it. After noticing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. But this did not mean that he could be completely at ease. If Ling Xiao could not defeat Yu Qiong's majesty, then not only would he lose today, but he would also lose miserably. It was extremely embarrassing. Kneeling down to the other party in front of so many people was not a fun thing to do. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in incomparable pain, but also incomparable excitement. The pain came from Yu Qiong's terrifying pressure. As for the excitement, it came from the rapid improvement that this pressure brought to him. He could even feel that the heavenly demon's heart was rapidly fusing with his body. His physical body was being tempered and improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy in his cultivation also surged in like a flood. He had really chosen the right opponent this time. Of course, Yu Qiong didn't know about this. A smug smile appeared on his face. Seeing that Ling Xiao's knees were about to touch the ground, his smile became even more brilliant. The shouts from the crowd became even louder. However, at a certain moment, the shouts stopped abruptly. A terrifying aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. Above the boundless ocean, it was as if a terrifying heavenly demon that could overturn rivers and seas had appeared. The ocean was no longer something that should be feared. This was because the ocean was nothing more than a bathtub for this gigantic, heavenly demon. Yu Qiong's expression suddenly turned unsightly. The energy in Ling Xiao's body was actually rising crazily. There was even a giant, heavenly demon black tortoise illusion that appeared. This illusion enveloped Ling Xiao's body and allowed Ling Xiao to stand up again. He was so close to kneeling down. How could Yu Qiong accept such an outcome? Damn it. Not good. He is breaking through. Furthermore, this breakthrough is a double breakthrough in his cultivation and physical body. Qiong, quickly stop him. Yu Dingtian roared. The experts were naturally able to see it more clearly. As a shattered core realm martial artist, they could clearly feel that there were two types of energy that were rising rapidly in Ling Xiao's body. Yu Qiong was originally in a daze, but after hearing Yu Dingtian's words, he knew that he could not continue like this. He had to stop Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao's energy had already caused him to tremble. If he continued to allow Ling Xiao to improve, he would be the unlucky one in the end. That would not do. He was afraid. This was the first time he was trembling in a one-on-one duel with Ling Xiao. Previously, it didn't matter if he was in a disadvantageous position. His confidence had already vanished. Yes, I will take your life while you are sick. Since you have yet to break through, I will kill you first. When he thought of this, Yu Qiong's hands suddenly turned into sharp sword-like radiance. He then crossed his hands. A sharp sword chi was released from his arms. It was emitting a black and sinister chi presence. A mortal vanquishing sword. This sword art's name was rather domineering. It could even slay immortals. It was indeed a little arrogant, but the immortal vanquishing sword was a 9th-level emperor-class martial art. It might not be able to vanquish immortals, but for martial artists below the extreme Dan realm, it was definitely fatal. In that instant, the entire plaza was filled with sand and rocks. The bluestone slabs on the ground were all sent flying by the sword chi, spinning and dancing in the air. A terrifying sword chi formed from a cross directly tore through the void and slashed towards Ling Xiao. Boom! The sword chi blasted on the huge black tortoise phantom, causing it to become much more blurry. However, it did not pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was still increasing. The illusory image of the black tortoise became solid once again. This won't do. This attack is still too weak. Looks like I have to use my trump card. Otherwise, it will be difficult to win. I have to kill this guy in one blow. Otherwise, once he breaks through, it will be terrible. In today's battle, Yu Qiong was not representing himself, but the entire Yu family. If he lost, it would be completely over. An extreme core stage cultivator had lost to an earth core stage cultivator. Even if no one were to punish him, his martial will would crumble, and he would never be able to make any further progress. A psychological injury was much more serious than a physical injury. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes. The vital essence in his body began to surge out crazily, condensing around his body. Gradually, his entire body seemed to have turned into a pitch-black giant sword. The terrifying energy continued to condense. It continued to condense. With him as the center, the violent wind raged wildly. It was released to the surroundings. The sky was covered with dark clouds, which seemed to be guided by this terrifying energy. Finally, at a certain moment, the power rose to the extreme. Demonic sword roaring heaven and earth. It merged the vital essence to the greatest extent, and it gathered the power of demonization. This move, which was comparable to a 9th-level Emperor-class martial art, was finally released. Yu Qiong was like a demonic sword flying from the sky, piercing towards Ling Xiao's body. Chapter 4268. In the sky, thunder rumbled. On the ground, sand and rocks flew. Waves of exclamations came from the crowd. Many people were already standing hundreds of meters away to watch at this time. Because they were too close, they were afraid that they would be swept in by this terrifying sword move. Devil sword howls heaven and earth. I didn't expect that senior brother Yu Qiong would actually use this move. This time, that Ling Xiao is going to die completely. I don't believe that Ling Xiao can still create a miracle. Miracle my ass. When this move is used, even a martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core realm cultivation will be afraid, let alone a mere Ling Xiao. The people who said this were naturally all members of the Yu family. They already couldn't care much at this time. Anyway, they had agreed to a life-and-death duel. Even if Ling Xiao was killed, he deserved it. He couldn't blame others. Ling Xiao is dead. Will the Golden City come to find trouble? After all, this kid Ling Xiao's identity is not ordinary. What are you afraid of? This is a life-and-death duel. They agreed before. Even if the Golden City is powerful, they can't be unreasonable. That's right. It's already good that I didn't find trouble with the Golden City. How much trouble did this kid cause in our Yu family? Could it be that our heavenly fiend ghost territory is much weaker than that golden heavenly region? That's right, that's right. If he's killed, then so be it. His two subordinates are just core-shattering realm martial artists, right? There's no need for Lord Demon King to make a move. The few patriarchs can handle it. At this time, whether it was the younger generation or the upper echelons of the Yu family, most of them were very excited. So much so that they forgot the fact that the Golden Heavenly region was much stronger than the Heavenly Fiend Ghost territory. They also forgot that the Yu family couldn't represent the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, let alone the Heavenly Fiend Ghost territory. But the Golden City could represent the Golden Heavenly region. All of them were so happy that they forgot their surnames and names. Roar. Suddenly, at this time, Ling Xiao actually released a beast-like roar from his mouth. The phantom of the Heavenly Fiend Black Tortoise actually completely condensed into a physical body. The Heavenly Fiend Heart, Heavenly Fiend Bone, Heavenly Fiend Thunderjade, Black Tortoise Divine Body, and the ancient Golden Dragon bloodline finally achieved the initial fusion. Under the immense pressure from the outside world, they chose to cooperate. Ling Xiao's aura instantly broke through the shackles of the black true essence. Oh no! Yu Qilian was the first to notice something was wrong. This was because the rate at which Ling Xiao's strength was rising had slowed down. This meant that the breakthrough was over. Great! Blue Lotus Swordswoman also nodded. In the face of great danger, Ling Xiao had managed to overcome many difficulties. He had finally achieved a rare breakthrough. Ninth Order Emperor Realm, Heavenly Devil Black Martial Body, Perfect Earth Core Realm. It feels so good. Ling Xiao could feel that Yu Qiong was no longer that scary in front of him. He even put away the sword in his hand. Right now, it was more suitable for him to use another move. So what if you broke through? You still have to die. Although he was surprised by how fast Ling Xiao's breakthrough was, he was still shocked. However, Yu Qiong still did not believe that she would lose. The demonic sword howled in the heavens and earth. This was his most powerful attack, and its might was infinitely close to that of a mid-9th level martial Emperor Realm martial skill. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao like this. Buzz. In the next moment, a terrifying sound rang out. Yu Qiong looked at the sky in horror. A huge handprint fell down. This handprint produced a terrifying pressure that slowed him down to a crawl. It even made him feel like he couldn't move at all. It was as if his body was bound by a god. It was so heavy that he couldn't move. At this moment, Yu Qiong felt like an ant on the ground. And this hand came from a terrifying existence that was one level higher than humans. Heaven-covering giant handprint. The heaven-covering giant handprint had once again become Ling Xiao's strongest martial skill. It was even more powerful than the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon subduing swords. It was even more terrifying than the 3rd level of the 12 divine beasts technique. If Yu Qiong's attack was only infinitely close to the mid-9th Order Emperor Realm, then Ling Xiao's palm was the true mid-9th Order Emperor Realm. The gap between them could be imagined. Damn it! Yu Qiong didn't dare to risk his life against Ling Xiao. He could only choose to resist the heaven-covering giant handprint. What's more, he was blocked by the heaven-covering giant handprint at this moment, and he couldn't attack Ling Xiao in time. Boom! The terrifying handprint finally fell. Yu Qiong let out a shrill scream. His whole body was flattened. No! The experts of the Yu family cried out in alarm. Yu Qiren, Yu Dingtian, Yu Wintian, and Yu Lianhua rushed over one after another. They tried to stop this tragedy. They wanted to stop Ling Xiao from killing Yu Qiong, but they were still a step too late. Just as they hesitated, Yu Qiong had already been flattened. Spare his life, and the Yu family will definitely thank you. Yu Qiren could feel that Yu Qiong was still alive. At least his inner core hadn't completely shattered. After all, he was a powerhouse of the extreme realm of core. His tenacious vitality was really amazing. Ling Xiao didn't show mercy, but he just couldn't kill him. He sighed helplessly. At this moment, there was no way to kill him. There were 4 people on the other side, all of whom were powerhouses of the shattered core realm. Even if Ancestor Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman took action, there was nothing they could do. The Fire Emperor could make a move, but the Fire Emperor wouldn't do that. The Fire Emperor would only protect him, but he wouldn't listen to his orders. He wouldn't become enemies with the Yu family just to kill Yu Qiong. After this thought flashed through his mind, Ling Xiao decided to do him a favor at no extra cost. Of course, this favor wasn't free. Are you all trying to interfere with our duel? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at Yu Qiren. He's already lost, Yu Qiren said helplessly. Although he didn't want to admit it, this was the truth. If Ling Xiao's attack wasn't strong enough, Yu Qiong would already be a corpse. Well, to be precise, a corpse with a shattered inner core. Well, since you all care so much about this trash, I won't kill him. How about this? Give me a set of medicinal herbs for the shattered core divine water, and we'll call it even. Ling Xiao wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value from Yu Qiong. He didn't want too much. Otherwise, the Yu family might really abandon Yu Qiong. At that time, it wouldn't be good for him. It was better to exchange for something useful. Anyway, since he was able to defeat Yu Qiong today, it was impossible for him to lose to Yu Qiong again in the future. Yu Qiong, this trash, was no longer a threat to him. Give him the medicinal herbs. Yu Qiren gritted his teeth. A set of medicinal herbs for the shattered core divine water in exchange for Yu Qiong's life. This was a good deal. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled. Although his body was covered in scars, his smile was very bright. The people of the Yu family didn't say a word. Their faces were gloomy to the extreme. Lost. The dignified Yu Qiong of the extreme pill realm actually lost to Ling Xiao. Not only did he lose, But he also had to rely on a set of medicinal herbs for the shattered core divine water in exchange for his life. This was really a big joke. Ha ha, young master, well done. Old ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed unscrupulously. Green Lotus Sword Girl also clapped her hands. This battle was not easy to win. If Ling Xiao's will was a little lax, a little weak, then the one who lost at this time would be Ling Xiao. And it would be even worse than Yu Qiong's. Please remember the domain name of this book. Let's all read it on mobile. Chapter 4269. Everyone, let's disperse. In fact, you don't have to ridicule the Yu family. Originally, to me, these continuous challenges were just to help me improve. Now that my strength has increased, I have to thank the Yu family. With that, Ling Xiao cupped his hands and returned to his residence with a smile. His words didn't sound sarcastic, but thinking about it carefully, it didn't sound right. It felt like the Yu family had become a stepping stone for him to improve his strength. This was simply a humiliation. The cultivators of the Yu family were all filled with righteous indignation. But what could they do now? The younger generation couldn't beat Ling Xiao, and the higher-ups wouldn't easily make a move. Aggrieved. I'm going to kill this kid. Yu Wentian's face was red with anger. Uncle, don't be impulsive. Yu Qiren shook his head. Don't forget the death of the Yang family head. This kid definitely doesn't only have forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman behind him. There are even stronger existences. So, try not to provoke him in the future. Do as the two Demon Kings say. We can't afford to provoke him. But how are we going to take revenge? Yu Feng, Yu Wan, and now even Yu Qiong's body has been crippled. Yu Wentian couldn't calm down. Revenge? Every battle is a fair duel. If our people lose, we have to take revenge. Are you trying to tell others that our Yu family can't afford to lose? Don't you think we've lost enough face? Yu Qiren's expression and tone changed. I hope that after this setback, Yu Qiong, Yu Feng, and Yu Wan can grow. Don't be as arrogant as before. Otherwise, you'll never amount to anything. Although Yu Wentian was Yu Qiren's uncle, he wasn't as strong as Yu Qiren. After being reprimanded, he could only lower his head. Moreover, Yu Qiren's words made sense. Ling Xiao didn't use any despicable means to win, but won fair and square. Moreover, not killing Yu Feng, Yu Wan, and Yu Qiong was already giving the Yu family a lot of face. What else did they want? To start a war between the Yu family and the City of Gold? In that case, the Yu family's enemies would be happy. They probably couldn't wait to see the Yu family's misfortune. Sigh. Yu Wentian sighed helplessly. Let's go. Don't forget that we have more important things to do. This Ling Xiao was just a passerby of the heavenly devil ghost territory. Sooner or later, he would leave. Just bear with it for a while. Yu Qiren said, then turned and left. Disperse. When the surrounding crowd saw that there was no more drama to watch, they all left one after another. However, when they left, the discussion was still very lively. The fact that Ling Xiao was invincible amongst all warriors below the heavenly core realm was already a frightening fact. Now, even Yu Qiong, who was at the early stage of the extreme stage of core, had been defeated. This was too awesome. It was so awesome that no one could describe it with words. At this moment, several people had gathered at Ling Xiao's residence. Other than Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Ling Xiao, there was also Ghost Sword and Fire King. Good lad, that last sentence was so domineering. In this old man's opinion, the people of the Yu family are about to vomit blood because of you. After being busy for so long, not only did I fail to suppress your arrogance, I even became your training partner, forcing you to break through. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't feel good about it. Fire King burst into laughter. That said, the final situation was truly thrilling. Ghost Sword frowned and said, if you can't break through, what are you going to do? Don't worry, even if I can't break through, I still have other ways. I'm not someone who puts all my eggs in one basket. If I put all my eggs in one basket, I might not get anything in the end. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Actually, he still had a lot of trump cards, but that Yu Qiong wasn't strong enough to force him to use them. That's true. When we were in the Fengdu Devil Forest, who would have thought that you would be able to obtain the demonic epiphyllum? Most of the people looked down on you. Ghost Sword sighed and said, "Not only in the Fengdu Devil Forest, actually, from the Heavenly Dragon Continent to the Black Tortoise Continent, from before to after reincarnation, I have been slighted more than I can count. Countless people have said that I, Ling Xiao, am a piece of trash, that I, Ling Xiao, can't do certain things. But I, on the other hand, gave each of them a resounding slap in the face. I didn't get to where I am today by luck or gambling. I got here step by step." Well said. As a martial artist, you can't be swayed by other people's opinions. That kind of person is the most useless. Fire King nodded and said, "But what do you plan to do next? Your sister should have more or less regained control of her body, right?" "Yes, but the demon sovereign's power isn't that easy to digest. It would take her at least half a month to fully digest all the energy that the demon lord had stored in her body. At that time, she would truly be an expert at the peak of the extreme stage of pill. She might even directly step into the core fragmentation realm." Ling Xiao didn't avoid Ghost Sword and Fire King talking about this. Fire King only cared about the fresh blood in the demonic heart. As for how Ling Xiao would deal with the Yu family, he didn't care. Ghost Sword was the Demon Emperor's disciple. He wouldn't participate in the Fengdu Kingdom's contest for the Demon Sovereign, but he wanted to help Ling Xiao and repay Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hadn't just saved his sister, but also helped him reach the core fragmentation realm. This favor wasn't any less than his master's. Moreover, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to owe favors, so he naturally wouldn't betray Ling Xiao. He would even help. Half a month? The contest for the Demon Sovereign's successor is in half a month. All martial artists under the age of 100 are qualified to participate. It doesn't matter if they're from the Fengdu Kingdom or even the Demon Realm, Ghost Sword said. Once the Yu family discovers that your sister's situation is different from what they expected, they'll definitely have Yu Killian kill her. Yu Killian might become the Demon Sovereign's successor. "Don't worry, I won't let him succeed," Ling Xiao said coldly. "The successor can be Qi Niming, Qi Yaoguang, Black Pearl, or even my sister Jiao Jiao. It can't be Yu Killian." He naturally had his reasons for considering this. The Celestial Empire's development required powerful martial artists. If Ling Jiaojiao became the demon sovereign of the Fengdu Kingdom, it would be extremely beneficial to the Empire's expansion. Thus, whether it was for Ling Jiaojiao or for Ling Xiao himself, this matter had to be done. "If you really want to do this, I'll help," Ghost Sword said. "Not just me, but Qi Niming, Qi Yaoguang, and Black Pearl have also said it. As long as it's against the Yu family, they're willing to help. It's just that it's not convenient for them to show their faces right now. You need to think carefully. The Yu family is extremely powerful. They also have the help of the Greenvine sect, the Red Robe sect, the Yang family, and the Blood Spirit sect. Who knows, if we act this time, it might be a narrow escape," Ling Xiao said. End of chapter. Chapter 4270. "We know the dangers here better than you do." Ghost Sword smiled. "I will also help when the time comes, but only if the other party sends out divine physique echelon powerhouses," the Fire Emperor said. "Thank you, Senior Fire Emperor. Actually, you don't have to do this." "Cut the crap. I don't need you to teach me what to do. You are a genius of Golden City. If something happens to you, I will be very aggrieved." The Fire Emperor waved his hand. "Needless to say, we will." Patriarch Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman laughed. "Thank you, everyone." Ling Xiao was not a pretentious person. Since others wanted to help, he would definitely not refuse. "Where is the selection of the Demon Venerate's successor held?" he suddenly asked. "You've only been to that place not long ago." Ghost Sword smiled. "Fengdu Demonic Forest?" "Yes, it's the peak of Thunder Mountain in Fengdu Demonic Forest." Ghost Sword nodded. "Because there is a teleportation array leading to Fengdu City, martial artists from all over the Fengdu Demonic Kingdom and even the Sky Demon Ghost Realm will arrive at Fengdu City one after another. This is so that they can teleport there directly. Of course, martial artists who are closer to Fengdu Demonic Forest will rush there directly." "I see. Then we don't have to stay here any longer. I plan to go to Fengdu Demonic Forest now." Ling Xiao thought about it. No matter how vigilant he was, he would still be monitored if he stayed in the Yu family. It was better to go to Thunder Mountain to cultivate and wait for the Demon Venerate's successor selection in half a month. At that time, Ling Jiaojiao would definitely come. As for Ling Jiaojiao's safety, there was no need to consider it. The Demon Venerate's soul was basically refined, and everything of the Demon Venerate was divided between Yuan Venerate and Ling Jiaojiao. Yuan Venerate only received soul energy. Ling Jiaojiao received a large amount of the Demon Venerate's experience, cultivation, and even memories. These were all stored in a place in her soul realm like documents. She could use them at any time. Therefore, if she wanted to imitate the Demon Venerate, she would definitely be able to do it perfectly. Alright, in that case, let's split up to avoid being targeted. Ghost Sword thought about it. Alright, we'll do as you say. Ling Xiao nodded. He was prepared to leave first with Forefather Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman. Let the Yu family rest assured. After the discussion, he did not stay any longer. After all, there was still half a month left. Ling Xiao planned to cultivate properly. He wanted to start cultivating the fourth layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Now that his cultivation and physical body had both improved, the conditions were right. When Ling Xiao left the Yu residence, everyone in the Yu family came out to see him off. It was as if he had just sent away a plague god. At this point, no one had thought that this kid called Ling Xiao would become a nightmare for the Yu family to rule over the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Using the teleportation array was indeed fast. Ling Xiao arrived at Fengdu Devil Forest in a few days. Then, he stepped onto the peak of the Thunder Mountain. The western puppet city had already disappeared. It was probably taken away by the Devil Emperor. However, an even more majestic city was located there. Its name was Demon Sovereign City. This Demon Supremacy City was the residence of the Demon Supremacy of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom. It was not a fixed city, but a treasure. It could be big or small, and it could move. At this moment, the gate of the Demon Supremacy City was tightly shut. According to the guards of the Demon Supremacy City, the gate would only open in half a month, so they couldn't go in now. Ling Xiao and the other two could only cultivate and live outside. Because they felt the strength of the guards here, they did not rashly make a move. They directly found a cave at the peak of the Thunder Mountain and stayed there. He had stayed there for half a month. In this half a month, Ling Xiao's cultivation had completely consolidated. His physical body had also become more solid. Although he had not encountered any major trouble, he fought with Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman every day. This kind of high-intensity battle was also very beneficial. Of course, the best thing was that he had already cultivated the fourth layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. This time, he cultivated the Radiant Holy Light Tiger. The Radiant Holy Light Tiger represented speed and holiness. Together with the Blood Diamond Rat, Nine Heavens Frost Dragon, and Flying Flaming Lion, it could greatly increase his combat strength. In addition, he had finally cultivated the first 9 moves of the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords to the Perfection Realm. Every day, he would fight tirelessly. Using the same moves, it was impossible not to improve. Thus, he began to cultivate the last 14 moves. Together with the first 9 moves, the changes were indeed more abundant. The power was also stronger. After all, if he only cultivated the first 9 moves, it would only be 9 consecutive strikes. But if he cultivated to the 23 swords, it would be 23 consecutive strikes. The power of this attack was completely different from the previous one. His crazy cultivation method was probably impossible for anyone to imitate. In addition, no one had been able to possess his Tyrant martial spirit since ancient times. Even if a human king obtained it, it was only the most primitive Mountain River martial spirit. Ling Xiao had evolved the Mountain River martial spirit into the Tyrant martial spirit according to his own characteristics. Not only did he have all the characteristics of the Mountain River martial spirit, but he also obtained new characteristics. In this point, others could not compare. When Ling Xiao broke out of the cave, there was already a sea of people outside the Demon Venerable City. Tomorrow was the selection of the successor of the Demon Venerable. And today, basically everyone who should come had arrived. The most ostentatious was of course still the Yu family. This time, the Yu family was led by Yu Wentian. They were truly unbridled. No one dared to provoke them. Originally, the Demon Venerable City was the residence of the Demon Venerable. It would only appear when the successor of the demon Venerable began. But at this time, this city seemed to be occupied by the Yu family. Their people were everywhere. Of course, there were powerful guards in the demon Venerable city. The Yu family did not dare to go too far. They dared to occupy other places, but they did not dare to make a move on the demon Venerable palace. The guards inside were of the demon king level. Even if everyone in the Yu family went up, they would probably not be able to gain the slightest advantage. But even so, when the cultivators by the side saw the Yu family, they also revealed expressions of reverence. They were afraid of offending them. They believed that even if the Yu family killed them, those guards would not care. This was the difference in strength. Ling Xiao used the ability of the Yin-Yang Demon King to change his appearance and sneak into the demon Venerable city. As for Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame, they stayed in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. The reason why Ling Xiao was not willing to reveal his identity now was naturally because he did not want the Yu family to notice. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to do anything. I wonder how Sister Jiao Jiao is? Ling Xiao walked in the demon Venerable city. Compared to ordinary cities, this place was actually not much different. It was just that the construction materials were clearly better. He was not interested in visiting. Instead, he was very concerned about Ling Jiao Jiao's matter. Thus, he lifted his foot and walked into a tavern. Taverns and tea houses had always been good places to investigate. As soon as he entered, he heard people talking about the Yu family. End of this chapter. Chapter 4271. TSK Tisk, it's been a few hundred years. The Demon Sovereign's successor selection is finally about to begin. I didn't expect to have such an opportunity in my lifetime. It's rare. Hey, stop showing off. Who doesn't know that we're just here to accompany the Crown Prince and watch the show? The Demon Sovereign's successor will definitely be the Yu family. Yes, I think so too. The Yu family is very powerful now. They destroyed the Qi family and the Blackfire sect. The other three sects and the Yang family have all submitted to them. The Yu family is in the limelight right now. However, I heard that some time ago, there was a guy called Ling Xiao who messed with the Yu family. With his late-stage Earth Core cultivation, he crippled Yu Qiong, who was in the early stage of the Core realm. It took half a month for Yu Qiong to recover her physical body. I heard about it too. Although the Yu family has been trying to cover up the news, who can cover up such a thing? I wonder if that Ling Xiao guy will come this time. If he does, there will be a good show to watch. It's useless even if he comes. The Demon Sovereign's successor is selected from cultivators under 100 years old. The Yu family's Yu Jiaojiao and Yu Qiren are already 9th stage core fragmentation realm experts. They already have 1 foot in the divine physique echelon. No matter how strong Ling Xiao is, he can't win. That's true. The Yu family has 2 9th stage core fragmentation realm experts under 100 years old. The other families and sects don't have much hope. It's just a matter of whether people from other devil nations or realms can come. But who is Yu Jiaojiao? I know Yu Qiren. He's the eldest son of the Yu family's patriarch. What's Yu Jiaojiao's background? You don't know, right? Yu Jiaojiao is the wife Yu Shangtian found for his son. The girl's surname was Ling, but she changed it to show the Yu family's prestige. I see. Ling Zhao's expression didn't look too good. He could tell that Ling Jiaojiao was fine. However, these people had changed Ling Jiaojiao's surname to Yu and even got involved with Yu Qilian. This really made him very unhappy. How could this scum be worthy of his sister Jiaojiao? He did not expect his future brother-in-law to be powerful, but his character must be good. This was the most basic thing. The Demon Sovereign City had a huge martial arts practice field, which was protected by a powerful array. This was the venue for the Demon Venerable's successor selection. Ling Xiao arrived at this place after leaving the restaurant. At this time, the Yu family had already arranged their seats. The Devil Emperor would usually send a disciple to supervise the selection of the Devil Venerable's successor. There was no need for a referee. The Demon Sovereign City had specialized puppet referees. Their judgments were more accurate than humans, and they would not favor one side over another. The seating arrangement was very interesting. The actions of the upper echelons of the Yu family had actually led them to the judges' seats. It showed how arrogant these people were. Ghost Sword, on the other hand, was put aside as a supervisor. Fortunately, he didn't throw it into a corner. At least everyone could see it. As for the puppet judges, they were not given seats at all. In the words of the Yu family, they were just puppets. What did they need seats for? In any case, the puppets wouldn't raise any objections. If you treated them well, they wouldn't help you. There were two very eye-catching seats in the most conspicuous places. The seats were made of crystal. This was clearly the work of the Yu family's two demon kings. Below the two demon kings were the sect masters of the Green Vine sect, the Red Robe sect, and the Blood Spirit sect, as well as Yu Qiren, Yu Wentian, Yu Dingtian, and Yu Lianhua. It was as if the demon sovereign's successor selection had been specially prepared for the Yu family. It hadn't even started yet, but they were already prepared to announce that the next demon sovereign belonged to them. Ling Xiao watched this coldly from the crowd, although he was not satisfied with this situation. Although he wasn't happy with the Yu family's current strength, he had to admit that no one could replace them. What Ling Xiao needed to do now was to make Ling Jiaojiao take the position of demon sovereign's successor. If everything went smoothly, he wouldn't have to do anything. But if the Yu family sensed something strange about Ling Jiaojiao, he would definitely protect her to the death. Hadn't he waited half a month for this moment? After leaving the training grounds, Ling Xiao went straight to a restaurant. The next day, he went to the training grounds again. At this time, all the cultivators had arrived. The Yu family's experts were already sitting in the seats that had been arranged. Yu Wentian had also arrived, but the other demon king, Yu Patian, was nowhere to be seen. Ling Jiaojiao and Yu Qiren sat side by side. Their expressions were calm, without the slightest hint of abnormality. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to look too much. He was afraid that Ling Jiaojiao would make a mistake and cause all their previous efforts to be wasted. He didn't want to fight if he could. After all, their strength was still somewhat weak. If they really fought with the Yu family, it was hard to guarantee that no one would die. If Ling Jiaojiao could smoothly take the position of demon sovereign's successor, that would naturally be the best result. The competition would begin in 2 hours. At this time, there were still people arriving at Demon Sovereign City. The number of participants was also quite large. The total number exceeded 10,000. Because the battle for the Demon Sovereign's successor was allowed to kill the opponent. This caused many cultivators who were not confident in their own strength to not dare to participate. Those who came to participate were either acting with the Yu family. They couldn't let the Yu family's own people fight with their own people and finally take the position of Demon Sovereign. That would be too fake. There were also some who were true experts. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Even if they knew that they couldn't take the position of Demon Sovereign's successor, they still wanted to let the Demon Emperor see their strength. Perhaps they could become the Demon Emperor's disciple. Every time the Demon Sovereign's successor battle was held, the Demon Emperor would basically watch the battle. Although he wasn't present, the Demon Emperor's divine sense was extremely powerful. Naturally, he could easily know what was happening here. In any case, in the past Demon Sovereign's successor selection, there would always be 2 or 3 people who would be chosen to become the Demon Emperor's preparatory disciple. Even if they were preparatory disciples, their status was quite high. Therefore, those who came today might not necessarily be fighting for the position of Demon Sovereign's successor. Some came for the position of Demon Emperor's disciple. Somewhere in Fengdu Demon Forest, in a pitch-black underground, a black shadow looked outside coldly. Hateful demonic cultivators. Hateful Yu family's cultivators. Just you wait. This time, I, the human devil king, will risk my cultivation to take the position of Demon Sovereign's successor. The Demon Emperor said that even if it's me, he can also take me as his disciple. In that case, let me use your identity to slowly torture you. The human devil king had suffered heavy injuries before. He could no longer make enemies through normal means. Therefore, he chose to lower his cultivation and forcefully seize the body of a Fengdu Demon Kingdom's cultivator. This person was Yu Zhangzong. Yu Zhangzong was attacked by poisonous bees in Fengdu Demon Forest and turned into a zombie. End of this chapter. Chapter 4272. Possessing Yu Zhangzong, a zombie without consciousness, was much easier than possessing a person with consciousness. Moreover, Yu Yu Zhangzong was a member of the Yu family. It was very suitable for the human demon king to choose him. The reason why he had to lower his cultivation was to use a secret technique that could change his soul's age to below 100 years old. However, his cultivation close to the demon emperor would drop to Yu Shangtian's level. He was truly unwilling to accept this. However, for his own plan, he had to endure it. This time, he could only succeed. Otherwise, he would suffer a great loss. At the same time, at a certain volcano in Fengdu Demon Forest, although the volcano wasn't erupting, there was lava constantly flowing. There was actually a figure above the lava. Hee, I'm 99 years old this year. I'll go play with the humans. I'll let them know how strong our fire spirit race is. Fire spirit could barely be considered a demon race. However, they weren't liked by the savage beast region warriors. It was really awkward. Fire spirit had been cultivating in Fengdu Devil Forest for 99 years and had enough confidence. He wanted the fire spirit race to be famous in Fengdu Demon Kingdom and even the Sky Demon Ghost region. At a certain mountain peak in Fengdu Demon Forest, this mountain was as sharp as a sword. A person holding a long sword looked in the direction of the demon sovereign city. I, Jin Wuqing, have waited for half a month for this day. It's time for me to have a place in Fengdu Demon Kingdom. You family, just you wait. You destroyed my sword race. Although it's been 1,000 years, how can my sword race forget this grudge? Although I'm still young, I'm still not a demon king's opponent. However, after I become the demon emperor's disciple, I'll naturally make rapid progress. Just wait. My amorous sword art will let you understand what a true genius is like. Amorous swordsman, merciless sword. If someone went a merciless demon kingdom, they would know how powerful this person was. He was the direct disciple of the demon sovereign of merciless demon kingdom. Die. In the dense forest of Fengdu Demon Forest, one man, one saber, killed a demon beast in the extreme realm of core. Although I, Dao Shuelon, don't have the confidence to become the demon sovereign's successor, however, I have to give it a try. Unlike those cowards who are so scared that they don't dare to do anything when they hear that someone else is at the core fragmentation realm, Dao Shuelon was just a wandering martial artist. He didn't belong to any sect. However, there were many fortuitous encounters. Now that he had reached the peak of the extreme core realm, he knew he couldn't compete with Ling Jiaojiao and Yukirin for this position. But he still had to give it a try. Otherwise, how boring would life be? Otherwise, who would know of his existence? In the crowd, a person cupped his fists and looked coldly at Yukirin. Today, he only had one opponent, and that was Yukirin. His name was Xingyun. His girlfriend was killed by Yukirin a few decades ago. Perhaps even Yukirin didn't know that he had killed her. Because to Yukirin, it was just a matter of convenience. But Nebula would never forget. After years of crazy cultivation, he had finally reached the 10th level of the blood spirit demonic art. Although his cultivation base wasn't as high as Yukirin's, his fighting prowess was on par with Yukirin's. He couldn't wait. Yukirin usually stayed with the Yu family. This was a rare opportunity. He had to take revenge. For his girlfriend. And for his lost youth. 2 hours later, those who should have come were all here. Those who shouldn't have come were all here. The puppet judge announced the rules of the selection. Although it was very mechanical, but it was clear. The rules were simple. No talismans, formations, treasures, or the like were allowed. The weapons provided by Demon Sovereign City were all immortal-grade Heavenly Emperor artifacts of the same level. Therefore, no one would have an advantage in terms of weapons. More than 1,000 people had signed up. These people would be divided into 12 groups for the elimination round. The competition would be based on points. Not everyone would be able to meet the same fate. There would be a total of 10 elimination rounds. In other words, each person would only fight 10 rounds, and their opponents would be random. Only 12 people in each group could advance. After that, the 12 groups would be merged into 6 groups and continue to be eliminated. 12 people in each group would advance. Only these 72 people would be qualified to participate in the final ranking battle. It was said that as long as one entered the ranking battle, they would be rewarded. The higher one's ranking, the better the reward. It was quite good. Of course, this rule sounded simple, but when it came to the battle, it was definitely not so easy. There were 10 rounds in the elimination round alone, and it had to end in one day. This had to consider the distribution of stamina, vital essence, and so on. If you didn't know this and had poor mental fortitude, then you would be in trouble. After all, for most people, winning all 20 rounds of the elimination round, that was almost impossible. All right, the rules have been announced. When you signed up, you have already received your respective number plates. Your groups are on them. Hearing this, Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked at the number plate in his hand. The fourth group? He smiled slightly. No matter which group it was, he was just playing around. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use the power of the demonic Sirius. However, he had already observed the martial artists around him. The situation might be much more complicated than he had imagined. It wasn't that Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao were the strongest. Especially a familiar face, Yu Zhangzong. Not only was this guy alive and well, but his aura was even more terrifying than Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao. This caused him to frown. This time, the Demon Sovereign's successor selection would be more difficult than he had imagined. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already revealed his identity. There was no need to hide it. In any case, in the eyes of the Yu clan, with his cultivation, there was no way he could pose any threat to Yu Qiren or Ling Jiaojiao. Haha, that kid signed up too. Does he already know that his sister has been possessed? Is that why he wants revenge? When Yu Wentian saw Ling Xiao, he sneered in disdain. He's overestimating himself. Does he think he can win? It just so happened that Yu Qiong was also in the fourth group. This time, Yu Qiong's body was forged from a divine, heavenly emperor artifact. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, couldn't use his own weapon. This was absolutely advantageous for Yu Qiong. If Yu Qiong can't win, then she'll really be crippled. Yu Qiren sneered. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Ling Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with imperceptible surprise. However, he covered it up in an instant. She knew that she couldn't expose herself. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Once the Yu family found out that she was faking it, they would definitely not let her off. She could not let Ling Xiao take the risk. So now, the best way was to follow Ling Xiao's advice and continue pretending until he obtained the position of the Demon Lord's successor. Xiaoshua M. 3 cubed carat x to the power of O.M. worth collecting unadvertised novel. Chapter 42-73. Qi Niming, Qi Yaoguang, and He Zhu weren't in the same group as Ling Xiao. Therefore, they didn't have to compete with each other. In fact, all three of them knew that their identities would be exposed if they participated in this competition. But they didn't care. They just wanted to tell the Yu family that they weren't all dead yet. They couldn't let the Yu family live too comfortably. Besides, they wanted to get into the top 10 in this competition. With that, they could stay in the Demon Sovereign city. Even if they couldn't become the Demon Sovereign's disciple, they could still cultivate in the city and avoid being hunted down by the Yu family. They could also obtain a huge amount of resources, and that wasn't a bad thing for them. After the groups were formed, the elimination round officially began. Actually, most of the warriors who participated in this elimination round were only at the Heavenly Core realm. Every group had their own battleground. Group 4 sent 2 early Heavenly Core warriors into the arena. Both of them were using swords, and both of them were known for their speed. Because there was no difference in weapons, the one with better martial skills won by a fluke. The battle was very exciting. The transparent protective barrier was hit by countless energy beams, and it produced loud explosive sounds. Countless spectators were cheering for them. One had to know that most of the people who came this time were here to watch the show. Group 4, second match, Yu Qiong versus Lu Qi. Group 4's puppet judge announced the result of the first match, then he announced the second match. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He was surprised that Yu Qiong could recover so quickly. The Yu family was indeed very strong. Their bodies were destroyed, but they were able to rebuild them in just half a month. It looked like they really couldn't be underestimated. He wanted to see how strong Yu Qiong was after he recovered. Following the judge's announcement, Yu Qiong immediately flew onto the arena. The protective barrier automatically broke open, allowing him to fly in. This protective barrier was very interesting. It didn't affect the outside, but it had a strong defense against the inside. It looked like it was specially made for this kind of arena battle. My name is Lu Qi, please. Lu Qi was also a warrior at the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan. But compared to Yu Qiong, he wasn't as famous. He did things very methodically, and he was very polite. However, Yu Qiong only looked at Lu Qi with contempt and said, "Make your move." That contemptuous look made Lu Qi very unhappy. They were at the same cultivation level, yet he was so disdainful of him. Naturally, he would not show any mercy. Thus, he took out the weapon he was best at and charged towards Yu Qiong. Facing Lu Qi's attack, Yu Qiong just smiled coldly. He didn't even look at it. Clang! When the weapon hit Yu Qiong's body, the sound of metal clashing rang out. "So hard!" Lu Qi exclaimed, but Yu Qiong had already launched an attack. His right hand stabbed toward Lu Qi's throat like a poisonous snake. As he stretched out his right hand, the black, demonic qi rose rapidly, giving off an ancient and boundless feeling. It was an extremely evil feeling. It was like the immemorial demon sword. Yu Qiong's physical body is most likely formed from a divine-grade Heavenly King artifact. He's much stronger than he was half a month ago. No wonder he's so arrogant. In terms of martial skills, Yu Qiong did not have any breakthroughs in this half a month. It was still the same as before. However, the stronger one's physical body, the stronger one's overall strength would be. The key was that one could not use their own weapons in this selection, which undoubtedly gave Yu Qiong a greater advantage. Although Lu Qi was also an early-stage extreme core realm martial artist, the weapon in his hand was not good enough. He was forced to retreat step by step. In the end, the sword pierced through his body and he fell out of the arena. It was announced that he had lost. There was nothing he could do. With the weapon in his hand broken, he immediately lost his advantage. "I protest," Lu Qi roared. This person condensed his body with a divine-grade Heavenly King artifact weapon, but we can't use our own weapons. This is too unfair. Your protest is invalid. If you have the ability, you can also integrate a divine-grade Heavenly King artifact weapon into your body. The puppet judge said coldly. This was the rule set by the Demon Lord, so they naturally could not change it. It was not that they were biased towards the Yu family. Lu Qi had no choice but to retreat. Immediately after, another person from the fourth group went on stage. However, Ling Xiao was no longer interested. In this group, the only ones who could really pose a threat to him were Yu Qiong and this Lu Qi. The others really couldn't. Therefore, he looked at the other arenas, wanting to see if there were any opponents that he needed to pay attention to. Qi Niming is here. When he turned his head, Qi Niming was in the middle of a battle. His appearance had attracted a lot of exclamations. It was not because he was strong. It was because he didn't die. He didn't die, and still dared to participate in such a battle. Qi Niming's opponent was just a heavenly core warrior. He was not a threat to him. He was knocked out of the arena by Qi Niming with a single strike. "You family, you destroyed my Qi family. I will take revenge for this sooner or later." Qi Niming roared towards the Yu family's grandstand. Then, he jumped out of the arena. He was not afraid of offending the Yu family. This was the Demon Lord city. It was impossible for the Yu family to do anything to him. After that, Qi Yaoguang and He Zhu's appearance pushed the Yu family's dissatisfaction to the extreme. No matter if it was Qi Yaoguang or He Zhu, they defeated their opponents easily. After defeating their opponents, they roared out in anger. There were still Black Flame Sect and Qi family's warriors in the crowd. Seeing the three of them appear, they all shouted loudly, "Oomph! These bastards still dare to appear here. Pass down my order. Don't let them leave Thunder Mountain alive." Yu Shangtian looked at the three of them coldly. Not to mention the strength of these three people, just their appearance here was a serious blow to the Yu family's reputation. This was not good. He was not happy. Look, Blood Spirit Sect's Xing Yun is here. He is one of the most popular contestants this time. He is ranked 3rd under Yu Kilian and Yu Jiaojiao. Who is his opponent? His opponent is not weak either. He is ranked 30th on the hot list. It should be an exciting battle. What the fuck? He surrendered. What happened? Does Xing Yun know some kind of magic? Many martial artists who saw this battle were dumbfounded. Normally, there were more than 10,000 people participating in the selection. Being ranked 30th on the hot list was already very strong. But facing Xing Yun, he was defeated before the battle even started. His face was pale, as if he was under some kind of great pressure. This aroused everyone's interest in Xing Yun. He is ranked 3rd on the hot list, as expected of someone second only to Yu Jiaojiao and Yu Qilian. I don't know what his cultivation is, but I feel that he is very strong. Ling Xiao also saw the battle, but it had little to do with him. Without the demonic epiphyllum and the giant demon, even 100 of him would not be Xing Yun's opponent. But with these two things, he did not care about Xing Yun at all. His real target was Yu Shangtian and Yu Patian, the two demon kings. Chapter 4274. Of course, there was one more person that Ling Xiao was worried about, and that was Yu Zhangzong. Judging from his aura, he felt like a human devil king. Others might not be able to sense it, but Jiang Chun had the Sky Tyrant martial soul, and his soul force was extremely powerful. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he could easily tell. Group 4, Match 11, Ling Xiao versus Yuan Chong. Just as he was thinking, Ling Xiao suddenly heard his name. He lifted his foot and walked into the ring. He looked at his opponent. His opponent wasn't strong. He was just a mid-heavenly core warrior. It could be said that his luck was pretty good. Ha 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 ha, an earth core warrior? Am I seeing things? His opponent, Yuan Chong, was obviously surprised. He didn't know who Ling Xiao was. He didn't know what happened in the Fengdu city half a month ago. He just thought Ling Xiao's cultivation was weak, so he thought he was lucky. Get down, don't get hurt. Yuan Chong waved his hand and said, I'm sorry, I'll take this victory. Ling Xiao smiled lightly. He didn't even transform. He lightly stepped on the ground and used the falling plum clear shadow steps. In an instant, he arrived in front of his opponent. After that, he threw out a punch. Bam! Yuan Chong didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying off the stage. This is impossible. When he landed on the ground, Yuan Chong was still laughing. The expression on his face was still the same as when he was laughing at Ling Xiao a few seconds ago. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao smiled lightly, then he turned around and walked off the stage. His current thoughts were simple. If he didn't have to reveal his true strength, he would try his best not to. He wanted to use his strongest strength at the most critical moment. I don't accept this. This guy used some demonic skill. Yuan Chong couldn't understand why he lost. Objection denied. The puppet judge's voice was still cold. Idiot. Yu Chong glanced at Yuan Chong. He had fought with Ling Xiao before, so he was very clear that Ling Xiao's combat ability was absolutely not weaker than an ordinary martial artist in the early stage of the ultimate stage of the Dan realm. A heavenly core warrior was no threat to Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao showed mercy. Only an idiot wouldn't understand. He hated Ling Xiao, but he had to admit that Ling Xiao was strong. Group 4, 12 matches, Yu Feng versus Lu Yu. Hee. Seeing this, Ling Xiao could not help but laugh. His luck was really good. In this group, he actually met an old rival. Yu Feng's fleshly body had clearly been remolded. Although it was not as powerful as Yu Chong's, it was still very close to the level of a divine-grade Heavenly King artifact. His opponent, Lu Yu, was a warrior who looked more ordinary. Yu Feng is ranked 29th on the hot search list. While that Lu Yu isn't even in the mainstream, that's right. In the fourth group, besides Yu Qiong and Lu Qi, who are both at the extreme core realm, the rest of them are all heavenly core warriors. Yu Feng should be able to win for sure. I wonder if this Lu Yu can withstand 3 moves. I only hope that the competition can be more exciting. Otherwise, it will be boring. Yeah, we spent a lot of money to watch the competition. While the crowd was discussing, Yu Feng and Lu Yu stepped onto the stage at the same time. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yu, and he couldn't help but laugh. This man had an ordinary appearance and an ordinary temperament. But he knew that this man was not simple. Perhaps among all the people in Group 4, only his Tai Chi eye could see through this man's true strength. Lu Yu's cultivation was no weaker than Yu Feng's. Besides that, Ling Xiao could see something from Lu Yu's eyes. He had the same confidence and aggressiveness as himself. A man like this must have gone through countless setbacks and hardships before he grew up. He was not someone a disciple from a wealthy family like Yu Feng could compare with. On the stage, Yufeng and Lu Yu were facing each other. They were standing a few dozen meters away from each other. Admit defeat. My target is only Ling Xiao, so don't waste any more time. Yufeng was very arrogant. Just like the others, he had underestimated Lu Yu. Then why don't you just admit defeat? Lu Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, the crowd cried out in shock. What an arrogant man. He even dared to challenge a perfect heavenly core warrior from the Yu family? Yufeng was startled as well. Although he had lost to Ling Xiao, there was one fact that didn't change. He was still a perfect heavenly core warrior, and he was stronger than before. In Group 4, besides Ling Xiao and Yu Qiong, he didn't take anyone seriously. He didn't even take Lu Qi, who was an early-stage extreme core warrior, seriously. But now, someone was asking him to admit defeat? Ha ha ha. Looks like you're courting death. Yu Feng's expression abruptly darkened. I'll make sure you die a horrible death in 3 moves. I'm afraid you don't have that ability, Lu Yu said with a faint smile. Arrogant. Yu Feng let out a cold snort. He didn't take out any weapon. He didn't care about the weapons provided by the organizer. Instead, he unleashed his devil shadow martial soul and transformed it into a long blade. Then he charged towards his opponent. Where the long blade pointed, black smoke billowed out. An extremely ferocious aura filled the air. It almost completely sealed Lu Yu off, not giving him any chance to escape. So scary, a peak 8th Order Emperor Realm martial skill right from the start. Sigh. Only a big family like the Yu family can allow a warrior to easily cultivate such a high-level martial skill. Hearing these people's discussion, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. It looked like in the outside world, it wasn't easy for a heavenly core warrior to cultivate an 8th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. He was really lucky, but he couldn't see any trace of nervousness on Lu Yu's face. This could only mean one thing. Lu Yu had a way to deal with this situation. Die. Yu Feng's attack wasn't weak. If it was half a month ago, even Ling Xiao wouldn't have dared to take it head-on. If he didn't handle it well, he would have been injured. Yu Feng had absolute confidence that he could defeat Lu Yu, or even kill him. Moreover, his moves were continuous and unending. Once hit, the black aura would completely devour Lu Yu. Lu Yu wouldn't have any chance to fight back. Lu Yu would be completely defeated. Lu Yu just stood there. He had no intention of dodging. In his hand was the sword provided by the organizer. He gently thrust it upwards. This sword wasn't as weak as he thought, because it was an immortal-grade Heavenly King weapon. A white light shot out like a waterfall. It turned into a white tiger and pounced towards the black aura. Roar! The tiger roared, and the black aura instantly dispersed. Lu Yu's expression was as calm as ever. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. How is this possible? Yu Feng hurriedly stepped back. His attack was not weak at all. Although it could not be said to be his most powerful attack, it was still very powerful. But his opponent had broken it so easily. How was this possible? Besides Ling Xiao, he had never met an opponent like this. Could it be another Ling Xiao? When he thought of Ling Xiao, his mind was in a mess. What an interesting guy. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yu with interest. Lu Yu's attack wasn't that strong. His attack was at most a mid-8th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. But it broke his opponent's peak 8th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. It wasn't because of its power, it was because he had grasped the weakness of his opponent's attack. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4275. In Ling Xiao's view, Lu Yu's move was not powerful, but he had completely seen through the weakness of Yu Feng's move. Then he used the characteristics of his own move. He resolved it from the weakest point. As long as the gap between the two martial skills was not too great, the difference in strength between the two was not too great, he could win. This was also his favorite fighting style in the past. But it seemed that recently, because of the increase in strength, Ling Xiao himself gradually neglected his advantage in this aspect. He used pure strength to suppress the opponent. Now that he thought about it, he had lost his greatest treasure. Fortunately, seeing Lu Yu's fighting style made Ling Xiao recall his past memories. To deal with the enemy, the stronger the move, the better. The most suitable one was the best. So strong, this Lu Yu. He actually broke Yu Feng's attack with a casual sword. That's right. It seems like the selection this time isn't as simple as we thought it would be. Who knows, there might really be a lot of dark horses. The others basically did not see the reason for Lu Yu's victory. But although they did not understand, they felt that it was powerful. They could still feel Lu Yu's strength. Originally, they thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but now it suddenly became exciting. Of course they were happy. Shadow Soul Locking Saber. Although Yu Feng's attack was broken, his mentality quickly recovered. Because he knew that if he could not even defeat Lu Yu, then there was no need to talk about taking revenge on Ling Xiao. That was simply a dream. Since his move did not succeed, then he continued to attack. The shadow saber in his hand waved. A strange ring-shaped saber chi spun towards Lu Yu from an angle. This guy really has some ability. Lu Yu watched for a long time. He also did not find the flaw in Yu Feng's move. In helplessness, he gritted his teeth and could only meet force with force. Immediately, all the vital essence in his body was activated. Terrifying sword chi constantly swallowed and spat out. A dazzling sword light appeared behind his back. It was his sword martial spirit. A pure sword martial spirit, without any other attributes. But the increase in sword moves was even more terrifying. Forward with indomitable will. With a roar, the sword light bloomed and directly swung out. Boom! This sword light was incomparably terrifying. It truly displayed Lu Yu's terrifying strength. He was indeed stronger than Yu Feng. Even if he didn't use any techniques, he was still much stronger than Yu Feng. The sword light erased the black blade. Then, he went straight for Yu Feng. It's over, Ling Xiao said softly. At this point, he could already see that there was a gap between Yu Feng and Lu Yu in terms of skill and strength. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Even though their cultivations were on par with one another, Lu Yu was definitely someone who could challenge those above him. After several moves, Yu Feng was defeated. It was just as Ling Xiao had said. This battle made him very sullen. But there was nothing he could do about it. His opponent was restricting him in every way, and he had no way of defeating him. After defeating Yu Feng, Lu Yu's popularity in the fourth group rose rapidly. However, people still felt that he was no match for Lu Qi and Yu Qiong. After all, no matter how strong Lu Yu was, he was still just a peak heavenly core warrior. As for Ling Xiao, other than those who knew of his reputation, no one cared about him. Lu Yu is probably going to advance easily. There aren't any strong warriors in the fourth group. That's right, his luck is pretty good. If he enters the group of death, he'll be in big trouble. But then again, even if he's lucky now, it's useless. If he's not strong enough. Once he enters the second round of elimination and the groups merge, he'll have to face a strong warrior sooner or later. You're right. After all, those who are able to enter the top 10 and stay in Demon Sovereign City are at least at the extreme core realm. That's right. Those below the extreme core realm are just playing with the Crown Prince. As time went by, the matches were being carried out in an orderly manner. At the beginning, because there were more people, the gap between their strengths was huge. Most of the battles lasted for a short time. Therefore, the battles were extremely fast. Most of the matches ended in just 2 or 3 moves. Some even admitted defeat. However, by the time the second round of the elimination round was over, the speed of the competition would not be as fast. The rest of the people were definitely strong, and they wouldn't admit defeat so easily. While participating in the battles, Ling Xiao was also paying attention to the few warriors on his side. Ling Jiaojiao naturally didn't need to worry. 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. This was simply a heaven-defying existence. After one battle after another, she won every single one of them. This was because her opponents all admitted defeat. Even if they didn't admit defeat, she could crush them with her aura alone. Qi Niming's battle was also basically nothing to worry about. This kid's strength had already broken through to the extreme core realm during the fight for the demonic epiphyllum. This time, Ling Xiao even gave him a shattered core divine water, which made his cultivation soar. He advanced to the first level of the shattered core realm. Although he wasn't as strong as Ling Jiaojiao, but he was basically invincible, because there were only a few people who could really suppress him. The chances of encountering them were extremely low. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang were relatively unlucky. They had already lost 2 matches. But it wasn't their fault that they lost. They had already reached the early stage of the extreme core realm, but they just had to encounter warriors at the late stage and the extreme core realm. It was impossible not to lose. These two people were smart. They tried their best to preserve their strength. Once they saw that the situation wasn't right, they immediately admitted defeat. It didn't matter if they lost 2 matches, as long as they advanced. Otherwise, once they were seriously injured, they would be directly eliminated. Don't even think about advancing. Ling Xiao was paying attention to others. Others were also paying attention to him. My good brother, you must be careful. Ling Jiaojiao saw Ling Xiao step onto the arena again. And this time, his opponent was actually Yu Qiong. This was already Ling Xiao's second time facing Yu Qiong. Although Ling Xiao defeated Yu Qiong half a month ago, logically speaking, Ling Jiaojiao shouldn't be worried. But the current Yu Qiong wasn't the Yu Qiong half a month ago. Not to mention that Ling Xiao still couldn't use a suitable weapon. This was a bit difficult. On the arena, Ling Xiao and Yu Qiong faced each other 50 meters apart. Seeing this old opponent, he suddenly smiled. Surrender, Yu Qiong. It wasn't easy to get this body. Do you want to lose it again? Bullshit. Don't think that you can easily defeat me this time just because you won against me before. Today, I must take revenge for half a month ago. When Yu Qiong saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't calm down. These days, he would have nightmares every day. He dreamed of the scene where he was defeated by Ling Xiao. That was called miserable. Revenge was on his mind all the time. Today, the opportunity was finally in front of him. How could he not be excited? Really, I'm good to you. Ling Xiao really didn't have much interest in the enemies that he had defeated before. Although Yu Qiong's cultivation was very strong, but those who lost to him would leave a demonic shadow in their hearts. A genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. Chapter 4276. Because of the devil shadow in her heart, Yu Qiong couldn't display her true strength during the battle. Perhaps, Ling Xiao had to expend a lot of effort to defeat Yu Qiong half a month ago. But today, he only needed a little trick to settle it. Then I would like to see what makes you look down on me. Yu Qiong roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. She used her strongest move, Devil Sword howling heaven and earth. She even entered the devil state. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't understand. What's going on? That person from the Yu family. Is there a need to go that far to deal with an Earth Core Realm martial artist? Don't you know? Half a month ago, Yu Qiong was defeated by that guy called Ling Xiao. Even her physical body was destroyed. That's called miserable. Impossible. What's impossible? I was at the scene and saw it with my own eyes. Don't underestimate that Ling Xiao. Those who underestimate him are all unlucky in the end. As they were talking, they suddenly heard a cry of surprise. They quickly looked over. They saw Yu Qiong actually stopped on the stage. Her forehead was dripping with sweat. Her face was extremely pale. Her body seemed to be under some kind of spell. She couldn't move. Her eyes were filled with confusion. On the other side, Ling Xiao's devil eye only flickered slightly. He made Yu Qiong fall into the battle half a month ago. It greatly stimulated Yu Qiong's inner demon. There was no need to fight this battle. Yu Qiong would tire herself to death. Ling Xiao lifted his leg and walked towards Yu Qiong. He said that if Yu Qiong made a move, he would cripple her physical body. Since he said it, then he had to do it. If they really had to fight later, Yu Qiong would have less trouble without her physical body. Ling Xiao, stop. He doesn't have any strength to resist. On the Yu family spectator stand, Yu Dingtian roared, "Why? Are you feeling heartache now? If you feel heartache for him, then you shouldn't let him deal with me. It's better to admit defeat. It's not like I didn't give him a chance." Ling Xiao sneered and didn't give Yu Dingtian any face. He raised his right hand and a terrifying aura gushed out. It shattered Yu Qiong's body, including her Naiden. Previously, he didn't dare to kill Yu Qiong in the Yu family because he was afraid that the Yu family would do something desperate. However, this was the demon sovereign city. He was not afraid. Yu Qiong had caused trouble for him twice. How could he still let her off? The higher-ups of the Yu family had gloomy expressions on their faces. Ling Xiao, you're dead. Haha, countless people have said that to me before. But in the end, it doesn't seem like I'm the one who died. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't take their words seriously at all. Threatening him? He wasn't someone who could be scared. This person is really awesome. He's not even afraid of the Yu family. He's even more arrogant than Lu Yu. Not only that, but what I'm puzzled about is that he is only at the complete Earth Core realm. But how could he so easily kill a martial artist at the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan? That's hard to say. There are many geniuses in this world who don't play by the rules. You'll never know how powerful he is. No matter what, he's probably going to get first place in the fourth group. Even Lu Qi couldn't defeat Yu Qiong, but he easily won. I agree with that too. Perhaps Ling Xiao wasn't much in the other groups, but in the fourth group, he was basically the strongest existence. There was nothing wrong with saying that he would advance as first place. This guy. Lu Yu and Lu Qi both looked at Ling Xiao. They didn't even know how Ling Xiao defeated Yu Qiong. However, it was impossible for them to admit defeat so easily. Since they participated in this selection, they had already disregarded life and death. Death was death, but people couldn't be cowards. Moreover, they didn't have any deep grudges with Ling Xiao. Thinking about it, Ling Xiao wouldn't treat them the way he treated Yu Qiong. Lu Qi and Lu Yu both had a backbone. However, not everyone was like that. When it was Ling Xiao's turn again, the opponent directly admitted defeat. Obviously, after weighing the pros and cons, it was impossible to win if they fought to the death. Not only would it lead to excessive consumption, but there was also no benefit. Therefore, they naturally gave up. In fact, for Ling Xiao, it didn't matter whether the opponent admitted defeat or not. Anyway, they couldn't pose any threat to him and couldn't even exhaust him much. In Ling Xiao's next few matches, his opponents directly admitted defeat. Ever since he defeated Yu Qiong, he had become extremely relaxed. Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl steadily advanced. Although they lost 2 matches, their strength was there. As for Qi Niming, he advanced with a complete victory. Needless to say, Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao advanced. Soon, the first round of elimination was over. 12 people in each group advanced. Basically, among the people that Ling Xiao knew, Yu Qiong was the only one who was eliminated because he killed her. The others all advanced, including the girl in green. However, in the second round of elimination, it would probably be a bit difficult for the girl in green. In the second round of elimination, there were basically no weaklings. Probably every match would be a tough battle. Her chances of advancing were not high. However, the girl in green was open-minded. She came here to train anyway. After one round of elimination, people had a general understanding of the contestant's strength. Therefore, some busybodies ranked the so-called 10 on the heaven list and 10 on the earth list. On the heaven list, there were experts in the core fragmentation realm: Yu Qiren, Ling Jiaojiao, Yu Zhangzong, Xing Yun, Fire Spirit, Dao Shuilon, Jin Wuqing, Yu Nu, Yu Ruo, Qi Niming. On the earth list, there were experts below the extreme core realm. First, Yu Hua, extreme core realm. Second, Yu Luo, extreme core realm. Third, Yang Mu, late stage extreme core realm. Fourth, Shuemayun, late stage extreme core realm. Fifth, Lu Yin, late stage extreme core realm. Sixth and seventh were 2 dark horses called Luo Shui and Chan Dao. They were both in the middle stage of the extreme core realm. Eighth and ninth belonged to He Zhu and Qi Yaoguang. They were both in the early stage of the extreme core realm. As for the 10th place, it was very interesting. People gave a parallel list: Lu Qi, Ling Xiao, Lu Yu, Shueya. Of course, this so-called heaven list and earth list was only ranked by the spectators. After all, it was only the elimination stage. Most of the warriors did not explode with their true strength. Therefore, this list was actually not accurate. However, it still had a certain reference value. After all, if one's cultivation was strong, they would definitely have an advantage. This was definitely not wrong. After waiting for an hour of rest, the second round of elimination began. In this round, the first 12 groups merged into 6 groups. This merger was random. Therefore, no one knew who the enemy was at the beginning. Until after the merger, each group became 24 people. The 4th and 8th groups that Ling Xiao was in were merged, becoming the new 6th group. After the grouping was completed, the battle resumed. There were 24 people in each group, and 12 people still advanced. The rules were the same as the first round of elimination. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4277. A 50% chance of advancing wasn't low, but they were all eliminated in the first round. Of course, they weren't weak. Therefore, the difficulty was much higher than the first round. Moreover, if there were only 24 people, the chances of them encountering each other in 10 battles would be much higher. In Group 6, besides Ling Xiao, Lu Qi, Lu Yu, and Yu Feng from Group 4, there were also warriors from Group 8. The scariest warrior in Group 8 was Dao Shuelan, who was ranked on the Heaven ranking. He was a shattered core warrior. Anyone below the extreme core realm would have to kneel before him. Aside from Dao Shuelan, there were also Luo Shui and Chen Dao, who were ranked 8th and 9th on the Earth ranking, Shuya, who was ranked 10th, and Guanshan, who was ranked 21st. Either way, none of them were easy to deal with. First match of Group 6, Yu Feng versus Guanshan. Both of them were at the peak heavenly core realm. Although they weren't ranked on the Heaven ranking and Earth ranking, they were quite famous. Besides, they had only lost one match in the first round of elimination. Their results were quite good. Therefore, everyone thought this match would be an even match, and it would be an exciting match. Yu Feng had lost to Lu Yu before. Therefore, even if he had never heard of Guanshan's name, he would never underestimate his opponent again. When the match began, Yu Feng attacked fiercely. He tried to suppress Guanshan in the shortest amount of time. Both of them were using blades as their weapons. Both of them attacked fiercely, and the fight was very exciting. But Yu Feng attacked 3 times in a row, but he couldn't do anything to Guanshan. On the contrary, Guanshan gradually found a chance to counterattack, and he regained some of his advantage. Looks like Yu Feng is going to lose. He couldn't attack fiercely, and his advantage was turned around. It looked just like the fight between Yu Feng and Lu Yu in the first round of elimination. Many people around Ling Xiao thought Yu Feng was going to lose again. He was really unlucky. Guanshan is going to lose. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Why?" Someone didn't understand. Yu Feng is a genius. He grows very fast. When he fought with Lu Yu for the first time, he only remembered to attack fiercely. But this time, he learned how to use strategy. Just watch, Guanshan will lose in less than 3 moves. Ling Xiao was very confident in his judgment. TCH, who do you think you are? You're only ranked 10th on the Earth leaderboard. Several people were not convinced by Ling Xiao's judgment. However, a moment later, Yu Feng suddenly defeated his opponent in 1 move, stabbing Guanshan off the stage. Guanshan didn't understand how he lost, but Ling Xiao could see it clearly. This time, Yu Feng had used Lu Yu's combat skills to pinpoint Guanshan's weakness and suddenly suppress him. Even though Yu Feng was an enemy, even though Yu Feng had been defeated by Ling Xiao, but Yu Feng was also a genius. This would not change. You're right. You're not a fortune teller, are you? Many people looked at Ling Xiao, their faces full of admiration. Hee, fortune telling? Ling Xiao smiled. As long as one's eyesight was good enough, as long as one had enough battle experience, one would be able to tell. The 6th group's matches didn't proceed as quickly as before. Basically, every match would last for 1 to 200 moves before it ended. Of course, there were exceptions. That was Dao Shuelan's battle. Opponents who met Dao Shuelan would immediately surrender, because there was no need to fight to the death. Luo Shui, Chen Dao, Lu Qi, and a few others had also won their first match. Ling Xiao had also seen it. Luo Shui and Chen Dao's strength was on par. The middle stage of the extreme core stage was not an exaggeration. Their opponents were basically no match for them. So these two were also very arrogant. In this group, other than Dao Shuelan, they didn't care about anyone else. First round of matches, 12th match, Ling Xiao versus Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Ling Xiao was stunned. This was interesting. He had actually wanted to compete with Lu Yu before. Just right, now was a good opportunity. Lu Yu had defeated Yu Feng before, but Ling Xiao had defeated Yu Qiong, which gave him some pressure. So facing Ling Xiao, Lu Yu didn't dare to be careless. Luo Shui looked at Chen Dao and smiled. That Ling Xiao looks like he's only at the peak of the Earth core stage, but his physical body is strong. Lu Yu is definitely not his opponent. But Lu Yu is also not an ordinary person. I'm afraid this battle is going to be a long one. Humph, it's just chickens pecking at each other. Chun Dao said disdainfully. Ha ha ha, that's true. Luo Shui laughed. Whether it was Lu Yu or Ling Xiao in their eyes, they were just side characters. Ling Xiao and Lu Yu naturally couldn't hear the conversation between the two. Even if they heard it, they wouldn't say anything. This was because they had all focused their attention on their opponents. I know you're strong, but it won't be that easy to beat me. Lu Yu looked at Ling Xiao, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. Holding a long sword in his hand, he suddenly released his sword martial spirit. Originally, I wanted to have some fun with you, but since you said so, I can only defeat you quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that I'm a little too useless? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Lu Yu's face turned cold. He wasn't angry, but he was very puzzled. Ling Xiao didn't reveal much of his strength in the first round of the elimination round. Defeating Yu Qiong was actually relying on something inexplicable. Until now, many people still didn't understand. Disciple, don't be swayed by his words. You are you have to believe that you can defeat him. You walked step by step from the bottom to where you are now. The hardships you've suffered are not something that others can compare to. A voice came from the audience. It was an old man. It could be seen that he was very confident in Lu Yu. Lu Yu nodded, and his expression gradually became serious. His eyes also revealed a strong sense of confidence. He had to win. For his master. And for himself. When he was at his lowest, it was his master who helped him. He absolutely couldn't let his master down. Sai, what a pity. Your master is a good person, and you're not bad. But I can't lose to you. So, I won't let you lose too badly. Ling Xiao sighed. Originally, he wanted to end this battle with one move. But when he saw the trembling old man in the stands, he thought to himself, forget it. He would give the other party some face. What's more, if he didn't transform, it would be very difficult to defeat Lu Yu. It was a good opportunity to train himself. Thinking of this, he took a long sword from the weapon rack. A celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact weapon was of the same level as the Scarlet Gold Sword. It wasn't bad. Please advise me. Whoosh. The moment Lu Yu's voice fell, he launched an attack. He planned to strike first to gain the upper hand. Because after standing for a long time, he still couldn't find where Ling Xiao's weakness was. In other words, Ling Xiao was full of weaknesses and flaws, but he didn't know which one was the real one. He could only attack. Advance with indomitable will. This was the blow that defeated Yufeng before. It was sharp and powerful. The sword Qi soared to several feet wide. It stabbed at Ling Xiao. Chapter 4278. Bam! Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword at the same time, and the terrifying sword Qi collided with each other. Lu Yu's body tilted from the impact. However, Ling Xiao was pushed back 4 to 5 steps. The moment he was pushed back, Ling Xiao discovered something very interesting. The blooming sky demon epiphyllum in the mountain river realm in his body actually emitted a resplendent glow. It seemed to be eager to perform. A wave of energy entered his body through the glow. This caused his combat strength to soar instantly. Although it wasn't as great as directly using the sky demon epiphyllum, there was still a certain effect. At the very least, his current strength was close to that of an ordinary transformation. If he transformed, he would probably be even stronger. Master, what's going on? After all, he wasn't very experienced and could only ask the Yuan Venerate for help. The sky demon epiphyllum is actually divided into 4 parts: fruit, petals, stem, and roots. Consuming a part of it will bring different improvements. Only by consuming the entire sky demon epiphyllum will the rumored effects be achieved. Consuming the fruit will allow a martialist to reach the extreme core realm instantly. Consuming the flower petals will allow a martialist to reach the first 3 tiers of the shattered core realm instantly. Consuming the stem will allow a martialist to reach the middle 3 tiers of the shattered core realm instantly. Consuming the roots will allow a martialist to reach the last 3 tiers of the shattered core realm instantly. Of course, these realms are temporary and can only be maintained for 48 hours. If consumed completely, A martialist can reach the divine physique realm instantly for only half an hour. The unravel explained. They can actually be consumed separately? Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost used them all. That would have been such a waste. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. His master was really good at sitting still. I thought you knew, the Yuan Venerate said. All right, master, you can rest now. I won't disturb you any further. Ling Xiao was fighting with Lu Yu. If he was distracted by talking, it would be easy for him to fail miserably. At the moment, Lu Yu was clearly a little stunned. Ling Xiao, I don't need your sympathy. I hope you don't hold back. Lu Yu forced Ling Xiao to retreat, but he wasn't happy. He felt that Ling Xiao was humiliating him. All right, since this is your request. Ling Xiao sighed softly. In the next moment, he had already transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. A terrifying aura gushed out crazily from the spot. In that instant, Lu Yu felt as if he had encountered a terrifying monster. Just this aura alone was enough to make him tremble in fear. Fear and unease. Thank you. Lu Yu finally burst out again, the long sword in his hand trembling. The sword light poured down like a rainstorm. Rainstorm sword. In the face of this attack, Ling Xiao did not make a move. A terrifying aura gushed out like a gigantic demon, engulfing the rainstorm sword. So strong. Lu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. His opponent had actually broken his sword move with just his aura alone. This aura had already condensed into something substantial. It was too terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yu refused to admit defeat just like that. In that instant, he used his movement technique and turned into a sword light as he pounced forward. The next moment, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, the audience below the stage were all shocked. In the arena, Lu Yu was flashing like a sword light, constantly charging towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao stood still on the spot. He did not even use his sword. It was just that his right hand had already turned into an afterimage. He was only using one finger to block Lu Yu's crazy attacks. Traces of sword light kept appearing on the arena. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. This Ling Xiao is too terrifying. He can actually block the attack of a celestial-grade, heavenly emperor weapon with just his fingernail? Yeah, he's a freak. How can this be? The more Lu Yu fought, the less confident he became. He had already increased his speed to the extreme. He did not hold back in every attack. However, he could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. He could not even cut through his opponent's fingernail. This caused his confidence to suffer a serious blow. Ling Xiao was clearly full of flaws. However, that hand was able to completely cover up all the flaws in the technique. He did not give him the slightest chance to attack. A few minutes later, Lu Yu stopped this meaningless attack. He returned to 50 meters away and looked at Ling Xiao with a heavy expression. Admit defeat. You're no match for me. With your intelligence, you should understand. Ling Xiao said indifferently, let yourself lose more decently. It's impossible to admit defeat. Don't be too confident. Next is my most powerful attack. It's also an attack that I'm proud of. If you can take it, I'll lose. If you can't, you'll lose. After saying that, an even sharper sword intent surged out from Lu Yu's body. It was as if it could pierce through the surrounding light wall. Ling Xiao could also feel that the other party should still have a trump card. However, he suddenly stepped on the ground and his figure turned into a flash of light. He had already arrived in front of Lu Yu. You'd better save this move for others. It's useless against me. Boom. A punch landed on Lu Yu's stomach, sending him flying out of the arena. One punch. Lu Yu was defeated. Actually, from the beginning until the end of the fight, Ling Xiao had only used one real attack. This was Ling Xiao's current strength. He could basically crush all warriors below the heavenly core realm. The moment Lu Yu fell from the arena, the audience was stunned, and the entire arena was dead silent. Many people had realized how strong Ling Xiao was, but when they saw Ling Xiao defeat Lu Yu so easily, they still couldn't believe it. Before this, Ling Xiao had never used the Beast God Soul to transform. He had won the first stage of the elimination round with just his true form. This transformation was too strong. Lu Yu, who was ranked 10th in the Earth ranking, was nothing in front of Ling Xiao. I'm afraid Lu Yu is no longer qualified to be ranked in the Earth ranking. Some people in the audience shook their heads. They felt it was a pity for Lu Yu. That's right. Ling Xiao is too strong. It's not that he's strong. It's that we don't know what the ceiling of his combat strength is. Look at how easy it is for him to win. No one knows how much strength he used. That's right. This man is too mysterious. He's only at the peak Earth Core realm, but he can do things that only warriors at the Extreme Core realm can do. But that's it for him. If he meets a real Extreme Core warrior, he won't be able to do it. If he meets a Shattered Core warrior, he won't stand a chance. You're right. But for us, the next match might be even more exciting. Luo Shui and Chun Dao had a new understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. This kid, he might be able to withstand a few attacks from us. That better be the case, or else it'll be boring. As for the rest of the heavenly ranking, besides Qi Niming, who took a few more glances at Ling Xiao, the rest of the people still had the same indifferent expression. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was just a clown. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4279. To the people on the heaven roll, Ling Xiao was still just an ant. There was nothing to worry about. The difference between the earth roll and heaven roll was too great. It was so great that they were not on the same level at all. He's just a little bug. I can easily crush him with one hand. Yu Ruo snorted in disdain. He knew that Ling Xiao had caused a ruckus in the Yu family. However, he was almost 100 years old and did not have the right to challenge Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would have beaten Ling Xiao into a fool long ago. Yu Hua, who was ranked first on the earth roll, also did not take Ling Xiao seriously. He only has the fate of being ranked 10th on the earth roll. It's impossible for him to improve any further. In the ring, Ling Xiao saw everyone's expressions. Some were surprised, some were mocking him. However, it did not mean anything to him. Under normal circumstances, these people were indeed qualified to mock him. However, he had obtained the demonic epiphyllum, so everything was different. He smiled lightly and turned to leave the ring. Lu Yu looked at Ling Xiao's back and sighed helplessly. He had never fought with Ling Xiao before, so he did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. The moment he was sent flying, he could clearly feel a terrifying power in Ling Xiao's body that made him tremble. This power had not been released, but it could already easily defeat him. How terrifying would it be once it was released? Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lu Yu looked at his master and smiled bitterly. No, you've already tried your best. This is not your fault. He's too strong. Master, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that Ling Xiao is going to make big news. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. Then let's wait and see. Also, you have to continue working hard. Got it, Master. Lu Yu was not depressed because he lost to Ling Xiao. On the contrary, he was very calm. There was nothing to be embarrassed about losing to such a person. The competition continued. It was still the 6th group. This time, it was Shuya. She was ranked 10th on the earth roll. However, everyone had clearly underestimated Shuya. Other than Yufeng, Lu Qi, Lu Yu, and Ling Xiao, her opponent was the only other person in the 4th group who was undefeated. However, this person was only able to withstand a single blow from her before he was defeated. Shuya also revealed her true cultivation level, the early stage of the extreme core stage. After defeating her opponent, Shuya looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. It was as if he was trying to say that he was stronger than Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not look at him. At this moment, Ling Xiao's gaze was directed towards another arena. There, Ling Jiaojiao had just defeated her opponent. Damn it, don't let me meet you later. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you know how powerful I am. Shuya gritted her teeth and walked down the arena. She hated being looked down upon the most. Soon, the first round of Group SIX's second elimination round ended. They entered the second round of the competition. The first match of the second round, Dao Shuilan versus Shen Dao. Hearing this voice, Chun Dao's complexion instantly changed. How unlucky. I didn't expect to meet Dao Shuilan so soon. Chen Dao wanted to admit defeat. However, he felt that it was too embarrassing. It was said that Dao Shuailan's cultivation level was at the shattered core stage. However, in reality, Dao Shuailan did not show it in the previous battles. She had always been fighting with the combat power of the extreme core stage. What if I win? Qin Dao went up the arena with the mentality of a fluke. Dao Shuailan also went up the arena expressionlessly. Although Qin Dao is powerful, he actually dared to challenge Dao Shuailan. Isn't he asking for trouble? Someone laughed. Yeah, Dao Shuailan is ranked 6th on the heaven leaderboard. Chen Dao is only ranked 9th on the earth leaderboard. The gap is too big. Hee, I don't know what Chen Dao is thinking. Anyway, I definitely admit defeat. Just as everyone was discussing, Dao Shuailan suddenly spoke. 30 years ago, we fought at the same cultivation level. I lost miserably to you. Today, I'll control my cultivation level to the middle stage of the extreme core stage. Let's fight again. I didn't expect Dao Shuailan and Qin Dao to have such a grudge. But Dao Shuailan's method is a bit impulsive. She could have used her cultivation level to suppress him. This is the pride of a genius. That's true. Most of the geniuses I've seen are like this. But if this is the case, it's hard to say who will win. Yes, this battle might become even more interesting. While everyone was discussing, Chun Dao laughed. I haven't seen you for 30 years, and you're still so arrogant. It's just that the genius of the past has grown into an existence that I can't look down on. Chun Dao took a deep breath, then exhaled. But are you sure? You'll lose. Dao Shuailan smiled. I've said it before. If I lose, I'll admit that I'm unlucky. If I can't defeat you at the same cultivation level, I won't be able to get rid of my inner demons. All right, if that's the case, then come at me. Qin Dao didn't waste time. This was an opportunity for him. Since his opponent lowered her cultivation level to fight him, he had a high chance of winning. After all, 30 years ago, Dao Shuailan had been defeated by him. Although his opponent's cultivation level had far surpassed his because of her talent, that defeat would never change. Kill. Chun Dao chose a heavy broadsword from the weapon rack. Then, his figure flashed as he pounced on Dao Shuailan. When he was 7 or 8 meters away from Dao Shuailan, the broadsword suddenly slashed down. The sound of it breaking through the air was like a mountain collapsing. It gave people the feeling that it was not a saber, but a sharp mountain range. A giant blade from beyond the heavens. Dao Shuailan looked at her opponent silently. The broadsword in his hand was a slender tang sword. Ling Xiao had seen this type of broadsword before. It didn't look like much, but whether it was a slash or a stab, it was extremely powerful. The moment Qin Dao's broadsword slashed down, Dao Shuailan waved the tang sword in her hand to meet it. Clang! A crisp sound of collision rang out. The sky was filled with flashes of light. Heavy Blade's attack, which looked powerful enough to split open the arena, was easily blocked by Dao Shuailan. The most surprising thing was that Dao Shuailan's arm didn't tremble at all. In the air, a faint blue light could be seen flickering. Interesting, using the water element to weaken the opponent's attack, and then easily blocking it. Wonderful. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. If it was a head-on clash, Dao Shuailan wouldn't be able to block Qin Dao's terrifying attack. But Dao Shuailan's technique had been perfected. He probably specialized in water-type vital essence, and his martial soul was probably related to water. Water could create resistance, causing the opponent's attack to be greatly weakened. This is Dao Shuailan's famous technique, the flowing water broadsword technique. But he obviously controlled the power of the broadsword technique. Otherwise, this kind of martial skill at the peak of the 9th level of the martial emperor realm could completely crush the heavy saber. Someone beside him said. It seemed like there were many hidden talents in this crowd. Ling Xiao didn't know what broadsword technique it was, but they did. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Chapter 4280. So what if it's the flowing water knife technique? You won't be able to unleash its true power if we're of the same cultivation. Although he said that, Chun Dao's expression was serious. Dao Shuailan was very strong. Even if she lowered her cultivation to his level, she was still very strong. Letting out a long breath, Chun Dao began to channel his true essence into the large knife in his hand. A crimson color appeared on the large knife. It emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. At the same time, a fiery red demon wolf appeared behind him. That should be his martial soul, Fire Cloud Wolf Soul. Dao Shuelon, you'll still lose today. Heavenly Fire 9 slashes. Following Chun Dao's roar, the entire arena seemed to be engulfed in flames. For a moment, Chun Dao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only the terrifying flames pounced on Dao Shuelon. Dao Shuelon's expression remained unchanged. A water dragon spiraled up, forming a spiraling water column around his body. Bang! The flaming blade finally slashed down, but it was blocked by the water dragon. Although Chun Dao's move was very strong and strange, normal warriors wouldn't be able to tell where his real body was. It was even more impossible to block his attack. But Dao Shuelon's defense was also very strong. Although he was a swordsman, Dao Shuelon could control the water element. The fiery red knife continued to slash down, but it was blocked by the roaring water dragon. One after another, water splashed everywhere. Fire boiled. Fire and water engaged in the most intense battle in the arena. The scene was truly thrilling. Heavenly Fire 9 slashes. It was the 9 slashes. One after another, it wouldn't stop. Once used, he had to defeat his opponent. Bang! The 9th slash. He actually managed to chop the water dragon and scatter it. Dao Shuelon was also forced back dozens of steps by the roaring flames. If the arena wasn't big enough, he would have lost. The audience was so nervous that they even forgot to cheer. Even breathing felt like a waste of time. In the next moment, Dao Shuelon, who had retreated, finally launched a counterattack. He was obviously waiting for this moment. The moment Chun Dao finished using the 9 slashes, it was time for him to counterattack. The knife came, and the water dragon roared again. It opened its mouth and pounced on Chun Dao. It was even more powerful than the Heavenly Fire 9 slashes. Boom! Although Chun Dao desperately tried to resist, he was still knocked out and fell dozens of meters away, almost falling out of the ring. Bah! As expected, he's not easy to deal with. Chun Dao climbed up and looked coldly at Dao Shuelon. Let's decide the victor with this attack. Sure. Dao Shuelon seemed to want to completely defeat Chun Dao and resolve her inner demons, as long as Chun Dao did not surrender. In that case, this battle would have to continue. Moreover, he wanted Chun Dao to accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Chun Dao nodded. The howling fire cloud wolf soul behind him merged into his weapon. Instead of fusing his physical body with the wolf soul, he chose to fuse his weapon with the wolf soul. This was also a choice. The long saber that had fused with the fire cloud wolf soul seemed to have become another weapon. It was filled with a ferocious aura, and even its appearance had changed. Fire Cloud Critical Strike. Lose for me. Brandishing his long blade, a ferocious fire wolf roared. Many people below the stage covered their ears. That sound was real, and it was very ear-piercing. This terrifying aura was as if the fire cloud wolf, an ancient beast, had come back to life. One claw seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. Is this Chun Dao's strength? It is indeed terrifying. Someone exclaimed. A warrior in the middle stage of the ultimate core realm is not to be trifled with. Can Dao Shuelon block this sure kill move? She should be able to. After all, Dao Shuelon is an expert in the shattered core realm. Even if she can't break through the shattered core realm, her experience is there. Ling Xiao looked at Dao Shuelon. This person would definitely become one of his strongest opponents in the future. In this selection, he wanted to use the demonic epiphyllum to defeat all the heroes. But next time, he wanted to rely on his true strength. Water Dragon Roar. Dragon emerges from the sea. Dao Shuelon shouted coldly and stabbed out with the saber in her hand. A huge water dragon seemed to rise from the deep sea. Its blue body was about to completely extinguish the fire wolf. Rumble. The entire arena let out a huge roar. The light wall also shook violently, like a plastic bag blown by a strong wind. If it were not for the light wall, the spectators would have been injured by the radiating saber chi. Ah, PFFF. The fire wolf collapsed with a sorrowful cry. Chun Dao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying out of the arena. Dao Shuelan did not look good either. She had forcefully lowered her cultivation and did not recover at the last moment. So this collision could be said to be a lose-lose situation. It was just that Chen Dao looked even more miserable than him. Dao Shuelan wins. The puppet judge's cold voice rang out. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying force bloomed from Dao Shuelan's body. This guy's cultivation had broken through the moment he killed his inner demon. Oh my god, he actually broke through. If this is the case, the heaven list will have to be rearranged. Amazing. He is also a madman. He forcefully lowered his cultivation to fight. It is very dangerous. Fortunately, the result is not bad. He is really scary. After breaking through, Dao Shuelan walked out of the arena and went to rest. Although the injury was not serious, if he entered the final stage and faced a shattered core realm warrior, it would be very dangerous. So he had to be careful. The sixth group situation is really confusing. Dao Shuelan is undoubtedly the strongest. Luo Shui and Chen Dao should be a level higher than the others. Next should be Lu Qi, Ling Xiao, and Shueya. I really hope these experts can meet. The battle will be very exciting. We can feast our eyes. The spectators did not care about what the participants thought. To them, exciting was the only thing they needed. Actually, the probability of meeting them is not small. There are only 24 people in a group. Each person has to fight 10 battles. The probability of meeting them is very high. While Dao Shuelan and Chen Dao were fighting in the sixth group, on the other side, Qi Niming, who Ling Xiao was paying attention to, was also fighting. But this time, Qi Niming's opponent was not as strong, so the battle was relatively easy. He won. Qi Niming was ranked last on the heaven list because he had just broken through to the shattered core realm. The probability of encountering an expert on the heaven list was not small. The seventh battle of the second round of the sixth group, Ling Xiao versus Shueya. At this moment, Ling Xiao heard his name. He did not react. However, the spectators below the arena were already cheering. Ling Xiao had previously defeated Lu Yu, who was ranked 10th on the Earth list. Now, Shueya, who was also ranked 10th on the Earth list, encountered him again. Ling Xiao was really unlucky. Shueya was stronger than Lu Yu because her cultivation had reached the early stage of the extreme core realm. She was definitely not easy to deal with. Chapter 4281. Not only had Shueya reached the early stage of the extreme core realm, but she had also reached the early stage of the extreme core realm. Moreover, the Blood Spirit Church had a special blood demon incarnation, which was even more terrifying than ordinary demonization. Of course, Ling Xiao's previous performance was too outstanding. As a result, people did not think that he would lose to Shueya. Don't think that you can be complacent just because you defeated Lu Yu. I'm not that kind of trash. Shueya looked at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly. I'm not complacent either. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with a bitter smile, defeating a perfect heavenly core warrior is nothing to be proud of. How arrogant. Are heavenly core warriors nothing in your eyes? Shueya said furiously. You can say that. Those who know me should know that I am invincible under the heavenly core realm. Ling Xiao chuckled. It takes courage to say something like that, said Meng Hao. Even so, I'm at the early stage of the ultimate stage of core. Just lose for me. Blood Devil Storm. Shueya was the first to attack. The weapon this woman used was rather strange. It was actually a fan. The fan was made of pure metal. The organizers must have worked hard to get their hands on such an unpopular weapon. As she shouted, Shueya waved her fan. For a moment, the blood-red light flourished. A blood-red storm was released from her fan, and then it roared and raged towards Ling Xiao. It enveloped the entire arena. Ling Xiao had nowhere to run. To be honest, you'd better demonize. Otherwise, it'll be boring. As he spoke, Ling Xiao flicked the sword in his hand. A beam of sword chi bloomed in the void. It directly cut the storm into two halves. It was like cutting a piece of paper. Shueya jumped in fright. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly pursue her, so she hurriedly retreated a few steps. However, Ling Xiao didn't move at all. He stood there and said indifferently, demonize and play with me. Next, I might not be so easy to deal with. Ling Xiao was very clear that once he encountered Luo Shui and Chen Dao, he would have to use the power of the demonic epiphyllum, although it was only a part of his strength. At that time, Shuya would not be worth mentioning in front of him. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Demonize. Shuya chose to demonize, and a blood-red light burst out from her body. The surrounding air was dyed red. Blood devil hurricane. Wreak havoc in the world. The moment after the demonization, Shuya launched an attack. The storm turned into a hurricane. Although the range of the attack didn't increase, its power had increased by dozens of times. She had been torn apart by Ling Xiao's sword before, but this time, she did not believe that Ling Xiao could do it again. But she seemed to have forgotten. She wasn't the only one who knew martial arts. Crimson Blood Sky Drilling Rat, Nine Heavens Ice Dragon, Flying Flaming Lion, Shining Tiger of Holy Light. The fourth stage of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Erupt. As the long sword in Ling Xiao's hand condensed a terrifying killing intent. For beasts appeared out of thin air. Then, the power fused into one. He pounced on his opponent. That destructive power had far surpassed Shuya's attack. Boom. The 12 Divine Beasts' art collided with the Blood Devil Hurricane. The two violent powers were in a stalemate for a moment. The Blood Devil Hurricane was torn apart. Then, the terrifying power crashed into Shuya like a 10,000-ton ship. Shuya was like a fish that was sent flying. She fell to the ground. Defeated. A crushing defeat. Crack. Perhaps it was because it had endured too much power, but the weapon in Ling Xiao's hand actually cracked. Although it was a celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact weapon, the ones provided by the organizer were the worst. They couldn't withstand such a powerful attack at all. Is this really an Earth Core Realm cultivator? How could he unleash such a terrifying attack? The power of this attack is probably close to a high-level 9th Order Emperor, right? That's a height that Shuya can't reach. He's indeed a monster. In the crowd, the more the Fire Emperor looked at him, the more he liked him. He had to protect Ling Xiao. Even without the previous bet, he had to protect him. He was a treasure. Ling Xiao's victory might not be a surprise, but the ease with which he won surprised many people. Including the first stage of the elimination round, he has already won 12 rounds in a row. Can this record still be maintained? I think it's difficult. Whether it's Luo Shui, Qin Dao, or Dao Shuilan, this record will come to an abrupt end. Instead of watching him win consecutively, it's better to watch Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao win consecutively. Damn it! Shuya was lifted up by the Blood Spirit sect and fed a healing pill. However, although her body was much better now, her spirit had suffered a blow. She had actually lost. And she had lost just like that. Don't worry, junior sister. I will avenge you. Xingyun said indifferently. There's no need, senior brother. If you go against him, you'll be bullying him. It's meaningless. He defeated me with a cultivation base lower than mine. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Shuya shook her head. Revenge? She didn't have such thoughts. She just felt that it was a pity to lose like this. However, she had already experienced Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know that Shuya's opinion of him had changed. At this moment, he was paying attention to the match of the woman in green. Although the woman in green worked very hard, her cultivation base was still lacking and she was defeated again. If there were no accidents, the woman in green wouldn't be able to enter the finals. However, this girl seemed to be very happy. She should have achieved her goal. The sixth group's match continued. The next battle was between Luo Shui and another expert. Luo Shui and Chun Dao's cultivation base were on par. Their strength was also on par. Therefore, everyone treated them as cultivators of the same level. The result of the battle was that Luo Shui defeated her opponent with one strike and eliminated her opponent. There was nothing strange about this, because everyone felt that she should win. Her opponent's cultivation base was much lower than hers. However, there were some crazy words that caused Luo Shui to lose his composure. Everyone was saying that perhaps Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge Luo Shui and Chen Dao. Nonsense. Although that Ling Xiao can defeat cultivators at the early stage of the extreme core stage. But against us, he's not worth mentioning at all. Chen Dao said fiercely, Brother, no matter who meets that Ling Xiao, We have to teach him a lesson. Let him completely fall. Luo Shui gritted her teeth. That's natural. We definitely can't let this brat be rampant. Chen Dao nodded. The two of them had previously disdained Ling Xiao, but now they were very concerned. In fact, even they didn't realize that they were already very concerned about Ling Xiao. They even had a fear of Ling Xiao. In the following battles, Luo Shui and Chen Dao still won round after round. Ling Xiao's luck was good, and he didn't meet either of them. He also didn't meet Dao Shuilan. Therefore, he still maintained his winning streak. But the more he won, the more Luo Shui and Chen Dao couldn't stand it. It was too unpleasant. Chen Dao had lost a match, but Ling Xiao could win consecutively. This dog's luck was really high. They paid so much attention to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest interest in them. After his battle ended, Ling Xiao would pay attention to the people he cared about. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4282. The sixth group's matches were extremely intense. The other group's matches weren't easy either. In the first group, Qi Niming defeated Yu Ruo, who was also at the Shattered Core Realm. But Yu Ruo was at the second level of the Shattered Core Realm. This scene caused countless people to cheer. Defeating someone who was at a higher level than you was always exciting. Because he had defeated Yu Ruo, he was now ranked 9th on the heavenly ranking. In the second group, Qi Yaoguang was defeated again, and it was a terrible defeat. Her opponent was none other than Yu Hua from the Qiu family, the number 1 on the Earth ranking. There was nothing they could do. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Yu Hua was at the perfect core realm, while Qi Yaoguang was only at the early core realm. After seeing the result of this match, Ling Xiao put Yu Hua on his kill list. In the third group, He Zhu was lucky. She met a perfect heavenly core warrior and won the match. But the situation wasn't looking good for her. Whether she could advance to the next round would depend on her luck. In the fourth group, Yu Qilian's opponent admitted defeat right away. He didn't even have the courage to step onto the stage. In the fifth group, Yu Zhangzong killed his opponent without hesitation. His opponent didn't even have the chance to fight back. This guy, he is definitely a human devil king. Ling Xiao was sure that this cruel Yu Zhangzong had been possessed by a human devil king. Second elimination round, 6th round, 5th match, Ling Xiao versus Chen Dao. Hearing this, the audience suddenly cheered. In the end, Ling Xiao wasn't able to avoid such a powerful warrior. He was only ranked 10th on the Earth ranking. Chen Dao was ranked 7th on the Earth ranking. He was only defeated by Dao Shuilan. For Ling Xiao, this match wasn't easy. But for the audience, they were very excited. They loved watching a super duel like this. A duel between two mighty warriors. Can Ling Xiao win? It'll be difficult. Chen Dao is at the mid-core realm, and Ling Xiao's cultivation is still too low. I think so too. Let's see how many attacks he can take. I reckon Ling Xiao's winning streak will come to an end. Seeing that Chen Dao doesn't seem to like him, I reckon he'll teach him a lesson. Chen Dao impatiently jumped onto the ring, extremely excited. Finally, the opportunity to knock Ling Xiao off his pedestal had arrived. Although it was only temporary, Chen Dao was not used to others praising Ling Xiao so much. Based on what? Wasn't he just a perfect Earth Core Realm warrior? Chen Dao did not change his weapon. It was still the powerful and heavy broadsword. Although he had lost to Dao Shuilan, he did not think that he would lose to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took out 2 swords. To others, 2 swords were 2 swords, and there would be no change. But to Ling Xiao, having 2 swords meant that his battle prowess had doubled. Hee, do you think you can defeat me just because you have an extra sword? Chen Dao disdainfully smiled and said, "Let me remind you, I'm very unhappy right now. I really want to make an example of you. So if you don't want to get hurt, just surrender. I'm not the kind of person who has to kill his opponent." Domineering, as expected of Chen Dao. With a high cultivation, you have guts, not putting Ling Xiao in your eyes at all. In the Yu family stands, Yu Qiren sneered. This Ling Xiao has no way out. Usually, he can rely on his 2 subordinates to be rampant. But in this ring, he can only rely on himself. Either you admit defeat, or you'll lose face, or you might even be killed. Hearing this, Ling Jiaojiao slightly frowned, but did not say anything. She did not want to expose herself now. Moreover, she also believed that her brother could win. Since Yuhua Town, she knew that Ling Xiao was the kind of person who could constantly create miracles. Don't underestimate him too much. Yu Shangtian no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. This kid had won the alchemy conference and then set up a ring in the Yu family to defeat Yu Qiong. Every single one of them was beyond his expectations. Therefore, he really had no confidence in Ling Xiao now. He did not know what the upper limit of this kid's strength was. Father, you think too highly of him. Yu Qiren was somewhat unconvinced. His father, Yu Shangtian, had always been whispering in his ear what a genius Ling Xiao was, and it was a pity that he was not a member of the Yu family. This made him very unhappy. Therefore, he very much hoped that Ling Xiao would lose. On the ring, Ling Xiao played with the two swords in his hands. He looked at Chen Dao with a smile and said, "If I were you, I would not lose to Dao Shuelon just now." This was really touching the pot that did not boil. A handful of salt was directly sprinkled on Chen Dao's wound. Chen Dao's face instantly darkened. "You're courting death." Chen Dao no longer expected Ling Xiao to admit defeat. Obviously, this kid had a bull's temper. He could only use strength to defeat him and make him kneel. The large blade pointed at Ling Xiao, and a violent blade intent was released, pouncing towards Ling Xiao like a flood. It wanted to completely engulf Ling Xiao. Very interesting aura. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me with just your aura. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Make your move. Let me see how strong an intermediate stage alchemy realm martial artist is." He had no intention of using the demonic epiphyllum, because it was not necessary for the time being. He would only use it when he absolutely had to. And obviously, Chen Dao was not qualified. From the previous battle between Chen Dao and Dao Shuelon, he could tell that Chen Dao loved to fight big and wide battles. He blindly faced the enemy head-on and emphasized aura and strength to suppress the opponent. There was no technique to speak of. In addition, Chen Dao's attribute seemed to be fire. This made Ling Xiao his nemesis. So in this battle, Ling Xiao felt that not only did he not need to use the power of the demonic epiphyllum, he did not even need to use the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He could win with technique alone. Heavenly Fire 9 slashes. As soon as he attacked, Chen Dao used the blade technique that he had used against Dao Shuelon. But he did not release his martial soul. It was as if he felt that defeating Ling Xiao this way would show his strength. The fiery blade aura that covered the sky instantly reached Ling Xiao's head. To deal with Ling Xiao, Chen Dao gave up all techniques. He used pure strength to suppress him. The first style of the 23 dragon-subduing swords, piercing the dragon's eye. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and suddenly moved. His figure flashed. The long sword in his right hand used a sword technique, directly hitting the weakest part of Chen Dao's attack. Then, his left hand released a ray of dragon-subduing sword aura, heading straight for Chen Dao. Both hands attacked almost at the same time. It still shocked countless people. Bang! The first attack was blocked, and he was almost injured by the sword aura. This made Chen Dao's face even darker. But the second slash of the Heavenly Fire 9 slashes had already landed. What was even more ferocious was that it was as if an alchemy furnace in the heavenly court had been kicked over. Raging flames were released. It was filled with a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, many of the participating warriors and spectators sucked in a breath of cold air, because they felt that if it were them, they would definitely not be able to block this attack. They would definitely be defeated by this torrential aura. Chapter 42-83. Dragon subduing 23 swords, second style, Destruction Dragon Horn, but Ling Xiao was calmer than anyone else. The other party's attack power was incomparably powerful. He could not clash head-on, but the Tai Chi Eye accurately captured the weakness of the other party's saber technique. He took advantage of the situation and charged out. This sword, the power was also stronger than the first sword. At the same time, another streak of dragon-subduing sword chi was released from his left hand. The target was still Chen Dao's vital point. Although this dragon-subduing sword chi was unable to cause fatal damage to Chen Dao, it gave Chen Dao a headache. Damn it! How can it be like this? My attack is clearly stronger than his. But each time, It was blocked by him and cracked by him. It even made him counterattack. Why? Chen Dao could not understand, because he was not that kind of meticulous person at all. I don't believe it, kill. Heavenly Fire 9/'s third blade continued to fall. Ling Xiao repeated the same trick. It was just that the move was changed. Dragon subduing 23 swords was already used to the third style. Furthermore, it was a double attack. Chen Dao released saber techniques like crazy. 4th slash, 5th slash, all the way to the 9th slash. And Ling Xiao's current dragon subduing 23 swords also reached the 9th style. 9 consecutive strikes. The power increased nearly 9 times. It actually knocked the weapon in Chen Dao's hand flying out with one sword. In addition, the 9th streak of dragon subduing sword chi even pierced through Chen Dao's arm. Sigh, you really disappoint me too much. Ling Xiao sighed and said, originally thought that you would bring me a wonderful battle, but unfortunately, your performance was too poor. Your fighting style, it's impossible to even be Yu Qiong's match. Let's end this boring battle. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. 2 swords attacked together. 10th sword, 11th sword, 21 sword. One sword was stronger than the other. When it reached the 22nd sword, the power was already 22 times of the first style. The Chen Dao without a weapon was crushed very miserably. His body was already full of wounds. Dragon subduing 23 swords final style. Dragon subduing no regrets. Swoosh. Bang. The horrifying long sword pierced through Chen Dao's body, directly sending Chen Dao flying, landing below the stage. I still have to thank you, letting me unleash all 23 swords. Even if you don't want to lose, you will lose. Looking at the fallen Chen Dao, Ling Xiao threw the 2 swords into the weapon rack. Then, he turned around and walked down the ring. Everyone was dumbfounded. In fact, even Ling Xiao himself was surprised. He originally thought that he would need to borrow the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower to deal with martial art practitioners in the middle stage of the extreme stage of the Dan realm. Even if he didn't rely on this, he would have to use the power of the giant devil or the tyrant martial spirit. Who would have thought that the heavy blade would actually allow him to display all of the 23 dragon-subduing swords? Once the 23 strike combo was unleashed, its final power could even reach 100-fold. A 22 combo was about 22 times. However, once it was fully unleashed, its power would increase exponentially. This was the fearsomeness of a combo martial skill. Therefore, when ordinary martial artists fought, if they discovered that the other party had this kind of move, they would absolutely not allow it to continue. He had to interrupt it. Otherwise, if he was allowed to use it, there would be no end to the situation. F***CK, I really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually win. And he won so easily? I'm starting to wonder what level his true strength has reached. Perfect Earth Core Realm? It must be fake. No one would believe that Ling Xiao's cultivation level was only at the Perfect Earth Core Realm. There had never been a Perfect Earth Core Realm martial artist who could defeat a mid-Core Realm martial artist. It was too inconceivable. His winning streak is still going on. I suspect that he's still hiding his strength. It must be. I really want to see how many trump cards he has. In the 6th group, I'm afraid that other than Dao Shuilon, no one else can be his opponent. I even suspect that he's really just an Earth ranking expert. Maybe we should put him on the Heaven ranking. In the stands, Lu Yu, who had been paying attention to Ling Xiao, smiled bitterly. As expected, I felt that this guy wasn't simple. I didn't expect him to be so abnormal. He had even defeated a warrior in the middle stage of the extreme stage of Dan. Is there anything he can't do? Moreover, it seems that the power in his body hasn't been released yet. It seems that his winning streak will continue. Luo Shui's expression wasn't good. Chen Dao had lost to Ling Xiao, which meant that it was basically impossible for her to defeat Ling Xiao. Her strength was almost the same as Chen Dao's. They often exchanged pointers, and the chances of winning and losing were almost 50%. It's okay. As long as he doesn't finish using those 23 swords, he can win, Chen Dao said weakly. This time, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, and his injuries weren't light. Brother, rest well? I will avenge you. Luo Shui clenched her teeth. She stared at Ling Xiao. She believed that her battle with Ling Xiao would come sooner or later. In the Yu family's stands, Yu Qi-rin's mouth twitched. He was slapped in the face again. He thought that Ling Xiao would lose this time. But the reality was exactly the opposite of what he had expected. Thinking about how he had said that Ling Xiao would be miserable if he didn't admit defeat, it sounded really ironic. Qi-run, don't worry. No matter how strong he is not your opponent. Yu Xiangtian found that Yu Qi-rin's heart was in a mess, so he reminded him, Father, don't worry. I won't be stubborn. Yu Qi-rin let out a long breath. Yes, it didn't matter if Ling Xiao won or lost to Qin Dao. For him, it didn't have much impact. In any case, Ling Xiao couldn't be his opponent. Your sword skills are very interesting. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Jian Wuqing rose into the air and looked at Ling Xiao on the stage. If you and I are similar in cultivation, I really want to fight to my heart's content with you. There will be a chance. Cultivation is not a problem. Ling Xiao glanced at Jian Wuqing indifferently. Jian Wuqing was ranked 5th on the heaven list, above Dao Shuilan. From this, one could see how strong he was. Jian Wuqing didn't pay much attention to Ling Xiao before this. Until Ling Xiao unleashed the 23 dragon subduing swords, the power of the combo had aroused his interest. Interesting. Hearing Ling Xiao's answer, Jian Wuqing was startled. Cultivation is not a problem? What does that mean? Jian Wuqing didn't understand either. The audience was even more confused. But everyone was looking forward to seeing if Ling Xiao would really encounter Jian Wuqing. Perhaps at that time, they would know what Ling Xiao's words meant. However, this incident didn't affect the progress of the competition. The elimination round was still going on in an orderly manner. Soon, the second stage of the elimination round had entered the 7th round. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao defeated his opponent with a single sword strike and won this round. His opponent this time was really weak. He was only a perfect heavenly core warrior. He didn't need to waste too much energy. Before this, there were even some warriors who chose to surrender and didn't want to fight with him in order to preserve their strength. Looking at it now, it was a wise decision. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4284. The elimination round continued and finally reached the 9th round of the second stage. Second stage, 9th round, third match, Ling Xiao against Luo Shui. Who would have thought that not only did this Ling Xiao encounter the heavy blade, he even encountered Luo Shui. Luo Shui is ranked 6th on the Earthboard, slightly higher than the heavy blade. I wonder who will win? I think it will be Luo Shui. Ling Xiao has already exposed his greatest reliance, which is the 23 sword combo. Actually, as long as he can stop the 23 sword combo, then he should be able to win. That's not necessarily true. Who can guarantee that Ling Xiao doesn't have any other trump cards? Don't forget, Ling Xiao hasn't revealed his true strength until now. Everyone discussed spiritedly, each expressing their own opinions. Clearly, they all had their own opinions. No one could convince anyone. Therefore, in this battle, they still had to see the final result. On the stage, Ling Xiao and Luo Shui stood 50 meters apart. In Luo Shui's eyes, there was an intense hatred. She had been waiting for this battle for a long time. It was all for the sake of avenging the heavy blade. She and the heavy blade were lovers. She absolutely could not allow the heavy blade to be bullied by others. Luo Shui was not an expert in weapons. She was more proficient in using secret techniques to attack the enemy. Furthermore, she was proficient in ice secret techniques. As soon as she went on stage, the stage seemed to instantly turn cold, emitting creaking sounds. If one looked carefully, they would discover that a layer of ice had already appeared on the surface of the stage. Different from the heavy blade, Luo Shui did not dare to underestimate her opponent. With the previous example, she was naturally not stupid. In the air, more and more snowflakes filled the air. Luo Shui seemed to have transformed into an ice beauty. Glacier explosion. Following a delicate sound, Luo Shui took the initiative to attack. Her figure slid on the stage, and the entire battlefield seemed to belong to her. The berserk ice spike was incomparably huge, directly piercing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stared at this attack, his face solemn. He could feel the difference between Luo Shui and the heavy blade. The heavy blade's attacks were wide open. Against a technical type of opponent like him, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But Luo Shui was different. This woman was extremely skilled. It was not easy for Ling Xiao to catch her weakness. Since that's the case, let's face them head-on. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. With a shake of the sword in his hand, a roaring flying flame lion pounced forward. They turned into raging flames. Water counters fire, but fire counters ice. Ling Xiao had his reasons for choosing the flying flaming lion as his opening line. Rumble. Ice shards flew everywhere as the two attacks collided. A large amount of white water vapor was produced. The scene looked extremely exaggerated. However, the difference between Ling Xiao's cultivation and his opponent's was too great. This strike caused him to rapidly retreat, while Luo Shui continued to rush forward. He wanted to completely suppress Ling Xiao. First dragon subduing sword, piercing the dragon's eye. However, what Luo Shui did not expect was that Ling Xiao was actually able to unleash a sword skill even as he was retreating. Moreover, it was the piercing dragon's eye that had been prepared long ago. Seeing this sword, Luo Shui had no choice but to stop his pursuit. Her expression became heavy. Previously, Ling Xiao had used this sword skill to form a combo and finally defeated Qin Dao. She absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to have the chance to unleash these 23 sword moves. Falling plum clear shadow steps. In the process of retreating at high speed, Ling Xiao displayed an exquisite movement technique. His figure suddenly disappeared. Luo Shui frowned. Before going on stage, she did not notice that Ling Xiao was so difficult to deal with. Clearly, the power of her every attack was stronger than Ling Xiao's. But now, she actually had to defend. This made her feel a little unbalanced. However, since Ling Xiao had already launched an attack, she had to be careful. Ice Storm. Since she could not see where Ling Xiao's figure was, she could only use an area of effect attack. Her body was wrapped in a thick layer of wind and snow. Anyone who dared to approach would definitely be attacked. Although the lethality was not enough, as long as the opponent was exposed, it was enough. Crack! A figure charged into the ice storm. Glacier explosion. Luo Shui confirmed Ling Xiao's location. She hurriedly withdrew her ice storm and charged over. There was no other way. If she wanted to maintain her ice storm, then the power of the glacier explosion would become extremely weak. It would definitely not work. What? Just as Luo Shui was about to attack Ling Xiao's figure, she suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. A sword directly pierced through her body. Luo Shui grimaced in pain. She hurriedly flashed and fled to the edge of the stage. A clone? She frowned. She did not expect Ling Xiao to have this kind of trick. The speed at which you withdrew your ice storm is too fast. I purposely let you discover my true body. Naturally, you will not suspect me. Then, my doppelganger would attack. Although the attack of the Falling Plum Shadow Clone is only about 90% of my attack, but it is enough to injure you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Bloodthirsty Plague. Releasing the Bloodthirsty Plague while the opponent was injured would naturally have the best effect. Ling Xiao could feel that Luo Shui was not easy to deal with. Although it seemed that he had a slight advantage now, but in fact it was impossible. If this continued, he would not be able to defeat Luo Shui. 23 dragon subduing swords was possible, but the opponent would definitely be on guard. This would be too much of a waste of time. Therefore, the release of the Bloodthirsty Plague was also the key to reversing the outcome of this battle. Your little tricks are useless against me. Luo Shui's wound quickly healed. Her gaze became more and more serious. Do you think that you are the only one with a clone? Glacier clone. Her cold voice rang out. Clones that looked like ice sculptures stood up from the ground. Although these clones were not very strong, they could seriously interfere with Ling Xiao's attack. This was probably Luo Shui's goal. Too exciting. I don't know what Ling Xiao will do next. I really didn't expect that he would be able to injure Luo Shui first. I thought that he would be the first to be injured. That's right. These two people are very strong. However, Luo Shui's strength is clearly stronger than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's greatest strength was his resourcefulness. In battle, he can always catch the enemy off guard. However, Luo Shui will definitely not let this matter rest. She will definitely think of a way to make Ling Xiao suffer. Before everyone had finished speaking, behind Luo Shui, a huge iceberg had already appeared. Her martial spirit was actually an iceberg. The iceberg martial spirit appeared. The air once again became cold. Many of the spectators below the stage had no choice but to circulate their true essence to keep warm. Otherwise, they would be unbearably cold. Great avalanche of heaven and earth. As Luo Shui's aura became stronger and stronger, the temperature in the air became colder and colder. A crazy mega avalanche was released, and the entire arena was wrapped in it. Because the height of the light wall was limited. Therefore, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to use the height to avoid this attack. Genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Chapter 4285. Luo Shui's move was clearly aimed at him on purpose. Seeing this move, Lu Qi sighed helplessly below the stage. Previously, he had fought with Luo Shui and lost after 30 moves. He actually thought that he could win. Now, it seemed that Luo Shui did not use his true strength when dealing with him. He had hidden his strength. Not to mention anything else, it was impossible for him to block this avalanche. Facing such an attack, the only thing he could do was admit defeat. The audience also wanted to know how Ling Xiao would deal with Luo Shui's overwhelming attack. This woman is indeed terrifying. Looks like I have to use my true strength. Martial Spirit Barrier. Buzz. The martial spirit barrier enveloped the entire arena. For a moment, the martial artists did not know what was happening inside. And at that moment, Ling Xiao released the tyrannical martial spirit. That vast and majestic aura instantly suppressed Luo Shui. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. Take my move, Tyrannical Great Palm. This was the heaven-covering Great Palm under the tyrannical martial spirit. Its power was basically equivalent to the combo power of the 23 dragon subduing swords. Even Luo Shui and Heavy Saber could not block it. This was the terrifying part of the tyrannical martial spirit. Once released, Ling Xiao's combat strength could already crush an intermediate stage Dan realm martial artist. Luo Shui was no longer his match. The terrifying heaven-covering great palm descended from the sky, as if black feathers were pressing down. It was terrifying. Bang! A terrifying loud sound was heard. That huge avalanche was actually smashed into pieces and stopped abruptly. Luo Shui was sent flying and vomited blood. Clearly, his injuries were not light. Ling Xiao withdrew the tyrannical martial spirit and martial spirit barrier. He stood there and looked at Luo Shui indifferently. Surrender. There is no deep hatred between us. There is no need to fight to the death. What happened just now? The moment the martial spirit barrier was withdrawn, the avalanche was also shattered. Everyone saw the situation in the arena again. However, this situation made them somewhat stunned. Ling Xiao stood there unscathed, but Luo Shui fell to the ground and vomited blood. What had happened? No one knew. That was why everyone was stunned. Didn't I say so? This Ling Xiao indeed still has a trump card. Otherwise, how could he possibly heavily injure Luo Shui? That's right. How did he repel the avalanche just now? Luo Shui crawled up from the ground. At this moment, she could already feel the effects of the bloodthirsty plague. Her combat strength was greatly weakened. Moreover, this weakening was continuous. Was that your martial soul? Luo Shui's face was extremely pale. She looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly and asked. That's right, Ling Xiao said indifferently. So, you didn't lose unjustly. Your man didn't lose unjustly either. Thank you for showing mercy. Otherwise, both my brother and I would have died. Luo Shui laughed bitterly. Fortunately, he and Chen Dao did not put Ling Xiao in their eyes before. Only now did he realize how ignorant he was. This Ling Xiao was too scary. I won't kill people if there's no enmity between us. However, the same cannot be said for the people of the Yu family. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. After the referee announced his victory, he jumped off the stage. The competition continued, but many people had mixed feelings about it. Father, did you feel it just now? That frightening aura. Killian frowned. I felt it. Even though it was separated by the martial soul boundary, I could still feel it. This Ling Xiao really has a secret. Furthermore, it's a secret that we don't know. However, even so, he still can't be your match. You don't have to worry about this. Yu Shangtian did not know what kind of terrifying energy Ling Xiao had released just now. However, he was certain that even with that energy, Ling Xiao still could not be Yu Killian's match. Furthermore, the difference was huge. His feeling was real. Even if Ling Xiao relied on his tyrannical martial soul, he could only defeat a mid-stage extreme core stage cultivator. Any higher, and he would not be able to do it. However, Yu Shangtian had not guessed one thing. Ling Xiao had learned a new way to use the Sky Demon Dutchman's flower from a Yuan Venerate. With that, let alone Yu Killian, even Yu Shangtian and Yu Patian, the two demon kings, would not be able to defeat him. Ling Xiao would also have the strength to fight. I admit defeat. In the last round of the second stage of the sixth group, Ling Xiao's opponent chose to admit defeat. Nonsense. Even Luo Shui and Chen Dao had been defeated by Ling Xiao. Most of the people in this group could only avoid this lunatic. Otherwise, they would definitely lose miserably. As the last match of the sixth group ended, the other groups also ended their matches one after another. The second stage of the elimination round could be said to have ended successfully. What made Ling Xiao happy was that Qi Niming had advanced steadily. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang had also advanced by luck. Although he stumbled, he still managed to enter the final 72 people. They could also gain some benefits. As for the woman in green, she had no choice but to be eliminated because her strength was too weak. Yu Luan and Yu Feng of the Yu family had also been eliminated. Very good. All 72 people who have advanced enter the large arena. You will receive the baptism of the 72 demon gods. Everyone will be blessed by the divine power of the Sky Demon Ghost Realm. If you are lucky, your strength may even break through. If you are unlucky, your combat strength will also increase. In short, this is the glory of the 72 of you. Hearing this, the 72 people who had advanced jumped into the large arena at the same time. This was also the arena where the finals would be held. Not only was it bigger, but its defensive power was also stronger, and it was harder to destroy. Listen up. In a while, demonic chi will enter your body and form a demonic shadow. Don't resist it, or you will easily go berserk. Receiving the baptism of the demonic chi will only benefit you. Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao felt a black chi enter his body. A demonic shadow appeared behind him. This demonic shadow was about 3 feet long. It looked very small, very cute. It made people feel a kind of funny feeling. But Ling Xiao could feel that this power did bring him great benefits. Not only did it replenish the potential he had consumed, it was also constantly tempering his physical body. In addition to the previous battle, he felt that his physical body was about to break through again. He turned his head to look and found that everyone's demonic shadows were basically 3 feet long. But as the demonic chi was constantly being absorbed, the demonic shadows were also constantly growing bigger and taller. It was just that the demonic chi in the arena seemed to be fixed. If some people absorbed more, others would naturally absorb less. I see. This is the so-called ranking. Whoever's demonic shadow is stronger and bigger will be ranked higher. Ling Xiao finally understood. Since that was the case, then he would not be polite. Buzz. All the cells in his body began to operate. The demonic chi was like a black hole, crazily pouring into his body. Originally, the demonic chi was a great supplement for him. In addition, his Sky Tyrant martial soul could contain all things, so there was no need to consider fusion. He could just absorb it. Please remember the domain name of the book. Read the mobile version of the book. Chapter 4286. In addition to Ling Xiao, who was like a fish in water, Yu Zhangzong, who had transformed into the human Devil King, was also very happy. This guy simply didn't reject any demonic chi. He was frantically absorbing it. Ha ha ha. Rumor has it that the demonic chi can reach 100 feet. Today, this father will break this record. The human Devil King laughed wildly as he wantonly plundered the demonic chi of the other cultivators. This caused the cultivators around him to suffer unspeakably. Not only did the demonic qi not condense, but it also continued to shrink. Some people's demonic qi even directly exploded. Zhangzong's situation isn't right. Yu Shangtian's brows furrowed. He was too clear about what kind of person Yu Zhangzong was. But from the beginning of the elimination round until now, Yu Zhangzong had not lost a single match. Instead, he had killed several powerful opponents. So much so that no one dared to fight with him. Even a fool could see that there was something wrong with him. Yes, the demonic qi in his body is very terrifying. I'm afraid it's even stronger than eccentric and Jiao Jiao. Look, his demonic qi is already 10 feet long, and it's still growing. In the heavenly devil ghost territory, the final devil shadow transformed into a devil venerable, and the devil venerable incarnation was only 300 meters long. No one has ever surpassed it. I wonder what will happen to him? Yu Dingtian frowned. Then what should we do? Should we stop him? Yu Wentian asked. It's impossible to stop him now. This is the demon sovereign city. If the puppets don't stop him, if we do, we will be the ones provoking him. Forget it. Even if he isn't the real Zhangzong, there's nothing to be afraid of. I have a way. Yu Shangtian sneered. He was too familiar with the possession technique. In order to make the demon sovereign eternal, his family had studied this possession technique for many years. They had long been proficient in it. It was because they were proficient in it that they had a countermeasure. Look, Eccentric and Jiao Jiao are making their move. At this moment, everyone looked at the stage. Yu Qiren and Ling Jiao Jiao made their move at the same time, madly absorbing the demonic qi. The demonic qi became bigger and bigger. Humph. No matter who you are, I won't admit defeat. I am the strongest genius of the Yu family. Even if someone can make the demonic qi transformation, it must be me. Yu Qiren looked at Yu Zhangzong and said coldly, For my brother, for myself, I absolutely can't lose. The only one who can achieve specter incarnation is me. Ling Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. She hoped that everything would go smoothly according to the plan and not fight a tough battle in the end. At this moment, the situation in the arena was somewhat special. Yu Zhangzong's devil shadow grew crazily. It had already grown to 200 feet. Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao's shadows had also grown to about 10 feet tall, but they were still quite a distance away from Yu Zhangzong. Boom! Ling Zhao's aura suddenly became stronger. Under the continuous tempering and strengthening of the demon qi, the strength of his body increased again and reached the mid-ninth order emperor realm. With the strengthening of his physical body, his combat prowess had a qualitative improvement as well. However, his cultivation base remained the same. He was still at the perfect earth core realm. However, he had already accumulated 20% of the energy in his cultivation C. Time's up. The absorption of devil qi lasted for a full hour. This was both absorption and rest. What a pity. It's only 900 feet long. It hasn't reached the level of specter incarnation yet. The moment Yu Zhangzong heard the voice, he discovered that the demonic qi above the arena had disappeared instantly. The devil shadow behind him was also maintained at a height of 90 feet. He didn't achieve his goal. Damn it, I still can't catch up. Yu Qiren gritted his teeth. The gap was too big. His devil shadow had only grown to 500 feet. I failed. Ling Jiaojiao sighed. Her devil shadow had grown to 600 feet, which was stronger than Yu Qiren's. However, it was still very far away from Yu Zhangzong. On the heaven list, Xing Yun, Fire Spirit, Dao Shuilan, Jin Wuqing, Yu Ruo, and Qi Niming's shadows had all grown to 500 feet. Xing Yun's shadow was the closest to Yu Qiren's. The others were slightly weaker, but the difference wasn't big. It could be seen that the devil shadow plunder didn't only depend on strength. Sometimes, it also depended on other things. Look over there. Specter incarnation. Those on the heaven list naturally paid attention to their opponents on the heaven list. No one looked at the others. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked in the direction his finger was pointing. 100-foot-tall demon venerable stood in the void. Everyone looked down at the demon venerable. He wondered which dark horse was capable of doing this. Ling Xiao. It's actually Ling Xiao, ranked 10th on the Earth list. What 10th? He even defeated Luo Shuai, who was ranked 6th. He should at least be ranked 6th on the Earth list. Even so, this is too exaggerated. 100-foot-tall Devil Shadow, Spectre Incarnation, this has already reached the highest record. No, that's not Spectre Incarnation. That's Spectre Incarnation. It's definitely more than 100 feet tall. I'm afraid it's at least 200 feet tall. Because it was a visual estimate, many people didn't notice it at first. However, with this reminder, everyone realized it. Ling Xiao's Devil Shadow had already set a new record. Moreover, it wasn't a demon venerable incarnation behind him, but a demon emperor incarnation. How is this possible? Even the current demon emperor can't do this. What the hell? What kind of monster is this kid? He couldn't have been possessed, right? Probably not. This Devil Shadow plunder doesn't depend on strength, but talent. Even if he was possessed by a demon emperor, it's impossible to reach this point. It can only mean that his talent is much stronger than others. Moreover, there's a time limit. If there's no time limit, I'm afraid he'll devour all the devil chi on the stage. Such terrifying talent. Why isn't he a cultivator of our Yu family? Yu Shangtian's heart was trembling. Although he already knew about Ling Xiao's extraordinary talent, the scene before him still shocked him greatly. Ha ha ha, this kid is too awesome. Fortunately, he was taken in by our Golden Sky region. Otherwise, I would be jealous to death. The Flame Emperor, on the other hand, was laughing heartily. Every time he saw Ling Xiao, he would feel incomparably fortunate. Humph, so what if you're a Spectre Incarnation? This Demon King will kill you later. No matter how talented you are, it's useless. Having Ling Xiao steal the limelight, the human Demon King didn't feel good in his heart. However, he couldn't do anything now. However, there were plenty of opportunities. They would meet in the final sooner or later. Unless Ling Xiao was eliminated early. Ling Xiao must die. Yu Qiren's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although he knew that killing Ling Xiao might have a great impact on the Yu family. Since Ling Xiao wanted to participate in the Demon Venerable's successor selection battle, there was nothing to say if he died. Even the Golden Sky region wouldn't dare to openly fight with the heavenly demon ghost beasts. Little brother, you're always the most dazzling one. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I would have become a husk. For you, I can do anything. Ling Jiaojiao just glanced at Ling Xiao, then withdrew her gaze and made up her mind. Chapter 4287. The demonic chi that you just plundered was only the basic demonic chi. In the following finals, as long as you win once, you can get a part of the other party's demonic chi. So accumulation. The demonic chi can still become stronger. So don't be discouraged. At this moment, the puppet host's voice sounded. These words made many people look at Ling Xiao with a different gaze. Before, it was jealousy, and now it was greed. Ling Xiao was like a huge treasure trove of demonic chi. As long as you defeat him, you can get a large amount of demonic chi. I'm afraid everyone will go all out. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was not only directed at Ling Xiao. It was directed at everyone. In the elimination round, it didn't matter even if you lost 1 or 2 rounds. But the ranking round was different. If you lose, your ranking will drop, and your demonic chi will be sucked away by others. Only the final form of devil chi could be converted into strength. So, no one was willing to be robbed. It was rumored that demonic chi could not only improve cultivation, but also improve a person's cultivation aptitude, especially the aptitude of a demonic cultivator. This was of course rare and precious for those martial artists who were not very talented but had relatively strong strength. What they got was not only demonic chi, but also aptitude. In the solemn atmosphere, the referee began to announce the rules of the ranking round. All the matches were carried out in the big arena. The ranking round had a total of 72 rounds. Everyone had to go through 71 matches. 1 match in each round. Everyone would encounter one of the other 70 people. It was only a matter of time. The final ranking naturally depended on the number of wins. Whoever had the most wins would be the final champion. And the one with the most wins would naturally be the strongest demonic shadow. Although the basic demonic shadow would give you a certain advantage. But this was only temporary. Like Ling Xiao, losing a match would cost him nearly half of his demonic chi. In addition, the ranking round would remove the restrictions on weapons, talismans, and puppets. It could allow martial artists to maximize their advantages. After all, some martial artists were best at weapons. If you don't let them use their own weapons, it would be disadvantageous to them. And some martial artists were proficient in talismans and puppets. If you don't let them use them, how could he win? It was right not to use it in the knockout round. If you couldn't even pass the knockout round with your strength, you wouldn't be able to do so. If he still had to rely on talismans and puppets, then he might as well go somewhere else. The ranking competition is indeed more exciting. I didn't get to see the conversation between the strong. Now, I'm going to see it. This feeling is really great. Do you think Killian will fight Ling Xiaojiao? There should be, but I think it will only appear towards the end. Why? You didn't read the rules carefully, did you? In order to prevent strong opponents from meeting too early, the rules set up the existence of seeded players. I'm guessing they're the 10 people on the heaven leaderboard. There really is such a rule. That's reasonable. However, the final results surprised these people. Although there were indeed 10 seeded contestants, they were not purely on the heaven leaderboard. Everyone else on the heaven leaderboard was on the list. Only Yu Ruo was missing and Ling Xiao was added. Ling Xiao? What does he have? Just because he is at the perfect Earth Core realm? Naturally, Yu Ruo was not convinced. He was ranked last on the heaven leaderboard. He was not convinced by anyone else, but Ling Xiao. Just because he can transform into a demon emperor, he is qualified. The puppet judge only said one sentence, and Yu Ruo's temper disappeared. Even if I'm not a seeded player, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Ling Xiao, you're the one who humiliated me and humiliated our Yu family. You better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Yu Ruo poured all his dissatisfaction onto Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao had humiliated him. All right, the seeded contestants have been chosen. The ranking competition begins. Following the judge's order, 2 cultivators of the ultimate core realm jumped onto the stage. It was a bit funny. Among the 72 people, Ling Xiao was the only one below the ultimate realm of Dan, and he was a seeded contestant. It could be said that he was the weakest seeded contestant in history, but the audience didn't protest. It was because Ling Xiao's demon emperor transformation was too shocking. It didn't seem to be a problem to give him the qualification of a seeded contestant. The first match soon began. Both of them were martial artists at the early stage of the extreme realm of Dan. They were evenly matched. After 100 rounds of battle, one of them won with his experience. After winning, the demon emperor transformation behind the winner actually opened his mouth and sucked in a lot of the demon emperor transformation behind the loser. Ling Xiao observed that the demon emperor transformation would shrink by half with each loss. The demon emperor transformation, which was originally 3 feet long, suddenly became 1.5 feet long. And the other person's demon emperor transformation was obviously 1 size bigger. It was more than 4 feet long. Interesting. Although Ling Xiao had already guessed this before, guesses were just guesses. It was still very interesting to see this with his own eyes. After that, such scenes continued to happen. Then, it was Black Pearl's turn. With Black Fire's advantage, Black Pearl won with difficulty. The Demon Emperor transformation behind him also grew to about 4 feet long. And during these battles, Ling Xiao discovered something interesting. When the disparity in strength was too great, even if one won, the demonic chi gained would be very little. And if one defeated an opponent of a higher level, they would gain a lot of demonic chi. Not only could it absorb the opponent's demonic chi, but it also seemed to be able to replenish it from the arena. This point was confirmed in the following battle. Yukirin's opponent chose to admit defeat. Although he had absorbed his opponent's demonic chi, the difference in strength was too great. So Yukirin's Demon Emperor transformation remained at 500 feet. 22nd match, Ling Xiao versus Lu Yin. Lu Yin, ranked 5th on the Earth leaderboard, was a cultivator of the Emerald Sect. He was in the ultimate core realm. Whether in terms of cultivation or fame, he was stronger than Ling Xiao. But now, the Demon Emperor transformation behind him was only 6 feet long. So when he heard that his opponent was Ling Xiao, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. His luck was quite good to meet Ling Xiao. He could eat to his heart's content. An ultimate core realm cultivator is too strong. I can't win even if I rely on the Sky Tyrant martial soul, but I still have the giant demons. Ling Xiao's 10 giant demons had been constantly improving as he defeated the Yu family's cultivators. In addition to the demonic pills he had accumulated previously, the strongest giant devil was already at the peak of the extreme realm of core. The other 9 giant demons had also been eliminated. Only 4 of them were left, but their strength had all advanced to the ultimate core realm. Disciple, absorb more demonic qi. This demonic qi can directly increase the strength of the giant demons. Who knows, you might soon have a core fragmentation realm giant demon. Yuan Venerate said excitedly. Chapter 4288. Understood. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Actually, he just needed to maintain his demonic shadow at about 200 feet. This would definitely fulfill the expectations of a Yuan Venerate. However, this wasn't going to be easy. His opponents weren't that weak. Every opponent he encountered next was very strong. Fortunately, he could use the giant demon to fight, which would make things easier for him. Standing in the arena, Lu Yin looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Since you have a good relationship with my junior sister, surrender. Surrender, you're no match for me. Hee. I think you should surrender. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yin. In terms of pure strength, he was indeed inferior to Lu Yin. However, martialists looked at overall combat strength. He had the giant demon as his trump card, so an extreme core realm martialist wasn't a threat to him at all. Lu Yin froze for a moment before smiling. Forget it. If you don't want to surrender, then let's fight. However, don't blame me if I hurt you later. Go ahead, Ling Xiao said. All right. Lu Yin suddenly raised the staff in his hand, and a ball of jade-green flames shot through the air. It actually transformed into a green firewolf in mid-air. Its speed and power were rather domineering. Even a martialist of the same cultivation base would fall in the face of this attack. Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. Ling Xiao used the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step in an attempt to avoid it. I knew you would do this. Fire Wolf Pack. Lu Yin had watched Ling Xiao's battles more than once. He had a good understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. He knew that Ling Xiao's movement technique was very strong, so he had been prepared for this. The giant jade-green fire wolf suddenly dispersed and transformed into dozens of small wolves. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. His entire body was covered in wounds from head to toe. Fortunately, he had used the special skill of the Divine Diamond Ape at the crucial moment, fire and water immunity. Otherwise, he would have been killed in one blow. Sigh. The difference is really too big. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't use the power of the giant demon in the beginning because he wanted to see how far he could go against a warrior in the late stage of the extreme realm of Dan. Now it was clear. Without using the Tyrant martial spirit, even the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps could not help him. As long as they were hit, they were basically done for. I've said it before. The difference in cultivation is too great. You should just admit defeat. Lu Yan's attitude wasn't bad. It was probably because of the woman in green. Yeah, the gap is too big. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared beside him. A figure charged out from the vortex. In just an instant, Lu Yin was pinned to the ground. Lu Yin wanted to move, but he couldn't. When people saw it clearly, they realized that it was a giant demon. Heavens, it's a giant demon. A giant demon that's even more terrifying than green flame. Isn't that against the rules? It shouldn't be against the rules, right? Otherwise, those who use puppets to fight would be breaking the rules. Yeah, battle pets are allowed to exist. Stop discussing. If it's really against the rules, the referee will say something. Obviously, they didn't say anything. Therefore, Ling Xiao won this battle. I just feel that Ling Xiao's victory is a bit dishonorable. It's not like he used his own strength. You're joking. What do you mean by using his own strength? If you have the ability, don't use martial skills or weapons. Use your body to fight. I want to see who can be Ling Xiao's opponent. Hee, that's true. Giant demon, throw him off the stage. Don't hurt him. Ling Xiao gave the order. The giant demon casually threw Lu Yin off the stage. Ling Xiao wins. Damn it, I didn't expect this kid to have raised a giant demon to this extent. Completion of the extreme stage of Dan? In other words, unless he meets a core-shattering realm martial artist, no one can be his opponent. But this is also good. This demon king will kill you to vent my hatred. The human demon king clenched his teeth. He was looking forward to the battle with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao's battle ended, the human demon king came on stage. His opponent was none other than Lu Qi. Facing the human demon king Yu Zhangzong, Lu Qi's choice was relatively unyielding. He didn't admit defeat, but he lost miserably. He had almost lost his life. In the end, only his inner core escaped. The human demon king was too strong. Just a glance was enough to make Lu Qi lose his will to fight. It's a pity for this Lu Qi. He was directly eliminated. Ling Xiao shook his head. But this kind of situation would happen often, especially when encountering a monster like the human demon king, who had the deepest hatred for humans. He definitely wouldn't show mercy. But Lu Qi's demonic shadow was small, so it was meaningless for the human demon king to defeat him. The demonic shadow behind him was still 900 meters tall. The competition was so exciting. However, with Lu Qi's example, he had learned his lesson. The martial artists who encountered the seeded contestants all chose to admit defeat. Since they couldn't win, there was no need to waste energy. If things went wrong, they might even lose their lives. That wouldn't be worth it. 26th match, Black Pearl against Heavy Blade. Heavy Blade was originally ranked 7th on the Earth leaderboard. But after being defeated by Ling Xiao, he was a bit lonely. But still, no one dared to look down on his strength. In this battle, Black Pearl fought steadily and fought with Heavy Blade for 100 rounds. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. In the end, Black Pearl won with a talisman from the Black Fire sect. She was basking in the glory of this sect. Although the Black Fire sect was destroyed by the Yu family, most of the treasures still fell into Black Pearl's hands. Heavy Blade wasn't weak. He just lost to his family background. After devouring half of Heavy Blade's demonic energy, Black Pearl's demonic shadow grew to 6 feet long. Of course, compared to the monsters on the Heaven leaderboard, it was still far from enough. But Black Pearl's mentality was better. She came this time to prove to the world that the Black Fire sect wasn't destroyed. The Yu family couldn't rest easy. As for how far they could go, it would depend on luck. Heavy Blade, this trash. If I meet this woman, I'll definitely kill her. The one who spoke was the second on the Earth leaderboard, Yu Luo, who was at the peak of the extreme core realm. As a member of the Yu family, he naturally couldn't bear to see the Black Fire sect's cultivators behave so atrociously. If you kill her, Ling Xiao will definitely kill you. Qi Niming's voice sounded, cold with a bit of killing intent. Ling Xiao? He's only relying on that ultimate stage of core realm ogre puppet. As long as I attack his body, he won't be able to do anything. Yu Luo said disdainfully. Is that so? Then I really want to see it. Qi Niming smiled. He knew best what was terrifying about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao came to the Fengdu Devil Kingdom and immediately obtained the demonic Sirius. It was all for the sake of saving his sister. Many people seem to have overlooked this point. The demonic Sirius was the true killing weapon. The first round ended quickly. The second round began quickly. This continued until the 6th round. Ling Xiao's demonic shadow still didn't change much. If one looked closely, it seemed to have grown a bit. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. Chapter 4289. Many people treated Ling Xiao as an experience bag, but after 5 rounds, he still hadn't lost a single match. A perfected Earth Core Realm warrior. To be able to remain undefeated among the extreme Core Realm warriors, this was really too strong. In these 6 rounds, Lu Qi was also worth mentioning. Everyone thought that his body had been destroyed by Yu Zhangzong, and he was basically out of today's battle. But no one expected that. He actually used a puppet to create a temporary body. Not only did his strength not decrease, but it also increased. In the 6th round, Ling Xiao met his old opponent, Shuya. Shuya directly admitted defeat. In the elimination round, she lost to Ling Xiao, so she naturally had no intention of fighting again. It was better to preserve her battle strength and face other challenges. After 6 rounds, Ling Xiao won all 6 matches. This was, of course, because he was chosen as a seeded contestant. He avoided most of the core-shattering realm experts, but it was also because his giant demon was too powerful. Qi Yaoguang was more miserable. Out of 6 matches, she won 2 and lost 4. Black Pearl was slightly better than her. Out of 6 matches, she won 3 and lost 3. As for Qi Niming, he was also a seeded contestant, so he also maintained a perfect record. He didn't lose a single match. In the 7th round, there were no surprises. Ling Xiao's opponent still directly surrendered. In the 8th round, Ling Xiao met his old opponent, Luo Shui. This time, Luo Shui still had no intention of surrendering. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in wasting time with her. He directly used his giant demon and slapped Luo Shui out of the arena. The competition continued. There were no surprises in the 9th and 10th rounds. In the 11th round, the main point came. Qi Niming met Yu Ruo again. Yu Ruo was the only core-shattering realm expert who wasn't chosen as a seeded contestant. He was at the 2nd level of the core-shattering realm. Qi Niming was at the 1st level of the core-shattering realm. Yu Ruo had been unwilling to lose to Qi Niming before. This time, he naturally had no reason to admit defeat. "I don't believe that I can't win against you." Yu Ruo said this for a reason. In the elimination round, he couldn't use the weapons and talismans he was good at. He lost to Qi Niming. That was called bad luck. However, the ranking competition was different. The rules had changed, and to him, it was definitely a good thing. No need to talk nonsense, just attack. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice. Qi Niming said lightly. All right, then I'll go. Yu Ruo snorted coldly and directly tore through the air. A pair of strange weapons appeared in his hands. They looked like the claws of a tiger. There was a yin line behind the claw that could be released or retracted. The tiger claw struck out. Demonic qi shrouded the area, and it was actually somewhat eerie and terrifying. Bolts of black lightning were leaping about. It was the black lightning heart-gouging claw that this fellow was most proficient in. Break! Facing Yu Ruo's attack, Qi Niming had no intention of dodging. He thrust out the sword in his hand, and the roaring sword light actually sent the tiger claw flying. Yu Ruo was so scared that she hurriedly retreated. 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Technique. Ling Xiao had once used this technique against Tu Hu. He didn't expect to see it on Yu Ruo. Yu Ruo's cultivation was much higher than Tu Hu's, and the speed of using the 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Technique was also extremely fast. He was more threatening than Tu Hu, like a ghostly wind. As soon as he used it, his figure had already appeared in front of Qi Niming. The terrifying tiger claw struck down again and again. Qi Niming calmly faced the enemy. The long sword in his hand constantly waved. He continuously blocked Yu Ruo's attacks, and it seemed that he was at a disadvantage. However, Ling Xiao understood that Qi Niming was looking for an opportunity. He was looking for an opportunity to decide the winner with one blow. It's time to end it. Ling Xiao shook his head. The first burst of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. Yu Ruo's continuous attacks didn't achieve the desired effect, and his aura was also chaotic. Just at the moment when he stopped attacking, Qi Niming suddenly counterattacked. A sword pierced through Yu Ruo's throat. Yu Ruo was startled, and his figure retreated quickly, landing below the arena. He knew how much hatred there was between the Qi family and the Yu family. If he didn't escape, Qi Niming would really kill him. This wasn't a joke. Qi Niming, he's not even 50 years old. If the Qi family was still here, his future achievements would probably be even higher. Yes, a rare genius. Although his cultivation isn't as good as Yu Ruo's, he can calmly face the enemy and finally defeat the opponent with one sword. He didn't let hatred get to his head. While everyone was talking, Qi Niming directly swallowed half of Yu Ruo's demonic shadow. Because it was a cross-level challenge, Qi Niming gained a lot. The demonic shadow that had already reached 100 feet had now increased to about 200 feet, because many martial artists chose to surrender in the battle. So the battle progressed very quickly. When it was the 20th round, it was only afternoon. Ling Xiao fought 19 times and won 19 times. If he added the elimination round, It was equivalent to 39 consecutive wins. However, because his demonic shadow was strong enough, there was still no change. Qi Niming maintained a winning streak like him. Black Pearl fought 19 times and won 10 times. This was actually quite good. Qi Yaoguang also caught up. He won 11 out of 19 battles. The main reason was that he was lucky. The opponents he met weren't too strong. But this kind of luck couldn't last long. If the martial artists he met at the beginning were weak, then the opponents he met later would definitely be very strong. The following matches were a bit uneventful. 20 rounds, 21 rounds, all the way until the 40th round. Although there were exciting battles, Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to them. In the 41st round, Black Pearl encountered trouble. Her opponent was Yu Luo. Logically speaking, it was best to choose to surrender at this time. But the Black Fire sect was destroyed, and so many of Black Pearl's family members were killed by the Yu family. She couldn't surrender in front of the Yu family's martial artists. The result was obvious. Yu Luo was an expert at the peak of the Dan realm. Black Pearl had just broken through to the middle stage of the Dan realm. In the 30th round, Black Pearl was already very miserable. She was covered in injuries, and even her consciousness was blurry. Yu Luo clearly wanted to kill her. He didn't give her a chance to get off the stage. In the end, Ling Xiao interfered with the match. He used the demonic eye to force Black Pearl off the stage. Luckily, a divine core warrior had a strong life force. Although Black Pearl was badly injured, with Ling Xiao, a powerful alchemist, helping her, it wasn't a big deal. With a healing pill and the immemorial nature dragon's treatment, Black Pearl quickly woke up. I'm useless. My enemy is right in front of me, but I can't kill him. It's that Yu Luo. He's the one who cruelly killed my little brother. My 10-year-old little brother. Black Pearl cried sadly. She had tried her best, but she couldn't get her revenge. Reality was cruel. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4290. Don't force yourself. I'll take revenge for you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at Yu Luo. He didn't even need to use the power of the demonic epiphyllum. He could defeat Yu Luo easily. He dared to hurt Black Pearl. He must be tired of living. Yu Luo saw Ling Xiao's gaze and showed him disdain. He raised his middle finger and said, "If you go up, the result will be the same. It's a mistake that I didn't kill that woman this time. But when it's your turn, I won't show mercy." Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. The people of the Yu family hadn't learned their lesson yet. Since that was the case, he would teach them a lesson. You'll be unlucky. Qi Niming looked at Yu Luo and said indifferently, "That kid will be the unlucky one." Yu Luo didn't care. The 41st round ended and the 42nd round began. Ling Xiao's opponent was Lu Qi. "You don't have to surrender. I won't use the demonic epiphyllum to fight with you." Ling Xiao saw that Lu Qi wanted to surrender and stopped him. "Use your strongest attack," Yizichen said. Ling Xiao didn't forget his goal of improving his basic strength. Although the demonic epiphyllum and the demonic epiphyllum were very powerful. But that wasn't a long-term plan. If he wanted to be strong enough to make others fear him, then the best way was to make himself stronger. Lu Qi's strength was good and would be helpful to his strength improvement. "Okay, then take this." Without hesitation, Lu Qi launched an attack. After changing his body into a puppet body, Lu Qi's fighting style also changed. His attacks contained the power of lightning. Rushing Thunder Fist. It was combined with the power of the puppet body. This punch was definitely stronger than Lu Qi's in the elimination round. The power is not bad, but the puppet body made him lose some flexibility. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and learned some of Lu Qi's strengths. Then, he was ready to end this battle. Heaven Covering Palm. A single palm strike landed on the vital part of the puppet's body. He didn't fight Lu Qi head-on. Instead, he directly dodged Lu Qi's attack. He blasted Lu Qi out of the arena. One move, insta-kill. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation didn't break through, his physical body did. Therefore, whether it was speed or agility, he was much stronger than before. He was confident that he could kill a powerhouse of the initial stage of the undefeatable realm. "I lost." Lu Qi fell to the ground and smiled bitterly. He was thoroughly convinced of his defeat in this battle. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was just relying on the troll to show off. But now, he understood that even without the troll, Ling Xiao was definitely not easy to deal with. The match did not stop. He didn't even rest. It went from day to night, and it was still going on. When a Divine Core warrior reached the Divine Core realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to not rest for more than 10 days. Therefore, there was no such thing as rest in this selection battle. In the 59th round, Ling Xiao finally met Yu Luo. Yu Luo impatiently stepped onto the stage and challenged Ling Xiao. "Brat, hurry up and die." Ling Xiao gently patted Black Pearl's shoulder and said, "Watch how I kill him." He flew into the air and stepped onto the stage. The first thing Ling Xiao did was to summon the troll. He had no choice. He had to do this when facing a powerful opponent like Yu Luo. Yu Luo had reached the perfect stage of the core realm. With just his basic combat strength, there was no way he could win. Even if he used the martial soul of Tyrant, the result would be the same. I knew this was all you got." Yu Luo laughed proudly. He casually crushed a talisman. Then, a terrifying giant puppet beast appeared in front of him. Its entire body was made of metal. It was extremely ferocious. "You gave that platinum bowl to Yu Luo?" Yu Shangtian looked at Yu Qiran and asked. "That's right, that thing was used by my son in the past. Since I don't need it anymore, I can give it to Yu Luo." Yu Qiran said with a smile. He wanted Ling Xiao dead. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, the Yu family would continue to lose face. It wasn't easy for him to wait for such an opportunity. How could he not use it? Ling Xiao is in trouble now. That's right. He was able to defeat a late-stage core realm cultivator by relying on that terrifying troll. Now that he's met Yu Luo, who also has a puppet, I'm afraid he's going to lose. I think he's not just going to lose, he's going to die. Many of the audience didn't think Ling Xiao would win, but this was normal. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the perfect stage of the Earth core realm. It was a miracle that he could last until now. It would be pointless if he kept going. He might as well just admit defeat like a bachelor. He could avoid death. The Black Pearl watched this scene nervously. She believed that Yu Luo had just obtained this golden white bull puppet. He definitely didn't have it when he fought her. Ling Xiao gave her a reassuring look. Then, he looked at Yu Luo and said, "One sword." "What do you mean?" Yu Luo was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Ling Xiao meant. In the end, they saw Ling Xiao abandon the troll and disappear from everyone's sight in an instant. Hell's Shadow Strike. A cold voice came from the darkness. Then, everyone saw Yu Luo's corpse on the tip of the sword. The East Victory Heavenly Sword emitted a blood-red light. Blood dripped onto the ground. Roar. The golden white bull roared angrily and pounced at Ling Xiao, trying to save Yu Luo. But Ling Xiao casually struck out with his palm. The golden white bull shattered. It was completely destroyed. Impossible. How could this be? Yu Qilian stood up in shock. Many of the Yu family members also stood up. They couldn't understand the situation at all. Of course, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had finally swallowed the fruit of the demonic epiphyllum and temporarily raised his cultivation to the perfect stage of the extreme stage. One had to know. When he was at the perfect stage of the Earth core realm, he could easily kill a martial artist at the early stage of the extreme stage. When his cultivation reached the perfect stage of the extreme stage, then martial artists of the same cultivation level were not worth mentioning in front of him. Even without transforming, he could easily kill them. Perfect stage of the extreme stage. How could this be? Yu Shangtian was also stunned. Even Forefather Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Sword Lady were dumbfounded. Fire King was also dumbfounded. No one had expected such a dramatic change. Could it be that he ate the demonic epiphyllum? That's not right. The power of the demonic epiphyllum is definitely more than that. And according to the rumors, after swallowing the demonic epiphyllum, there will be a phenomenon. There is no such thing. Yu Shangtian thought of the demonic epiphyllum, but he quickly rejected it. Then what's going on? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength? Yu Qilian thought in a daze. Spare me, spare me. Yu Luo was lifted into the air by the sword, and the pain was as if he was being cut into pieces. He began to beg for mercy and fear. I've said it before. You deserve to die. Boom. A terrifying sword chi erupted from the heavenly sword of Dongsheng. In that instant, Yu Luo's body was torn into pieces, completely dead. In this way, the 72 people became 71 people. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4291. Yu Luo was killed. A few people would probably win without a fight. But Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Since he had already used the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, then he wouldn't stop. This shock lasted until the 62nd round. As a seeded player, Ling Xiao. Next, he would face all martial artists of the Shattered Core realm, 10 experts on the heaven roll, and the competition entered the last 10 rounds. Next would be exciting. The experts on the heaven roll would also encounter and fight. Every battle would probably be incomparably exciting. 62nd round, first round, Ling Xiao against Yu Ruo. With the announcement of the referee, the audience immediately cheered. Would Ling Xiao, this dark horse, be able to continue? Whether his winning streak could continue or not, Yu Ruo was definitely the best alchemy stone. In this battle, Ling Xiao encountered the most powerful opponent. Yu Ruo's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the Shattered Core realm, but his combat power was obviously not very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Qi Niming. I want to avenge the dead martial artists of our Yu family. This was Yu Ruo's first sentence after going on stage. Up to you. Ling Xiao just glanced at Yu Ruo indifferently. He now had the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, and his cultivation had temporarily reached the perfection of the extreme core realm. Defeating a 2nd level of the Shattered Core realm martial artist shouldn't be too difficult. Even if he faced a 5th level of the Shattered Core realm martial artist, he still had the power to fight. He didn't continue to devour the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. His current strength was enough for the time being, and it was beneficial for the improvement of his basic strength. You're really arrogant. Even if you're a martial artist of the extreme core realm, you can't look down on my existence like this. Yu Ruo roared angrily and directly charged out. Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he similarly charged out. 23 dragon subduing swords, one sword after another stabbed out. Yu Ruo wanted to stop him, but he found that he couldn't. Each of Ling Xiao's sword was powerful and heavy, and actually made him have a terrifying feeling that it was impossible to block. 23 dragon subduing swords, dragon subduing without regrets. 23 golden dragons broke through the air and directly blasted Yu Ruo onto the stage. Yu Ruo was still very strong. When one's cultivation reached the core fragmentation realm, the power of the inner core would be transferred to the body. As a result, his physical body became even more terrifying. To create the conditions for entering the divine body realm, Yu Ruo was able to survive because of this. What a domineering sword technique. Ling Xiao is indeed Ling Xiao. He's at the consummate level of the ultimate core realm, and he's been suppressing those at the 2nd tier of the Shattered Core realm. This is too awesome. Maybe he'll be the dark horse at the end of the race. The audience also became extremely excited. As a result, he didn't really watch the other matches in the 62nd round. After the 62nd round, it was time for the true seeded contestants to face off. From the 63rd round to the final round, this was absolutely exciting. I'm really starting to admire this puppet judge now. 10 seeded contestants, all of them won. Ling Xiao, who they thought was the most incomprehensible, actually gave them the biggest surprise. He actually defeated Yu Ruo, who's at the 2nd tier of the Shattered Core realm. Yeah, don't underestimate them just because they're puppets. They're very powerful. Yu Ruo is so pitiful. It's fine if he lost to the other seeded contestants, but he actually lost to Ling Xiao. You can't say that. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao's cultivation is so strong? And he actually used the giant demon to fish in troubled waters. Isn't this guy pretending to be weak? Amidst the heated discussion, the 63rd round also began. The first round wasn't a battle between seeded contestants. However, the battle was still quite exciting. The second round wasn't a battle between seeded contestants, but a battle between Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl. Both of them chose to forfeit. They weren't here to fight for anything, but to deal with the Yu family. Therefore, there was no need for them to fight among themselves. In the third round, The audience cheered. Because this time, it was finally a battle between seeded contestants. The contestants were Fire Spirit and Chi Niming. In the previous battles, Fire Spirit basically defeated his opponent with one move, or his opponent admitted defeat. There was no doubt about his strength, but he didn't have many opportunities to show it. Chi Niming, on the other hand, defeated Yu Ruo, who was stronger than him. He definitely had some strength. The battle between the two was definitely exciting to the audience. Even Ling Xiao wanted to know what special methods Fire Spirit had. What was Chi Niming's limit? Please. Chi Niming had no grudges with Fire Spirit, so his attitude was quite good. Please. Fire Spirit also cupped his hands and said, but I'm afraid you won't be able to win this battle. Naturally, he had his own reasons for saying this. On the heaven list, Chi Niming was ranked 9th, and Fire Spirit was ranked 8th. It made sense for him to be so confident. However, Fire Spirit obviously didn't think this ranking was reasonable. In his eyes, his ranking should be higher. At least, he shouldn't be worse than Jian Wuqing and Dao Shuilan. Therefore, defeating Chi Niming was only the first step. Without fighting, no one knows the result. Chi Niming took out his weapon. This sword had been with him for many years. It was like a friend to him. Whenever he was in trouble, it would help him cut open the cage. Ling Xiao has the dragon subduing 23 swords, but I also have the bloodthirsty demon sword. A total of 18 swords. You better not give me a chance or you'll lose. The reason why Chi Niming revealed all of his secrets was because he had a plan. People like Fire Spirit were more arrogant. The more you said your move was strong, the more he wanted to try it. Naturally, he wouldn't interrupt you. This was the only way Chi Niming could win. Actually, Chi Niming knew that he was only at the first level of the core-shattering realm. This level of cultivation was considered top-notch among those under the age of 50. Even Ghost Sword was at this level. However, Fire Spirit was more than 90 years old, so his cultivation was naturally much stronger. He estimated that he was around the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm. He could challenge Yu Ruo, who was at the 2nd level of the core-shattering realm, but facing Fire Spirit, who was at the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm, he couldn't do anything. Bloodthirsty Demon Sword? I've heard that the more damage you take, the more terrifying the attack. This is a sword technique that risks your life. Good. Let me see how strong your bloodthirsty demon sword can be. Then, Fire Spirit attacked. He didn't use weapons. His fists were the best weapons. Flames wrapped around his fists as he kept attacking Chi Niming. Pong 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 pong. Although it was just a simple attack, he didn't use any martial skills. However, the power of each punch was no weaker than a peak 9th level Emperor martial skill. It was very terrifying. Only now did people realize how powerful the Fire Spirit was. Those who had lost to him before were scared witless. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.